Cooperation with the Soviet Union raised different problems. Soviet statesmen were eager to play a part in Europe, or so it appeared. They supported the League of Nations, preached collective security, and championed the cause of democracy in Spain. Their real intentions were a riddle. Were they really enthusiastic for collective security? Or did they advocate it merely to lead the Western powers into trouble? Had Soviet Russia any effective strength? Even if she had, would it ever be used? The Soviet government took an impeccable line at the Non-Intervention Committee. Things looked different in Spain, where Soviet supplies were used to establish a communist dictatorship over the democratic forces. It seemed obvious to Western statesmen that the Spanish Civil War would soon be over, if only Soviet Russia abandoned the cause of the Republic. Hence it was the Russians, not the fascist dictators, who appeared in practical terms as the disturbers of the peace. Eden defined the object of Western policy as peace at almost any price. The presence of Soviet Russia and the United States made it difficult to pay that price. They could afford moral indignation, the Western powers had to live with the dictators. Western statesmen wanted Europe to settle its own affairs, free from reminders about democracy, collective security, and the sanctity of peace settlements. Perhaps, too, there was a common European jealousy of interference from outside, a half-formulated desire to show that the states of Europe were still the great powers. The experiment of calling in the New World to redress the balance of the old had already been tried in the First World War. American intervention had been decisive, it had enabled the Allies to win the war. 20 years afterwards, the result did not seem so happy. Victory had not solved the German question, rather Great Britain and France had it still on their hands, more insoluble than before. In retrospect, would it not have been better if they had been forced to a compromise peace with the more or less moderate Germany of 1917? Should they not, in any case, strive for such a compromise now? Even if the United States were again persuaded. 130. To intervene, they would again withdraw afterwards, and the Western powers would once more have to settle with Germany on their own. As to Soviet intervention, which was the more dreaded, its success or its failure? Germany would be intolerably strengthened if she defeated Russia. Yet the alternative of Soviet victory was even worse, it would mean communism all over Europe, or so men thought. Western statesmen wanted the status quo as near as possible, they could not get this with American or Soviet backing. Here was the great decision in the 2 years of the half-armed peace. Probably nothing could have brought Soviet Russia and the United States into Europe in time. For reasons which then seemed convincing, Western statesmen strove to keep them out. The rulers of Europe behaved as though they were living in the days of Metternich or Bismarck, when Europe was still the center of the world. European destinies were resolved in a closed circle. Negotiations for peace were confined, almost entirely, to the strictly European powers. War, when it came, was to be a European war. Chapter 7. Anschluss, the end of Austria. The watershed between the two world wars extended over precisely 2 years. Post-war ended when Germany reoccupied the Rhineland on March 7, 1986, pre-war began when she annexed Austria on March 18, 1988. From that moment, change and upheaval went on almost without interruption until the representatives of the powers, victorious in the Second World War, met at Potsdam in July 1945. Who first raised the storm and launched the march of events? The accepted answer is clear, it was Hitler. The moment of his doing so is also accepted, it was on November 5, 1987. We have a record of the statements which he made that day. It is called the Hossbach Memorandum, after the man who made it. This record is supposed to reveal Hitler's plans. Much play was made with it at Nuremberg, and the editors of the documents on German foreign policy say that it provides a summary of German foreign policy in 1987-88. It is therefore worth looking at in detail. Perhaps we shall find in it the explanation of the Second World War, or perhaps we shall find only the source of a legend. That afternoon Hitler called a conference at the Chancellery. It was attended by Blomberg, the Minister of War, Neurath, the Foreign Minister, Fritsch, Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Raeder, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, and Göring, Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force. Hitler did most of the talking. He began with a general disquisition on Germany's need for Lebensraum. He did not specify where this was to be found, probably in Europe, though he also discussed colonial gains. But gains there must be. Germany had to reckon with two hate-inspired antagonists, Britain and France. Germany's problem could only be solved by means of force, and this was never without attendant risk. When and how was there to be this resort to force? Hitler discussed three cases. The first case was 1 Documents on German Foreign Policy, Series DI, footnote on p. 29. 181. 182. Period 1948-1945. After that the situation could only change for the worse. 1948 must be the moment for action. Case 2 was civil war in France. If that happened, the time for action against the Czechs had come. Case 8 was war between France and Italy. This might well occur in 1988, then our objective must be to overthrow Czechoslovakia and Austria simultaneously. None of these cases came true, clearly therefore they do not provide the blueprint for German policy. Nor did Hitler dwell on them. He went on to demonstrate that Germany would gain her aims without a great war. Force apparently meant to him the threat of war, not necessarily war itself. The Western powers would be too hampered and too timid to intervene. Britain almost certainly, and probably France as well, had written off the Czechs and were reconciled to the fact that this question of Germany would be cleared up in due course. No other power would intervene. Poland with Russia in her rear will have little inclination to engage in war against a victorious Germany. Russia would be held in check by Japan. Hitler's exposition was in large part daydreaming, unrelated to what followed in real life. Even if seriously meant, it was not a call to action, at any rate not to the action of a great war. It was a demonstration that a great war would not be necessary. Despite the preliminary talk about 1948 to 1945, its solid core was the examination of the chances for peaceful triumphs in 1988, when France would be preoccupied elsewhere. Hitler's listeners remained doubtful. The generals insisted that the French army would be superior to the German even if engaged against Italy as well. Neurath doubted whether a Mediterranean conflict between France and Italy were imminent. Hitler waved these doubts aside. He was convinced of Britain's non-participation, and therefore he did not believe in the probability of belligerent action by France against Germany. There is only one safe conclusion to be drawn from this rambling disquisition: Hitler was gambling on some twist of fortune which would present him with success in foreign affairs, just as a miracle had made him Chancellor in 1988. There was here no concrete plan, no directive for German policy in 1987 and 1988. Or if there were a directive, it was to wait upon events. Memorandum by Hossbach, November 10, 1937. German Foreign Policy, Series DI. Number 19. 138. Why then did Hitler hold this conference? This question was not asked at Nuremberg. It has not been asked by historians. Yet surely it is an elementary part of historical discipline to ask of a document not only what is in it, but why it came into existence. The conference of November 5, 1987 was a curious gathering. Only Göring was a Nazi. The others were old-style conservatives who had remained in office to keep Hitler under control. All of them except Raeder were to be dismissed from their posts within 3 months. Hitler knew that all except Göring were his opponents, and he did not trust Göring much. Why did he reveal his inmost thoughts to men whom he distrusted and whom he was shortly to discharge? This question has an easy answer: he did not reveal his inmost thoughts. There was no crisis in foreign policy to provoke a broad discussion or sweeping decisions. The conference was a maneuver in domestic affairs. Here a storm was brewing. The financial genius of Schacht had made rearmament and full employment possible, but now Schacht was jibbing at further expansion of the armament program. Hitler feared Schacht and could not answer his financial arguments. He knew only that they were wrong. The Nazi regime could not relax its momentum. Hitler aimed to isolate Schacht from the other conservatives, and he had therefore to win them for a program of increased armaments. His geopolitical exposition had no other purpose. The Hossbach Memorandum itself provides evidence of this. Its last paragraph reads, "The second part of the conference was concerned with questions of armament." This, no doubt, was why it had been called. The participants themselves drew this conclusion. After Hitler had left, Raeder complained that the German Navy would be in no strength to face war for years ahead. Blomberg and Goering pulled him into a corner, where they explained that the sole object of the conference was to prod Fritsch into demanding a larger arms program. Neurath made no comment at the time. He is said to have grasped the full import of Hitler's wickedness some days later, and then to have suffered several severe heart attacks. These attacks were first revealed in 1945 when Neurath was being tried as a war criminal. He showed no sign of ill health in 1987 or for years afterwards. Fritsch prepared a memorandum, insisting that the German army must not be exposed to the risk. 1384 of war against France, and took this to Hitler on November 9. Hitler replied that there was no real risk and that, in any case, Fritsch would do better to speed up rearmament instead of dabbling in political questions. Despite this rebuke, Hitler's maneuver had succeeded. Henceforward Fritsch, Blomberg, and Raeder had no sympathy with Schacht's financial scruples. Otherwise, none of the men who attended the meeting on November 5 gave it another thought until Goering found the record produced against him at Nuremberg as evidence of his war guilt. From that moment it has haunted the corridors of historical research. It is the basis for the view that there is nothing to be discovered about the origins of the Second World War. Hitler, it is claimed, decided on war, and planned it in detail on November 5, 1987. Yet the Hossbach Memorandum contains no plans of the kind, and would never have been supposed to do so, unless it had been displayed at Nuremberg. The memorandum tells us, what we knew already, that Hitler intended Germany to become the dominant power in Europe. It also tells us that he speculated how this might happen. His speculations were mistaken. They bear hardly any relation to the actual outbreak of war in 1989. A racing tipster who only reached Hitler's level of accuracy would not do well for his clients. The speculations were irrelevant as well as mistaken. Hitler did not make plans for world conquest or for anything else. He assumed that others would provide opportunities, and that he would seize them. The opportunities which he envisaged on November 5, 1937 were not provided. Others were. We must therefore look elsewhere for the man who provided an opportunity which Hitler could take and who thus gave the first push towards war. Neville Chamberlain is an obvious candidate for this position. From the moment that he became Prime Minister in May 1987, he was determined to start something. Of course he resolved on action in order to prevent war, not to bring it on, but he did not believe that war could be prevented by doing nothing. He detested Baldwin's sceptical, easygoing policy of drift. He had no faith in the hesitant idealism associated with the League of Nations which Eden half-heartedly put forward. Chamberlain took the lead in pressing for increases in British armaments. At the same time, he resented the waste of money involved, and 185 believed it to be unnecessary. The arms race, he was convinced, sprang from misunderstandings between the powers, not from deep-seated rivalries or from the sinister design of one power to dominate the world. He believed, too, that the dissatisfied powers and Germany in particular had legitimate grievances and that these grievances should be met. He accepted, to some extent, the Marxist view, held by many people who were not Marxists, that German discontent had economic causes, such as lack of access to foreign markets. He accepted more fully the liberal opinion that Germans were the victims of national injustice, and he had no difficulty in recognizing where this injustice lay. There were 6 million Germans in Austria, to whom national reunification was still forbidden by the peace treaties of 1919, 3 million Germans in Czechoslovakia, whose wishes had never been consulted, 350,000 people in Danzig who were notoriously German. It was the universal experience of recent times that national discontent could not be challenged or silenced. Chamberlain himself had had to acknowledge this unwillingly in regard to Ireland and India. It was the general belief, though less sustained by experience, that nations became contented and pacific, once their claims were met. Here was a program for the pacification of Europe. It was devised by Chamberlain, not thrust upon him by Hitler. These ideas were in the air, shared by almost every Englishman who thought about international affairs. Only 2 groups dissented. One very small group rejected the validity of national claims. They held that policy should be determined by questions of power, not of morality, and that nationalism should be subordinated to security. Churchill had recently fought a lone campaign against concessions to India. His opposition to concessions in regard to Germany was the logical sequel to this. Vansittart and some other senior members of the Foreign Service took much the same view. It was a view which shocked most Englishmen and which, by its apparent cynicism, deprived its holders of influence on policy. Power, it was held, had been tried during the First World War and afterwards. It had failed, morality should take its place. A larger group, predominant in the Liberal and Labour parties, accepted the rightfulness of German claims, but believed that these claims should not be met so long as Hitler 186 remained in power. What they disliked in Hitler was his tyranny at home, and especially his persecution of the Jews, but they went on from this to assert that his foreign policy aimed at conquest, not at equal justice for Germany. It could be answered that non-interference in other countries was a long-standing tradition of British foreign policy, advocated by John Bright and by Chamberlain's father in his radical days, and that Chamberlain was adopting towards Nazi Germany precisely the attitude which the labor movement had always demanded should be adopted towards Soviet Russia. It could also be answered that Hitlerism was the product of Versailles and would lose its evil qualities as Versailles disappeared. These were powerful, though not conclusive, arguments. There remained many who wished to resist Hitler, but it was a weakness of their position all along that they admitted the justice of his supposed claims and denied only that he was entitled to make them. They tried to distinguish between Germany and Hitler and insisted that, while Germany was right, Hitler was wrong. Unfortunately, this was not a distinction which the Germans were willing to make. Chamberlain, at any rate, was confident that his program would work. His motive throughout was the general pacification of Europe. He was driven on by hope, not fear. It did not occur to him that Great Britain and France were unable to oppose German demands, rather he assumed that Germany, and Hitler in particular, would be grateful for concessions willingly made, concessions which, if Hitler failed to respond with equal goodwill, could also be withheld. Chamberlain shared with Hitler a taste for doing things himself. He took as his principal advisor on foreign affairs Sir Horace Wilson, a professional conciliator who had made his name in industrial disputes, and he attached little weight to the opinions of the Foreign Office. When he first approached Hitler, he did so through Lord Halifax, then Lord President, not through Eden, the Foreign Secretary. Halifax had a unique gift: he was always at the center of events, yet managed somehow to leave the impression that he was not connected with them. Chamberlain and everyone else associated with British policy before the war were irremediably discredited when the crash came in 1940. Halifax, whose responsibility as Foreign Secretary for most of the time was second only to Chamberlain's, 187, emerged unspotted, and could be seriously put forward by George VI and many others, including the leaders of the Labour Party, as appropriate head for a government of national salvation. It is impossible to explain how this could happen. On November 19, 1937, Halifax met Hitler at Berchtesgaden. It was a characteristically offhand visit, Officially Halifax was in Germany to see a hunting exhibition at Berlin. Halifax said all that Hitler expected to hear. He praised Nazi Germany as the bulwark of Europe against Bolshevism. He sympathized with past German grievances. In particular, he pointed to certain questions where possible alterations might be destined to come about with the passage of time. They were Danzig, Austria, and Czechoslovakia. England was interested to see that any alterations should come through the course of peaceful evolution and that methods should be avoided which might cause far-reaching disturbances. Hitler listened and occasionally rambled. He remained passive according to his usual method, accepting offers from others, not making demands himself. Here, in Halifax's own words, was confirmation of what Hitler had told the generals a fortnight before: England would not seek to maintain the existing settlement in Central Europe. There was a condition attached: the changes must come without a general war. This was exactly what Hitler wanted himself. Halifax's remarks, if they had any practical sense, were an invitation to Hitler to promote German nationalist agitation in Danzig, Czechoslovakia, and Austria, an assurance also that this agitation would not be opposed from without. Nor did these promptings come from Halifax alone. In London, Eden told Ribbentrop, people in England recognized that a closer connection between Germany and Austria would have to come about sometime. The same news came from France. Papen, on a visit to Paris, was amazed to note that Chautemps, the Premier, and Bonnet, then Finance Minister, considered a reorientation of French policy in Central Europe as entirely open to discussion. They had no objection to a marked extension of German influence in Austria obtained through Evolutionary I Memorandum, November 19, Foreign Ministry Circular, November 22, 19387. German Foreign Policy, Series DI. Number 31 and 383. To Ribbentrop to Neurath, December 2, 1987. Ibid. Number 50. 188. Means, nor in Czechoslovakia on the basis of a reorganization into a nation of nationalities. All these remarks strengthened Hitler's conviction that he would meet little opposition from Great Britain and France. They did not provide a solution for the practical problem of strategy, how to make the extension of German power appear to be the result, in Halifax's words, of reasonable agreements reasonably reached. It might be possible for Germany to conquer Czechoslovakia and Austria. It was more difficult to arrange that these two countries should commit suicide, which is what British and French statesmen wanted. There was a further drawback in the promptings from London and Paris. They put most emphasis on Austria. Hitler, when he thought in practical terms, planned to deal first with Czechoslovakia, an order of priorities which appears even in the Hossbach Memorandum. The Czechs had a strong army and some political sense, therefore they might go to the aid of Austria. The Austrians had neither, and so were unlikely to help Czechoslovakia. Besides a more important point, Mussolini was indifferent towards Czechoslovakia. He was still formally committed to the independence of Austria, and maybe the British and French did not altogether forget this when they pushed the question of Austria into the forefront. Hitler did not mean to oblige them, he returned it firmly to the background. In the autumn of 1937 he encouraged German agitation in Czechoslovakia. He discouraged it in Austria, and laid down firmly that we should continue to seek an evolutionary solution. Too far from taking the initiative over Austria, Hitler did not want to begin there. Nor did the initiative come from British or French statesmen. Halifax and others advanced an academic proposition in their various conciliatory statements, just as Hitler had done in his conference on 5 November, the proposition that it would be agreeable if Germany extended her hegemony peacefully over her two neighbors. Neither they nor he hit on a method by which this could be done. It was all talk and no action. Still, the initiative must have come from someone. Perhaps we should, okay, on the Austrian side. Schuschnigg was still Chancellor. 1 Papen, report to the Führer, November 8, to Weizsäcker, December 4, 19387. German Foreign Policy, Series DI. Number 22 and 68. Memorandum by Kepler, October 1, 1987. Ibid. Number 256. 189. Of a nominally independent Austria. He had had a sad time of it since making the gentleman's agreement of July 11, 1986 with Germany. In an innocent, high-minded way, Schuschnigg had assumed that the agreement would end his troubles. Austria would announce her German character, respectable representatives of the national opposition would enter the Austrian government, imprisoned Nazis would be released. Then there would be an end of agitation and conspiracies, no more secret arming or illegal propaganda. Schuschnigg was soon disappointed. Nazi agitation went on as before, not even Hitler's orders could stop it. Schuschnigg's close colleagues themselves intrigued with Berlin against him. He complained to his old patron and protector, Mussolini. He received cold comfort. Mussolini liked to picture himself in a flattering posture as guarantor of Austria's existence, a Metternich in reverse, revenging Italian humiliations of a century before. He listened to the warnings of leading fascists from his son-in-law Chano, the foreign minister, downwards that Hitler was a dangerous associate who would destroy Italy after eating up the others first. He seemed to pay attention, but when it came to the point he never responded to their promptings. At heart Mussolini was the only realist in the fascist crew, the only one who appreciated that Italy had little strength of her own and could simulate greatness only as Hitler's jackal. He might talk of an independent policy or of asserting Italian interest in Central Europe. He knew that he would have to give way to Hitler if events reached a crisis. He was therefore impatient with Schuschnigg, the man who had to take Mussolini's pretenses seriously. Mussolini, despite his brave talk, was in exactly the same position as the statesmen of Western Europe. He wanted to sell out on Austria so long as it could be done peacefully and in a decent way. Schuschnigg received no solid backing, only the repeated advice to behave reasonably and to keep things quiet. Schuschnigg was however a victim, the last of them, of a peculiarly Austrian illusion, the belief that the conscience of Europe could be stirred into action if nationalist intrigue and agitation were clearly exposed. Austrian statesmen had this illusion about Italian nationalism in the middle of the 19th century, they had it about South Slav nationalism in the early years of the 20th. It seemed to them axiomatic in 1859 that 140. Cavour would be deserted by Napoleon III and denounced by the other great powers, once clear evidence was produced of his complicity in nationalist agitation. It seemed equally axiomatic to them in July 1914 that Serbia would be abandoned by all the great powers if the assassination of Franz Ferdinand at Sarajevo were brought home to her agents. In each case they found evidence which they regarded as convincing. In each case this encouraged them along the road of decisive action to their own undoing, to defeat in the Austro-French War of 1859, to defeat and disaster in the First World War. The same spirit still lived in Schuschnigg. He, too, supposed that the Austrian Nazis would be universally condemned if decisive evidence were produced against them, condemned by the Western powers and by Mussolini, condemned even by Hitler, who was after all the legal head of an ostensibly law-abiding state. Schuschnigg, too, found his evidence. In January 1988 the Austrian police raided Nazi headquarters, and discovered detailed plans for an armed rising. Hitler knew nothing of these plans, which had been prepared despite his orders. To this extent Schuschnigg was right, the Austrian Nazis were acting without authority. It was a different question whether Hitler would apologize for his overzealous followers. At any rate Schuschnigg had his evidence. The problem was how to use it. Schuschnigg carried his evidence and his problem to Papen, the German ambassador. After all, Papen was a gentleman, wealthy and aristocratic, an impeccable conservative and a more or less impeccable Roman Catholic. Surely he would be shaken by this record of Nazi intrigue. Schuschnigg's complaints were music in Papen's ears. He resented the work of the Nazi underground in Austria, which cast doubt on his own good faith and impeded his efforts towards an evolutionary solution. His expostulations had gone unregarded in Berlin. Now Schuschnigg would reinforce them. Papen at once suggested that Schuschnigg should carry his complaints to Hitler. It is impossible to tell what was in Papen's mind. Perhaps he hoped that Hitler would rebuke the Nazi extremists, perhaps he foresaw that Schuschnigg would be driven to make further concessions to the German national cause in Austria. Probably there would be a little of both. Either way Papen would gain. In the one case, he would discredit his unruly rivals, in the other, he 141 would win prestige by advancing the German cause. He would maneuver a peaceful success in Austria just as he had peacefully maneuvered Hitler into power in Germany. At precisely this moment, on February 4, the telephone rang in the German embassy at Vienna, and Papen was abruptly informed by Berlin that he had been dismissed from his post. Papen's dismissal had nothing to do with events in Austria. It was the accidental byproduct of Hitler's conflict with Schacht. On December 8, 1987, Schacht resigned as Minister of Economics. Hitler shrank from revealing the breach, and Schacht's resignation was kept secret. A way out presented itself unexpectedly. On January 12, 1938, Blomberg, the Minister of War, married. Hitler and Göring were the principal witnesses. Immediately afterwards, Himmler, head of the secret police, produced evidence that Frau Blomberg was a woman of disreputable character, a former prostitute with a police record. We shall never know whether this was a stroke of luck for Hitler or a prepared intrigue. Nor does it matter, the effect was the same in either case. Hitler was indignant at having been involved in the marriage. The German generals were indignant at Blomberg's behavior. They insisted that he must go. They also proposed that Fritsch, the commander-in-chief of the army, should succeed him. But Fritsch was a more resolute anti-Nazi than Blomberg. He must be kept out. Himmler obligingly furnished evidence of homosexuality against him. This evidence was altogether false. In the general moral turmoil it was believed for the moment. Hitler made a clean sweep. Blomberg went to be succeeded by Hitler himself. Fritsch went. Not only this, all the conservatives who had held office to restrain Hitler were cleared out as well. Neurath was out, his place was taken by Ribbentrop. Papen and Hassel, ambassador to Italy, were dismissed. Most important of all, the resignation of Schacht could now be smuggled quietly in among the other changes. This was of course the object of the whole operation, yet in the stir of the time it passed almost unnoticed. In Berlin the dismissed men left office without protest. Neurath later became protector of Bohemia, the others vanished from public life. Papen alone was undismayed. He had often been in a tight corner before. On 80 June 19,384, within an ace of assassination, he had always escaped triumphantly, and he meant to. 142. Escape again. On February 5 he went to see Hitler at Berchtesgaden, ostensibly to say farewell. He displayed his own successes in Austria, described the difficulties awaiting a new German ambassador, and casually slipped in the information that Schuschnigg had been anxious to meet Hitler. This had been a splendid opening, now no doubt lost. The effect was all that Papen had expected. Hitler had been brooding gloomily how he was to present the resignation of Schacht at a meeting of the Reichstag which he had summoned for February 20. Here was a splendid diversion. Schuschnigg's visit would provide him with some sort of success with which to cloak the awkward subject of Schacht's financial protests. Hitler lit up, an excellent idea. Please go back to Vienna immediately, and arrange for us to meet within the next few days. Papen shammed reluctance. He was no longer ambassador. Hitler was insistent, and Papen agreed. On February 7 he was back in Vienna with the invitation. Schuschnigg did not hesitate. After all, the idea of a meeting with Hitler had been his in the first place, or so he now imagined. Papen was the guarantor that all would be well. On February 12 Schuschnigg, too, arrived in Berchtesgaden, whither Papen had preceded him. The Austrian affair was underway. It had not been launched by Hitler. It was sprung on him by surprise, and he took a chance as always. There was here no planned aggression, only hasty improvisation. Papen, not Hitler, started the ball rolling, and he did so for casual motives of personal prestige. No doubt chance provided that he should give the decisive push, yet it was strangely appropriate that the man who had frivolously brought Hitler to power in Germany should also be the one who, with equal frivolity, started Germany's advance towards European domination. Schuschnigg had intended to appear at Berchtesgaden as the aggrieved party, unfolding his complaints and offering concessions to the respectable nationalists only in exchange for a repudiation of the Nazi extremists. His plan miscarried. Hitler always believed that attack was the best form of defense, and he got his blow in first. Schuschnigg, on arrival, was at once overwhelmed with accusations that he had failed to honor the gentlemen's agreement of July 11, 1936. It was Hitler who laid down terms for future cooperation. Schuschnigg was to make Seyss-Inquart, 1 Papen, Memoirs, 408. 143. A supposedly respectable nationalist, Minister of the Interior, and to give him control of the police. Austria was to coordinate her economic and foreign policy with that of Germany. Schuschnigg raised constitutional objections. He could not make binding promises without the consent of the Austrian government and president. He was bullied by Hitler. German generals, waiting outside, were ostentatiously called in. Yet, though these methods were abominable, Schuschnigg got most of what he wanted. His constitutional scruples were respected. In the final draft he merely held out the prospect of the following measures. Seyss-Inquart was no worse than other German nationalists already in the cabinet, and was indeed a boyhood friend of Schuschnigg, not that this prevented his becoming a Nazi later. Schuschnigg had long acknowledged that Austria was a German state, and this had implied a coordination of policy. He received what he believed to be the vital concession: the illegal activities of the Austrian Nazis were repudiated, and it was agreed that any unwanted Austrian Nazis should transfer their residence to the Reich. The agreement of February 12 was not the end of Austria, it was a further step in the evolutionary solution which Hitler had laid down. Schuschnigg made no attempt to disavow it when he had escaped from Hitler's presence. On the contrary, he duly secured its confirmation by the Austrian government. Hitler, on his side, assumed that the crisis was over. On February 12 he told the attendant generals to keep up military pressure, shamming action until February 15. After this, not even a show of action was maintained. On February 20 Hitler addressed the Reichstag. His main concern was to explain away the dismissal of the conservative ministers, but the agreement over Austria of February 12 enabled him to ride off on a more attractive subject. There was no attack on Schuschnigg, as there would surely have been if Hitler were already projecting aggression against Austria. Quite the reverse, Hitler announced in gentle tones, "Friendly cooperation between the two countries in every field has been assured," and he concluded, "I would like to thank the Austrian Chancellor in my own name, and in that of the German people, for his understanding and kindness." The following day Hitler kept his part of the bargain. Leopold, the leader of the Nazi underground in Austria, was summoned before Hitler, told that 144. His activities had been insane, and ordered to leave Austria along with his principal associates. A few days later Hitler saw these Nazis again, gave them another rating, and insisted that the evolutionary course be taken, whether or not the possibility of success could today be foreseen. The protocol signed by Schuschnigg was so far-reaching that if completely carried out the Austrian problem would be automatically solved. Hitler was satisfied. He made no preparations for action, but waited impassively for the automatic solution to mature. Others were less resigned to the inevitable, or perhaps merely sought to reap advantage from it. In Italy, Mussolini was always inclined to acquiesce in Hitler's success, despite bursts of irritation. Ciano, his foreign minister, more reluctant to be dragged along. His dream of an independent foreign policy was never realized, and maybe it was no more than a dream. At any rate, Ciano tried to exploit the situation. On February 16 he wrote to Grandi, Italian ambassador in London, that this was the last moment for a reconciliation with Great Britain, should the Anschluss be an accomplished fact. It would become increasingly difficult for us to reach an agreement or even talk with the English. Grandi welcomed this opening. He had always wanted to put Italian policy back on its traditional course, so far as any fascist could favor a traditional line. Chamberlain welcomed it too. Eden at last revolted. He was already angry that Chamberlain, without consulting him, had turned down a proposal from President Roosevelt for a great international conference to discuss every imaginable grievance. Eden supposed, perhaps sincerely, that such a meeting would draw the United States onto the side of the Western powers. Chamberlain feared, with more justification, that it would be a repetition of the Brussels Conference over the Far East. The United States would propound moral principles, Great Britain and France would be expected to provide the force with which to sustain them. It was the Italian approach, however, which brought the dispute between the two men to a head. Eden had not forgotten his humiliation over Abyssinia. He was exasperated by the endless dishonesty of the one memorandum, 21 and February 26, 1988. German Foreign Policy, Series DI. Number 318 and 828. Ciano to Grandi, February 16, 1938. Ciano's Diplomatic Papers, 161. 145. Non-Intervention Committee. He insisted that there could be no new conversations until the Italians fulfilled their existing promises by withdrawing the so-called volunteers from Spain. Chamberlain was prepared to tolerate a fascist victory in Spain if he could win Italian support for moderating Hitler. The argument between Eden and Chamberlain was fought out on February 18, actually in Grandi's presence. Eden stood firm on the question of the Italian volunteers in Spain. Chamberlain brushed his objections aside, with Grandi's approval and support. 2 days later Eden resigned, and Halifax became Foreign Secretary to carry out Chamberlain's policy. The Italian price was paid, conversations were to start at once, and it was agreed in advance that the Italian terms would be met. Their empire in Abyssinia would be recognized, they would be promised equal partnership in the Mediterranean. Nothing was said about Austria, and Grandi recorded that the British attitude there would continue to be one of indignant resignation. This was true. Chamberlain did not intend to do anything about Austria. But he hoped that the simple fact of Anglo-Italian conversations would make Hitler hesitate, and perhaps even inspire Mussolini to resistance. Hitler was not deceived so easily. The Italians kept him informed of the discussions and assured him that the question of Austria would not be raised. They would not tolerate any attempt to impair German-Italian relations. This was the only course Italy could follow. The Italians had no means of stopping Hitler. As Ciano wrote on February 23, what in fact could we do? Start a war with Germany? At the first shot we fired, every Austrian, without exception, would fall in behind the Germans against us. Chamberlain maybe did not offer the Italians a very high price, but no price could have brought them to fight for the crumbling cause of Austrian independence. These events in London increased Hitler's self-confidence. His opponents were falling by the wayside. The Axis was increasingly shaping European affairs, and he determined the policy of the Axis. Nevertheless, he still did nothing. He continued to assume that events were doing his work for him. Once more, and for the 1 Grandi to Ciano, February 19, 1938. Ciano's Diplomatic Papers, 183. 2 Memorandum by Ribbentrop, February 28, 1938. German Foreign Policy Series DI. Number 123. Ciano's Diary 1937 to 1938, 79. 146. Last time, the initiative came from Schuschnigg. In a puzzled, hesitant way, he built up resentment against the treatment he had received at Berchtesgaden and against the consequences of his own weakness. He resolved to arrest the inevitable slide into a National Socialist Austria by a dramatic challenge. Perhaps he was prompted by assurances from the Austrian minister in Paris that the French would take action if Austria were openly threatened. Perhaps the idea sprang only from his own brooding. We have no means of knowing. At any rate, he determined to use Hitler's own method of a plebiscite, and to ask the Austrian people whether they wished to remain independent. On March 7 he consulted Mussolini, who replied abruptly, "It is a mistake." Schuschnigg ignored this feeble warning. On March 8 he told the Austrian ministers of his plan. On March 9 he announced it to the world. The plebiscite was to be held 3 days later on March 12. Schuschnigg had made no preparations for the plebiscite. He had not considered how it was to be conducted. His only thought was to rush it through before Hitler could react in any way. Whatever the terms of the plebiscite, all the world knew that it was an open defiance of Hitler. The moment of conflict between German nationalism and independent Austria had arrived. Schuschnigg might have reflected on the words which Andrassy once addressed to another Austrian prime minister who embarked on a daring policy: "Are you prepared to carry through this policy with cannon? If not, do not embark upon it." Hitler responded as though someone had trodden on a painful corn. He had received no warning, and had made no preparations. It was clear to him that the evolutionary solution was dead. He must either act or be humiliated, and he could not accept humiliation when the breach with the conservative ministers was just behind him. The military leaders were hastily summoned to Berlin. The German army was not yet equipped for any kind of serious campaign, but orders were issued that such forces as were stationed near Austria should be ready to cross the frontier on March 12. A letter to Mussolini was drafted, reciting Hitler's attempts to reach agreement with Schuschnigg and ending with the assurance, "I have drawn a definite boundary between Italy and us. It is the Brenner." The Prince of Hesse took the 147 letter to Mussolini. Ribbentrop was absent in London on a farewell visit, and Neurath was recalled to run the routine duties of the foreign ministry. The general conduct of affairs fell into the hands of Göring, who was to remain in Berlin when Hitler joined the invading forces. Schuschnigg had lit the time fuse of a considerable bomb. It was his turn to be taken by surprise when it exploded. On March 11 he learned that the frontier between Germany and Austria had been closed. The nationalist ministers in his government insisted, on Göring's instructions, that the plebiscite be cancelled. Schuschnigg turned disconsolately to the powers who had once protected Austrian independence. He received cold comfort. Mussolini refused to answer the telephone. In London, Halifax told Ribbentrop that the threat of force was an intolerable method. The effect of this expostulation was weakened when Chamberlain said that they could begin working in earnest towards a German-British understanding once we had all got past this unpleasant affair. It was further weakened in Berlin when Neville Henderson agreed with Göring that Dr. Schuschnigg had acted with precipitate folly. 2 The only reply the British government gave to Vienna was that they could not take the responsibility of giving advice which might land Austria in trouble. The French government had fallen over a domestic issue 3 days before. The ministers, still in half-existence, decided to take military measures, meaning the recall of some reservists if the British approved. No approval came from London, no French reservists were recalled. Schuschnigg was abandoned and alone. In the early afternoon of March 11 he agreed to postpone the plebiscite. This was no longer enough. Göring told Seyss-Inquart over the telephone that the Geri-Nans had lost confidence in Schuschnigg. He must resign, and Seyss-Inquart take his place. This was a unique episode in history, an international crisis conducted from start to finish by telephonic threats. Schuschnigg duly resigned. Miklas, the president, however, refused to appoint Seyss. 1 Memoranda by Ribbentrop. March 11, 1938. German Foreign Policy, Series DI. Number 150 and 151. 2 Henderson to Halifax, March 12, 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. I. Number 46. 3 Halifax to Pollaert, March 11, 1988. Ibid. Number 25. 148. In court a last, despairing gesture of Austrian independence. Göring again came on the telephone to say that the German troops would stop at the frontier only if Seyss-Inquart was made Chancellor by 7:80 p.m. Since Mikla still held out, Seyss-Inquart appointed himself Chancellor at 8 p.m. It was too late. Seyss-Inquart was told to ask for German help in order to restore law and order. He did so in a telegram sent off at 9:10 p.m. Hitler had not waited for his appeal. The order to invade Austria was issued at 8:45 p.m. Yet the Germans had hesitated till the last moment. The plans for invading Austria had been called off earlier in the afternoon when the news of Schuschnigg's resignation arrived. Though British expostulations carried little weight, the Germans feared Czech intervention till the last moment. Göring told the Czech minister, "I give you my word of honor that Czechoslovakia has not the least reason to feel any anxiety." The Czechs at once replied that they would not mobilize. They hardly believed Göring's assurance, yet felt like everyone else that there was nothing they could do. Mussolini was the last to declare himself. At 10:25 p.m. Hesse telephoned to Hitler from Rome. Mussolini sent his best greetings. Austria did not interest him at all. The anxieties which lay concealed beneath Hitler's resoluteness bubbled to the surface in emotional relief. "Tell Mussolini I will never forget this. Never, 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 whatever happens. I will never forget, whatever may happen. If he should ever need any help or be in any danger, he can be convinced that I shall stick to him, whatever may happen, even if the whole world be against him." This was one promise which Hitler kept. The German army was invading Austria, or rather marching into the general enthusiasm of the population. For what purpose? Seyss-Inquart was Chancellor. Göring had told Henderson that the troops would be withdrawn as soon as the situation was stable and that thereafter completely free elections would be held without any intimidation whatever. This had been the original Nazi plan, as botched up on March 11. Seyss-Inquart thought that everything was successfully concluded with his own appointment, and at 2:80 a.m. on March 12 asked that the invasion should be stopped. He was told that this was impossible. 1 Henderson to Halifax, March 12, 1988. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. I. Number 46 and 48. 149. And the German troops rolled on, though with some difficulty. The forces were not prepared for action, and 70% of their vehicles broke down on the road from the frontier to Vienna. Hitler, too, entered Austria on the morning of March 12. At Linz, where he had gone to school, he addressed the excited crowds. He succumbed to this excitement himself. As he went onto the balcony of Linz town hall, he made a sudden, unexpected decision. Instead of setting up a tame government in Vienna, he would incorporate Austria in the Reich. Seyss-Inquart, Chancellor for a day, was told to issue a law, ordering himself and Austria out of existence. He did so on March 18. The Anschluss was submitted for a privé to the people of Greater Germany. On April 10, 99.08% voted in its favor, a genuine reflection of German feeling. Hitler had won. He had achieved the first object of his ambition. Yet not in the way that he had intended. He had planned to absorb Austria imperceptibly, so that no one could tell when it ceased to be independent. He would use democratic methods to destroy Austrian independence as he had done to destroy German democracy. Instead he had been driven to call in the German army. For the first time, he lost the asset of aggrieved morality and appeared as a conqueror, relying on force. The belief soon became established that Hitler's seizure of Austria was a deliberate plot, devised long in advance, and the first step towards the domination of Europe. This belief was a myth. The crisis of March 1938 was provoked by Schuschnigg, not by Hitler. There had been no German preparations, military or diplomatic. Everything was improvised in a couple of days: policy, promises, armed force. Though Hitler certainly meant to establish control over Austria, the way in which this came about was for him a tiresome accident, an interruption of his long-term policy, not the maturing of carefully thought-out plans. But the effects could not be undone. There was the effect on Hitler himself. He had got away with murder, the murder of an independent state, even though its independence was largely sham. Hitler's self-confidence was increased, and with it his contempt for the statesmen of other countries. He became more impatient and careless, readier to speed up negotiations by threats of force. In return, statesmen elsewhere began to doubt Hitler's good faith. Even those who still hoped to appease him began to. 150. Think also of resistance. The uneasy balance tilted, though only slightly, away from peace and towards war. Hitler's aims might still appear justifiable, his methods were condemned. By the Anschluss, or rather by the way in which it was accomplished, Hitler took the first step in the policy which was to brand him as the greatest of war criminals. Yet he took this step unintentionally. Indeed, he did not know that he had taken it. Chapter 8. The crisis over Czechoslovakia. After partitioning the Ottoman Empire in Europe in 1918, Pasic, the Prime Minister of Serbia, is reputed to have said, "The first round is won, now we must prepare the second against Austria." The second round duly came a year later, though it was not of his making. Everyone in Europe felt much the same in March 1988 after the Anschluss. The Austrian round was over, the Czechoslovak round was due to begin. It was not necessary to prepare this second round. Geography and politics automatically put Czechoslovakia on the agenda. As an ally of France and the only democratic state east of the Rhine, she was a perpetual reproach to Hitler, thrust far into German territory. Nor was it easy to sustain her. The Italians, if they wished, had direct access to Austria. Czechoslovakia was cut off on every side. Germany divided her from France, Poland and Romania from Soviet Russia. Her immediate neighbors were hostile, Hungary bitterly revisionist, Poland, though an ally of France, also revisionist because of THIRD-WORLDism, which the Czechs had acquired after the First World War, and blindly confident in her own non-aggression pact with Germany. There could be no question of aiding Czechoslovakia. It was full-scale European war or no thing. The question of Czechoslovakia would have been less immediate if geography alone had been in play. Even her democracy and her alliances might not of themselves have provoked the crisis. But Czechoslovakia had a canker at her heart. Despite appearances, she was a state of nationalities, not a national state. Only the Czechs were genuine Czechoslovaks, and even they interpreted this to mean a Central East state of Czech character. The other Slovaks, Hungarians, Ruthenes, and above all Germans were national minorities, sometimes quiescent, sometimes discontented, but never convinced adherents of the existing order. The 3 million Germans were closely linked to the Austrians by history and blood. The 151. 152. Anschluss stirred them to ungovernable excitement. Maybe they would have been wiser to remain contented with their lot free, though not equal, citizens in a democratic community. But men are not wise when they hear the call of nationalism. The great German state, powerful, united, nationalist, lay just across their borders. Their Austrian cousins had just joined it. They wished to join it too. No doubt, in a muddled way, they also wished to remain in Czechoslovakia, and never considered how the two wishes could be reconciled. But the German national movement in Czechoslovakia, however confused, was a fact, and those who wanted to stand by Czechoslovakia never explained how they would deal with this fact. Hitler did not create this movement. It was waiting for him, ready, indeed eager to be used. Even more than in the case of Austria, Hitler did not need to act. Others would do his work for him. The crisis over Czechoslovakia was provided for Hitler. He merely took advantage of it. Hitler undoubtedly wished to liberate the Germans of Czechoslovakia. He was also concerned, in more practical terms, to remove the obstacle which a well-armed Czechoslovakia, allied to France and Soviet Russia, raised against German hegemony. He was by no means clear how this could be done. Like everyone else in Europe, he overrated French strength and French resolution. A direct German attack on Czechoslovakia would, he thought, provoke a French intervention. His initial solution, as he had revealed at the Conference of November 5, 1937, was to hope for a conflict in the Mediterranean between France and Italy. Then, as he put it sometime in April 1938, we return with Czechoslovakia in the bag, but, if Italy failed to move, return with bag empty. This plan, too, rested on a miscalculation. It overrated Italy's capacity for aggression. But, whether the Mediterranean war came off or not, it was worthwhile preparing the situation in Czechoslovakia by encouraging the Sudeten movement. It is as certain as anything can be that Hitler did not intend to overthrow the French system in Europe by a frontal assault. Munich still dominated his mind, and at this time Munich meant for him not the triumphant conference of September 19,388, but the disastrous Nazi rising of November 1923. He meant to succeed by intrigue and the threat of violence. One note by Schmont, April 1938. German Foreign Policy, Series D2. Number 182. 158. Not by violence itself. On March 28 he received the Sudeten representatives and appointed Henlein, their leader, his viceroy. They were to negotiate with the Czechoslovak government, and, in Henlein's words, "We must always demand so much that we can never be satisfied." The movement was to remain legal and orderly. The Czechs must be given no excuse to crush it by force. Perhaps the Czechs would put themselves in the wrong, perhaps the French would be preoccupied or would lose their nerve. In the spring of 1938 Hitler did not see his way clearly. He screwed up the tension in the hope that something would give somewhere. Hitler's antagonist, President Beneš of Czechoslovakia, had a similar aim. He, too, wished to screw up the tension, though in hope of exactly the opposite result. Faced with a crisis, the French, and the British also, would, he hoped, come to their senses. They would stand by Czechoslovakia. Hitler would draw back, and this humiliation would not only arrest his march to the domination of Europe, it might even bring down the Nazi regime in Germany itself. Beneš had behind him 20 years of diplomatic experience and diplomatic success. He was the Metternich of democracy, with the same self-confidence, the same ingenuity of method and argument, with the same exaggerated reliance also on treaties and international rights. He handled the Sudeten problem much as Metternich handled the Italian problem a century earlier. Insoluble at home, it could only be settled on the international field. Beneš was as ready to negotiate with the Sudetens as they were to negotiate with him, and with equally little hope of a successful outcome. Perhaps even with less, for concessions to the Germans in Czechoslovakia would bring demands from the other national minorities, to the ruin of the existing state. Beneš and the Sudetens alike negotiated solely with their ear cocked on British and French opinion. The Sudeten leaders tried to give the impression that they were merely asking for equal treatment within Czechoslovakia. Beneš tried to force them into an open demand for her dissolution. Then, he believed, the Western powers would assert themselves. He judged these powers from his years in France during the First World War, and from his later experiences when they dominated the League of Nations at Geneva. Like most people, including one report by Henlein, March 28, 1938. German Foreign Policy, Series D2. Number 107. 154. Hitler, he failed to recognize their present weakness, both moral and material, that of France in particular. Beneš had limitations of his own. Czechoslovakia's alliances looked formidable on paper. There was the alliance for mutual defense with France made in 1925, the alliance with Soviet Russia of 1985, which however only operated if France acted first, and the little entente with Romania and Yugoslavia, directed against Hungary. Beneš did not make the most of this position. He deliberately neglected the alliance with Soviet Russia. To his mind, it was a supplement to the French alliance, not a substitute for it. Others might speculate, usually with some skepticism, whether Soviet Russia would aid Czechoslovakia even if France remained neutral. Beneš did not raise the question. He was a Westerner, the heir of Masaryk, who had won Czechoslovakia's independence with Western, not with Russian, assistance. He told Newton, the British minister, Czechoslovakia's relations with Russia had always been and would remain a secondary consideration. His country would always follow and be bound to Western Europe. The Spanish Civil War gave additional warning against defending democracy with Russian backing. But Beneš did not need this warning, his mind was made up long before. Even if he were tempted, there were strong restraining forces within Czechoslovakia. The Czech agrarians, the largest party in the government coalition, dreaded any association with communism. They, too, were inclined to say, better Hitler than Stalin. Moreover, Beneš was a man of peace. The Czechoslovak army was a formidable force, its well-equipped 84 divisions probably a match in themselves for the half-trained German army of 1988. Beneš never intended to use it, except in the unlikely event of a general war. The Czechs were a small people. It had taken them nearly 300 years to recover from the disaster of the White Mountain in 1620. Beneš was determined that they should not suffer another such catastrophe. He was ready to play against Hitler for high stakes, he would not risk the highest stake of all. In the last resort, he would bow his head to the storm and hope that the Czechs would survive it, as indeed they did. Hitler and Beneš both wished to increase the tension and to bring on a crisis. The British and the French, making the same calculation, had exactly the opposite aim. They wished to avert a crisis so as to avoid the terrible choice between war and humiliation. The British were the more urgent of the two. The French seemed the more exposed, they had the precise obligation of alliance with Czechoslovakia, whereas the British were uncommitted except as members of the moribund League of Nations. But the French could transfer their dilemma to the British. They could talk of resisting Hitler, and when the British refused to back them, it was the British who would take the blame. This had a curious result. Hitler, Beneš, and even the French, could wait for the crisis to mature, confident that this would force a decision from the British. For this very reason, the British had to act. They were most remote from the Czechoslovak question, yet the most insistent on raising it. Their motives were of the highest. They wished to prevent a European war, they wished also to achieve a settlement more in accordance with the great principle of self-determination than that made in 1919. The outcome was the precise opposite of their intention. They imagined that there was a solution of the Sudeten German problem and that negotiations would produce it. In fact, the problem was insoluble in terms of compromise, and every step in negotiations only made this clearer. By seeking to avert a crisis, the British brought it on. The Czechoslovak problem was not of British making, the Czech crisis of 1938 was. The British were alert to the problem from the very moment of the Anschluss, long before Hitler had formulated his intentions. On March 12, when the French ambassador called to discuss the Austrian question, Halifax replied by asking, what would be the French conception of rendering assistance to Czechoslovakia? The ambassador had no short answer. 10 days later the British provided their own answer, or lack of it. In a memorandum for the French government, they stressed their commitments under Locarno. Those commitments are, in their view, no mean contribution to the maintenance of peace in Europe, and, though they have no intention of withdrawing from them, they cannot see their way to add to them. There was little hope that military operations by France and the Soviet Union could prevent the occupation of Czechoslovakia by 1 Halifax to Phipps, March 12, 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series, I. Number 62. 156. Germany, the British, even if they entered the war, could offer no more than the economic pressure of blockade. Hence the Czechoslovak government should be pushed into finding such a solution of German minority questions as would be compatible with ensuring the integrity of the Czechoslovak state. Privately, Halifax added other arguments. Quite frankly, the moment is unfavorable, and our plans, both for offense and defense, are not sufficiently advanced. He said also to the French ambassador, the French were disposed, perhaps, to rate more highly than ourselves the value of strong declarations registered. The British had already rejected one such declaration. On March 17 the Soviet government proposed a discussion, in the League of Nations or outside of it, of practical measures for the collective saving of peace. Halifax did not think that this idea had any great value, and the Russians were told that a conference, designed less to secure the settlement of outstanding problems than to organize concerted action against aggression, would not necessarily have a favorable effect upon the prospects of European peace. The French naturally disliked being prompted to make up their minds one way or the other. On March 15 the French Committee of National Defense discussed the question of aid to Czechoslovakia. Gamelin answered, the French could tie down some German troops, they could not break through the Siegfried Line, hence the only effective way of attacking Germany was through Belgium, and, to secure permission for this, British diplomatic support was necessary. Registered it was his usual equivocation. The politicians asked a military question, and Gamelin, in reply, talked diplomacy. Paul Boncourt, the foreign minister, tried to take this strong line so far as diplomacy was concerned. He told Phipps, the British ambassador, on March 24 that a definite warning to Germany by the two countries would be the best means of avoiding war. Time was not on our side, for Germany was getting stronger and stronger, until she would. 1 Halifax to Phipps, March 22, 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series I. Number 106. 2 Ditto, March 23. Ibid. Number 107. 3 Ditto, number 109. Halifax to Maysky, March 24, 1938. Ibid. Number 116. 5 Gamelin, Server. 2 824. 157. Finally attain complete hegemony in Europe. The British did not reply to these remarks which they had often heard before. Nor did they need to. Paul Boncourt's days were numbered. On April 10 the government of Leon Blum, which had been in office less than a month, was itself overthrown. Daladier, the next prime minister, first thought of keeping Paul Boncourt, then took alarm at his talk of standing firm now, rather than fighting later in still more disastrous circumstances. Daladier telephoned to Paul Boncourt, the policy you recommend is fine and worthy of France. But I do not believe that we are in a position to follow it. I am going to take Georges Bonnet. Daladier survived as Prime Minister until April 1940, Bonnet as Foreign Minister until September 1989. These two men were to lead France into the Second World War. It was an uneasy partnership. Daladier was a radical of the old tradition, anxious to preserve the honor of France and convinced that a firm policy could alone stop Hitler. But he was at a loss how to do it. He had served in the trenches during the First World War, and shrank with horror from a new Holocaust. On every occasion he spoke decisively against appeasement, and then acquiesced in it. Bonnet, on the other hand, was appeasement personified, ready to pay almost any price in order to keep Hitler quiet. He believed that the pillars of French power had collapsed, and his main aim was to put the blame for the consequences on others: the British, the Czechs, the Poles, the Russians. He did not mind on whom, so long as his record, and France's, looked clean on paper. Never for one moment did either Daladier or Bonnet contemplate taking the lead in the hope that the British and others would follow. Rather they looked plaintively to London for some twist which would enable them to escape from their impossible situation. In London, too, the partnership of Chamberlain and Halifax was by no means easy. Chamberlain had the strongest character of the four men who determined British and French policy. Timidity, or doubt of British strength, did not affect his calculations, though he had a natural dislike of war. He believed that Hitler could be won for peace. He believed also that Hitler had a good case so far as Czechoslovakia was concerned. Hence, 158. He was determined to act on these two beliefs, whatever the opposition at home or abroad. He is often accused of ignorance in foreign affairs. But his opinions were shared by those supposedly most competent to judge. Neville Henderson, the ambassador at Berlin, was equally confident that Hitler could be won for peace, and he had been chosen for the post by Vansittart as the best available British diplomatist. 1 Both Henderson at Berlin and Newton at Prague insisted that the Sudeten claims were well-founded morally and that the Czechoslovak government were making no genuine attempt to meet them. Phipps at Paris stressed, and perhaps exaggerated, French weakness. Some members of the Foreign Office disliked Chamberlain's policy. But they were in much the same position as Daladier. Though they disliked the policy, none of them could suggest an alternative. They regretted that Great Britain and France had not acted against the German reoccupation of the Rhineland. They thought that Hitler ought to be hit on the head. But they had no idea how this operation could be performed. None of them placed any hope in the United States. None of them advocated alliance with Soviet Russia, Chielston the ambassador at Moscow least of all. He wrote, for instance, on April 19, the Red Army, though no doubt equal to a defensive war within the frontiers of the Soviet Union, is not capable of carrying the war into the enemy's territory. I personally consider it highly unlikely that the Soviet government would declare war merely in order to fulfill their treaty obligations or even to forestall a blow to Soviet prestige or an indirect threat to Soviet security. The Soviet Union must be counted out of European politics. These views were fully accepted by the Foreign Office. Chamberlain had to devise policy where before there was none. It is difficult to say whether Halifax agreed with this policy, still more difficult to discover one of his own. He was fertile in negations. He was contemptuous of French statesmen, particularly of Bonnet. He seems to have been skeptical about Soviet Russia and the United States. He had no sympathy with the one. Vansittart often told this himself with wry amusement. There is no foundation for the belief that Chamberlain chose Henderson as an instrument for appeasement. Chielston to Halifax, April 19, 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. Number 148. 159. Checks, and much impatience with Beness. Had he any greater faith in appeasement? Probably his visit to Berchtesgaden had given him a permanent distaste for Hitler, but Halifax passed much of his life among people whom he disliked. A viceroy who could welcome Gandhi to his palace was not likely to be affected by personal feelings. The object of his policy, so far as he had one, was to buy time, though without any clear idea what use to make of it. His immediate object, like Bonnet's, was to keep his record clean. Unlike Bonnet, he succeeded. Halifax was steadily loyal to Chamberlain. This loyalty took the form of allowing Chamberlain to shoulder all responsibility, which he was eager to do. Yet now and then Halifax gave a tug in the opposite direction, and this tug sometimes had an effect at the decisive moment. Such were the four men who, between them, settled the destinies of Western civilization. The four took up this task unwillingly. They would have liked to turn their backs on Central Europe if only they had known how to do it. Early in April, Beness began to devise concessions which might be offered to the Sudeten Germans. His object was to win British support. If his concessions seemed reasonable to the British, he asked, would they not commend them to Berlin? The British backed away. They would make no commitment to Czechoslovakia. They even argued that, if they said nothing at Berlin, perhaps Hitler might not notice Czechoslovakia after all. Bonnet, too, was being urged to make up his mind. Noël, French ambassador at Warsaw and previously at Prague, visited Czechoslovakia and came to Paris with his recommendations. He pointed out that neither the French alliance with Poland nor that with Czechoslovakia had been complemented by a military convention. They belonged to the paper guarantees of the League of Nations, and now could not be translated into reality. He said to Bonnet, "We are going towards war or capitulation." In his view, Beneš should be told that he had until the beginning of July to satisfy the Sudetens. After that time, he must not count on French help. The decision was beyond Bonnet, he could not be resolute even for surrender. Instead, he proposed to transfer the decision to the British. They should be asked to stand firmly and publicly behind Czechoslovakia. And if they refused? Bonnet had no answer. 1 Noël, L'Agression Allemande, 198-202. 160. On April 28, Daladier and Bonnet came to London for a two-day conference with the British ministers. The patterns of policy were clearly revealed. The British stressed their commitment to France under the guarantee of March 1986, but more as the extreme limit of what they could do than as a serious promise. They would not even equip two divisions specifically for a war on the continent. They would not agree to naval talks for fear of offending Italy. Chamberlain said that public opinion in Great Britain would not allow the government to run the risk of war, even if the chances against war were 100 to 1. He and Halifax recapitulated the arguments against war, and such arguments are always easy to find. England and France could not save Czechoslovakia, even if they could defend themselves, and this, too, was doubtful. Russia was useless, Poland uncertain. Chamberlain said, "If Germany did decide to destroy Czechoslovakia, I do not see how this can be prevented." Then Hess struck a more hopeful note. Men usually believe what they want to believe, and Chamberlain was ready to believe that Hitler would be satisfied if the claims of the Sudeten Germans were met. Therefore, if the British and French pressed Beneš to yield, all would be well. Daladier liked none of this argument. War could only be avoided if Great Britain and France made their determination quite clear to maintain the peace of Europe by respecting the liberties and the rights of independent peoples. If we were once again to capitulate when faced by another threat, we should then have prepared the way for the very war we wished to avoid. Daladier, too, believed what he wanted to believe. German policy was one of bluff. We were at present still able to place obstacles in her path. The French were also ready to press concessions on Beneš, but the British should agree to stand by Czechoslovakia if these failed to satisfy Hitler. The British refused. Deadlock followed. Lunch together was pretty gloomy. Afterwards the French gave way. Daladier was not prepared to act on his belief, he would not give a lead to Great Britain and to Europe. Chamberlain was prepared to act on his. Concessions from Czechoslovakia would avert a war, and no doubt he did not mind how great these concessions would be. No is always stronger than yes. Refusal to act will carry the day against half-hearted action. A compromise was devised which virtually accepted the British outlook. Both Great Britain and 161. France would urge concessions on the Czechs. The British would urge Hitler to be patient. If the concessions failed, then the British would warn the German government of the dangers of which they were aware, namely, that France would be compelled to intervene, and that His Majesty's government could not guarantee that they would not do the same. Thus, at the end of April 1938, the problem of the Germans within Czechoslovakia ceased to be a dispute between the Sudeten Germans and the Czechoslovak government. It even ceased to be, or rather never became, a dispute between Czechoslovakia and Germany. The British and French governments came forward as principals, and their object, however disguised, was to exact concessions from the Czechs, not to restrain Germany. Pressure came mainly from the British. The French, still theoretically allied to Czechoslovakia, dragged helplessly behind. This development upset the plans which Beneš had made. Throughout April he had been making proposals to the Sudeten leaders, hoping to force them into intransigent refusal. He succeeded. On April 24, Henlein, in a speech at Carlsbad, demanded the transformation of Czechoslovakia into a state of nationalities, with full freedom for National Socialist propaganda, and what was more, such a change of Czechoslovakia's foreign policy as would make her a German satellite. It was clear to Beneš and, for that matter, to Newton also that Czechoslovakia would cease to exist as an independent country if the Sudeten demands were met. Yet the demonstration apparently had no effect on the British and French governments. They continued to demand that Beneš should commit suicide in order to secure their own peace of mind. Not only did the British and French urge concessions on the Czechs, the British also urged Hitler to make demands. This took him by surprise. Events were moving faster, and more favorably, than he had hoped, though not quite according to his expectations. The Mediterranean War between France and Italy showed no sign of coming off. The Anglo-Italian agreement which Chamberlain had insisted on over Eden's Head was 1 Anglo-French Conversations, 28 and April 29, 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. I. Number 164. 4 Newton to Halifax, May 16, 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. I. Number 221. 162. Actually signed on April 16, it improved relations between the two countries and, by implication, between France and Italy as well. Hitler took it so seriously that he visited Rome early in May, as a demonstration that the Axis was still alive. While there, the news reached him that he hardly needed his Italian partner. The British were anxious to be enlisted on his side. The British assurances were emphatic. Henderson said, France was acting for the Czechs and Germany for the Sudeten Germans. Britain was supporting Germany in this case. Kirkpatrick, Henderson's second in command, told a German official at lunch, if the German government would advise the British government confidentially what solution of the Sudeten German question they were striving after, the British government would bring such pressure to bear in Prague that the Czechoslovak government would be compelled to accede to the German wishes. Halifax rebuked his representatives for going too fast. But he was no laggard. He told the German ambassador with obvious emotion, the best thing would be if the three kindred nations, Germany, Britain, and the United States, could unite in joint work for peace. Hitler was not to be rushed. The more the question was delayed and tension mounted, the more the Western powers would do his work for him. Czechoslovakia might even be broken without effort from the German side. Henlein was therefore sent to London, where he paraded his conciliatory demeanor. He claimed to be acting without guidance from Berlin, and almost persuaded such critical observers as Churchill and Vansittart of his sincerity. There is even more striking, because secret, proof of Hitler's restraint. On May 20 the General Staff submitted, on his instructions, a draft plan for operations against Czechoslovakia. It began with the limiting words, "It is not my intention to smash Czechoslovakia by military action in the immediate future without provocation," and there followed the now antiquated speculations about war between Italy and the Western powers. There was another power concerned in the Czechoslovak. 1 Woermann to Ribbentrop, May 7, 1938. German Foreign Policy, Series D2. Number 149. Memorandum by Bismarck, May 10, 1938. Ibid. Number 151. 3 Cord to Ribbentrop, April 29, 1988. Ibid. Number 139. Draft by Keitel, May 20, 1988. Ibid. No. 175. 168. Question, though everyone, including the Czechs, tried to pretend that this was not the case. This power was Soviet Russia, allied in a limited way to Czechoslovakia, and bound to be deeply affected if the European balance of power were changed. The British and French governments acknowledged Soviet Russia only to emphasize her military weakness, and this view, though it rested no doubt on their information, represented also their desire. They wanted Soviet Russia to be excluded from Europe, and therefore readily assumed that she was so by circumstances. Did their wishes go further? Did they plan to settle Europe not only without Soviet Russia, but also against her? Was it their intention that Nazi Germany should destroy the Bolshevik menace? This was the Soviet suspicion, both at the time and later. There is little evidence of it in the official record, or even outside it. British and French statesmen were far too distracted by the German problem to consider what would happen when Germany had become the dominant power in Eastern Europe. Of course they preferred that Germany should march east, not west, if she marched at all. But their object was to prevent war, not to prepare one, and they sincerely believed, or at any rate Chamberlain believed, that Hitler would be content and pacific if his claims were met. Soviet policy was a mystery to Western statesmen, is still so to us. The Soviet position was impregnable on paper. By the terms of their alliance with Czechoslovakia, they could firmly assert their readiness to act, if France did so first, and, since France never acted, their bluff, if it were bluff, was never called. Obviously it was in their interest to stiffen Czechoslovakia's resistance, whether they meant to support her or no. What they would have done if called upon is a hypothetical question which can never be answered. We must be content to record Soviet actions so far as these can be ascertained. In the spring of 1988 the Soviet government began to cut down their aid to the Spanish Republic, and soon stopped it altogether. Ingenious commentators have suggested that this was a preliminary to getting on better terms with Hitler, but he wished the Spanish Civil War to continue, and hence was unaffected by Soviet aid to the Republic. Rather, he preferred that it should continue. A simpler explanation can be found in events in the Far East, where Japan was now engaged in a full-scale invasion of China, the Soviet government. 164. May have needed all their arms for their own defense. If they had any thought of Europe, it was that ending Soviet intervention in Spain would make it easier to establish good relations with Great Britain and France. This hope was to be disappointed. Soviet backing of Czechoslovakia was unequivocal on paper. On April 23 Stalin discussed the question with his principal colleagues. The Czechs were told, if requested, the USSR is prepared in agreement with France and Czechoslovakia to take all necessary measures relating to the security of Czechoslovakia. She disposes of all necessary means for doing so. Voroshilov is very optimistic. 1 On May 12 Litvinov, the foreign commissar, raised the Czech question with Bonnet during the meeting of the League of Nations at Geneva. Bonnet asked how Soviet Russia could aid Czechoslovakia in view of the Polish and Romanian refusal to allow the passage of Soviet troops. Litvinov replied that France should obtain permission for this, since they were her allies. Again, this may have been a deliberate evasion. But it is more probable that Litvinov failed to appreciate the decline of French prestige and assumed that France could dictate to her allies as Soviet Russia would have dictated to hers, if she had had any. Bonnet, however, merely sighed. That, according to Litvinov, terminated our talk. It was indeed no part of Bonnet's policy to make Soviet intervention possible. There is other proof of this. In the middle of May, Kulundra, French ambassador at Moscow, came to Paris. He was one of the few resolute men in the French diplomatic service. Kulundra urged that military conversations should begin at once between the Soviet, Czech, and French general staffs. Bonnet agreed in his usual weak way. But when Kulundra was back in Moscow, nothing happened, and no information concerning the talks ever reached him from Paris. In July he learned from his Czech colleague that the talks were not to take place, for fear of offending British conservative opinion. No inquiry had been made in London. Bonnet had turned down the talks on his own initiative. Thus, the Soviet government retained their moral integrity, and the Western powers retained their material weakness. 1 Fearlinger to Crofta, April 23, 1988. New documents on the history of Munich, No. 7. 2 Litvinov to Alexandrovsky, May 25, 1938. New documents. No. 14. Krists over Czechoslovakia 165. Yet there were those who believed that Hitler would retreat before a show of strength, and this show was duly made. On May 20 Czechoslovak reservists were recalled, the frontier posts were manned, and the Czechoslovak government let it be known that Hitler had been on the point of launching a surprise attack, as he had allegedly done against Austria. The Germans denied this, with every display of offended honor, and an examination of their secret records, captured at the end of the war, confirms that their denial was correct. No German troops had been moved, no preparations for action had been made. What is the explanation of this mysterious episode? None has been found. It is possible that the Czechs were really misled by a false alarm. It is even possible that some Sudeten extremists were planning action in the Austrian manner despite their strict instructions to the contrary. Or maybe the Germans fed the Czechs with false rumors in order to provoke them into action. None of these explanations seems likely. It is more plausible that the Czech demonstration was undertaken to discredit appeasement and to show that Hitler would retreat before a show of force. Who thought of this? The Czechs themselves? Certainly not the Russians, who were as surprised as everybody else. Some slight evidence suggests that the move was inspired by the tough members of the British Foreign Office, who disliked the existing course and who then refused to believe Henderson's denials, though they were correct. At any rate, Hitler had been hit on the head. To outward appearance the policy worked. The Germans protested their peaceful intentions, the morale of the Czechs was raised. The real effect was the other way round. Both the British and French governments were driven near to panic by the prospect of war. Halifax told the French ambassador that Great Britain would support France only in case of unprovoked aggression *, and Bonnet told not only Phipps, but the German ambassador, that if Czechoslovakia were really unreasonable, the French government might well declare that France considered herself released from her bond. Strang, of the Foreign Office, was sent to Prague and Berlin to canvass the opinions of the British representatives on the spot. He returned with precise recommendations. Czechoslovakia must renounce her existing alliances and become a German satellite state. The Sudeten areas must become autonomous or maybe even incorporated in Germany. Since the Czechs were being obstinate, this policy must be forced on them by the British government. It would be the first serious attempt made since the war to tackle one of the causes of European unrest, and to promote peaceful change in one of the danger spots of Europe. Point 2. The Czech move pushed the British along the path of action, but not at all in the direction which the Czechs had intended. The events of May 21 had also a dramatic effect on Hitler. He was enraged at his apparent humiliation. Seizing the draft directive of May 20 which Keitel had prepared for him, he struck out the first sentence which repudiated military action against Czechoslovakia and wrote instead, "It is my unalterable intention to smash Czechoslovakia by military action in the near future." Here seems the decisive proof that Hitler was resolved to attack Czechoslovakia, whatever the circumstances. The proof is less decisive than it seems. Even the document from which the damning sentence is taken, goes on to assert, in Hitler's usual way, that France would hesitate to intervene as a result of Italy's unequivocal attitude on our side. The sentence was in fact a momentary display of temper. Hitler soon reverted to his old line. A general strategical directive of June 18 stated, "I shall only decide to take action against Czechoslovakia if, as in the case of the occupation of the demilitarized zone and the entry into Austria, I am firmly convinced that France will not march and therefore Britain will not intervene either." Point 4. Of course Hitler knew that his generals feared war with France, and May 1 Phipps to Halifax, May 23, 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. Number 286. Welcheck to Ribbentrop, May 26, 1938, German Foreign Policy, Series D2. Number 210. 2 notes by Strang, 26-7 May 28 to May 9, 1988. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. Number 349 and 350. Asterisk Directive by Hitler, May 30, 1938. German Foreign Policy, Series D2, Number 221. General Strategic Directive, June 18, 1988. Ibid. Number 282. 167. Have planned to involve them in this war against their will. He played a game of bluff with everyone, with the Western powers, with the generals, even with himself. There are solid grounds for believing that it was bluff. Few preparations were made for even a defensive war against France. A small section of the German Air Force was stationed in western Germany to prevent France from obtaining complete freedom of action in the air. 1. Only 2 army divisions were placed on the Siegfried Line, 2 more were added in September as against a potential French strength of more than 80 divisions. Moreover, though Hitler fixed October 1 as his deadline with the General Staff, he did not make this public. He kept open his line of retreat, until it appeared that retreat was unnecessary. The British government were convinced that Hitler had a deadline, though they did not know what it was. They talked themselves into believing that he would not wait much longer and that his patience was exhausted, though patience had been the outstanding feature of his career until this moment. They decided, on no grounds except intuition, that Hitler had fixed his deadline for September 12, the last day of the Nazi Party meeting at Nuremberg, and henceforward they were mesmerized by this date. The British had wanted to get ahead of Hitler, in settling for September 12, instead of October 1, they accidentally succeeded. Before that date, Beneš in the British view must be driven to make the decisive concessions which would alone deter Hitler from war. Czechoslovakia must renounce her existing alliances with France and Soviet Russia, and the Sudeten Germans must receive whatever it was that they were demanding. But how was this to be done? Beneš was obstinate, pig-headed, in Henderson's phrase. The British shrank from the task of coercing him, they would have preferred to put the responsibility on others. This was not easy. Obviously, the Russians would not repudiate their alliance, on the contrary, they continually stressed it to everyone's embarrassment. Perhaps the French would prove more amenable. Here too the British were disappointed. First the French delayed, then they urged concessions on Beneš, but principally with the argument that these would make British backing more likely. Halifax complained, "This memorandum does not." One excerpt from a strategic study of 1938, June 2, 1938. German Foreign Policy, Series D2. Number 235. 168. Contain any specific warning that France would have to reconsider her treaty position if the Czechoslovak government were unreasonable on the Sudeten question. 1. There was no escape. The French would not operate their alliance with Czechoslovakia, on the other hand they would not give it up. Weakness is infectious. The French were dragging the British down with them. Great Britain was the power most remote from the Czech affair, yet she had to take the lead. The British could not directly attack Czechoslovakia's alliances, therefore they must undertake to solve the Sudeten question. How did not matter so long as war was averted. The French jumped at this idea, responsibility was safely removed from their shoulders. The Czechs were more reluctant. Beneš aimed to present the question as a conflict between Czechoslovakia and Germany, the British proposal set it back as one between the Sudeten Germans and the Czechoslovak government. Once more the will-o'-the-wisp of British support was brought out. Halifax wrote, "If the Czechoslovak government were to bring them_selves to request our help in this matter, this would undoubtedly produce a favorable effect on public opinion here." 2. Once more Beneš gave way. British backing was proving more difficult to win than he had hoped, but he still supposed that, with reasonableness and conciliation, it would be forthcoming in the end. On July 26 Chamberlain was able to announce in the House of Commons that Lord Runciman was going to Prague as mediator in response to a request from the government of Czechoslovakia. The request had been harder to extract than a tooth. Runciman was a former president of the Board of Trade, ostensibly chosen for his supposed skill in settling industrial disputes, but perhaps more from his ignorance of the issues at stake. Once an Asquithian liberal fervent for free trade, and later a national liberal who welcomed protection, he could be counted on to produce a soft solution. He went to Prague as an individual, not as a representative of his government. In his own words to Halifax, "You are setting me adrift in a small boat in mid-Atlantic." The phrase revealed Runciman's origin as a ship owner. He was in fact going to a landlocked state in mid-Europe. 1 Halifax to Bonnet, July 7, 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series number 472. Asterisk Halifax to Newton, July 18, 1988. Ibid. Number 508. 169. The Runciman mission has a melancholy interest for the historian. It was the last of the attempts, which had been going on for nearly a century, to devise a solution for the relations of Germans and Czechs in Bohemia, to discover, that is, some arrangement by which the two peoples could live more or less contentedly together in the same state. No such solution had been found, though many men superior in political ability and understanding than Runciman had sought it. None was found now. When Runciman went out, the British government and he along with them still supposed that there was a solution waiting to be discovered. The Czechoslovak government, by appearing to ask for Runciman, were committed to accepting his advice. He had therefore merely to find out what would satisfy the Sudeten Germans, and the Czechs would have to agree to it. This plan did not work. The Sudeten leaders, true to their instructions from Hitler, always kept a demand ahead, and tantalized Runciman as they had tantalized Beneš. Worse was to follow. Beneš was an incomparable negotiator, whatever his other defects, and the talent which had been a match for Lloyd George in 1919 soon took Runciman's measure in 1938. Runciman had been sent out to extract concessions from Beneš, or alternatively to expose Czech obstinacy. If he succeeded in the first, the crisis would be averted. If in the second, Beneš would be discredited, Czechoslovakia could be disavowed, and the honor of the Western powers would be saved. Instead, Runciman found that he was being maneuvered into a position where he had to endorse the Czech offers as reasonable, and to condemn the obstinacy of the Sudetens, not of Beneš. An appalling consequence loomed ever nearer. If Beneš did all that Runciman asked of him and more, Great Britain would be saddled with the moral obligation to support Czechoslovakia in the ensuing crisis. To avert this consequence, Runciman, far from urging Beneš on, had to preach delay. Beneš did not allow him to escape. On September 4 Beneš summoned the Sudeten leaders, told them to dictate their own terms, and, when they hesitated in dismay, wrote them down himself. The Sudetens were formally promised everything which they had demanded. Of course Beneš only made the surrender when he knew that it would be rejected. But he had certainly won the diplomatic engagement. Runciman had to confess that there was no point in his proposing terms of 170 agreement, when the Czechs had already agreed to everything which he might suggest. Even the Sudeten leaders were at a loss how to reject Beneš's offer. President Beneš enjoyed a last triumph of diplomatic skill. This moral victory did not affect the clash of power. It was of decisive importance all the same. At the beginning of 1938, most English people sympathized with German grievances, however much they disliked Hitler's way of voicing them. The Sudeten Germans had a good case. They did not possess national equality, or anything like it. By September, thanks to Beneš, the bottom had been knocked out of this case. Few people continued to believe that the Sudetens had genuine grievances. The Sudetens hardly believed it themselves. Hitler ceased to be an idealistic liberator of his fellow nationals. He appeared instead as an unscrupulous conqueror, bent on war and domination. Appeasement had been in origin a high-minded attempt at the impartial redress of grievances. As the controversy between Beneš and the Sudetens worked out, it came to be regarded as the craven, though perhaps inevitable, surrender to superior force. Englishmen had asked at first, are the German claims justified? They were now beginning to ask, are we strong enough to resist Hitler? Runciman, much against his intention, had helped to clear the way for World War. Having been outmaneuvered by Beneš, his only anxiety now was to scuttle his boat and go home. The Runciman mission drifted round Prague for a few more days, then returned to London without producing any scheme for solving the Sudeten question. Later, After Chamberlain's trip to Berchtesgaden, Runciman wrote a report at the dictation of the Foreign Office. This merely endorsed the plan for dismembering Czechoslovakia which had already been agreed between Chamberlain and Hitler. No one noticed it, no one supposed that it had any value. It was an echo from a past that was already dead. British policy had failed to avert the crisis. September 12 was approaching. The issue was no longer between the Czechoslovak government and the Sudeten Germans, it had become a problem for the great powers. Their policy was still undefined. Hitler remained the master of delay, refusing to show his hand and probably, as on previous occasions, not knowing himself how he would emerge victorious. Preparations were pushed forward for 171. Attacking Czechoslovakia on October 1. This was far from a decision for war. The German generals continued to insist that they could not face a general war. Hitler steadily replied that it would not be necessary. Some generals talked of overthrowing Hitler, and perhaps meant it. Later they were to claim that their plans had been thwarted by lack of encouragement from the Western powers and particularly by Chamberlain's flight to Berchtesgaden. Actually, the generals were thwarted by Hitler. They would act only if he actually led Germany over the brink, and he never did so. He committed himself to war only when the other side had already surrendered. Until then he kept his hands free. During August he was still trying to find a backdoor. The war between Italy and France, on which he had counted, was obviously failing to come off. Quite the contrary, Mussolini, so full of bluster when war was far away, now became increasingly reluctant even to support Germany over Czechoslovakia. He asked to be told at least the time when Hitler intended to go to war. Hitler merely replied, "The Führer is unable to state any definite time because he does not know it himself, so much for his supposed timetable." An alternative opening seemed to offer itself when the Hungarians asked to share in the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. This, too, proved disappointing. The Hungarians would follow Hitler, but, being still largely disarmed, they would not take the initiative. If Hitler wanted war, he must give the signal himself. A surprising result followed. The dreaded day of September 12 arrived. Hitler delivered an impassioned speech at Nuremberg. He recounted the Sudeten grievances, insisted that the Czechoslovak government must remedy them. And then? Nothing. No announcement of German mobilization, no threat of war. Hitler's patience was not exhausted. He still waited for the nerves of others to crack. He did not wait in vain. On September 18, the day after Hitler's speech, the Sudeten leaders broke off negotiations with Beneš, and gave the signal for revolt. The revolt was a failure. Within 24 hours order was restored. What was more, many Sudeten Germans who had hitherto remained silent or indifferent now insisted that they were not disloyal to Czechoslovakia nor wished to leave the existing state. Unlike Rump Austria, or the Habsburg monarchy before it, Czechoslovakia did not disintegrate from within. The collapse came in Paris, not in Prague. The French government evaded decision till the last moment. Bonnet was desperately anxious for a possible way out of this impasse without being obliged to fight. He was also, however, desperately anxious to put the blame on others. He tried again to shift it onto Soviet Russia. As before, Litvinov was too much for him, and returned a resolute answer. Appeal should be made to the League of Nations under Article 11 of the Covenant, so that Soviet troops could go through Romania. There should be staff talks between France, Czechoslovakia, and the Soviet Union, and in addition, a conference of France, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union to issue a ringing declaration against German aggression. In any case, Soviet Russia would fulfill all her obligations under the Soviet-Czechoslovak Pact. It only remained for France to make the first move. Maybe Soviet resolution was fraudulent. This could have been tested by agreeing to staff talks, as Litvinov proposed. By evading these, Bonnet showed his fear that Soviet resolution was only too genuine. Bonnet did better elsewhere. American isolationism was at its height. On September 9, President Roosevelt told his press conference that it was 100% incorrect to associate the United States with France and Great Britain in a front of resistance to Hitler. All that the Western powers received from across the Atlantic was reproach from American intellectuals at being slightly less craven than the United States. The decisive answer, however, must come from the British. Here two old patterns were repeated, the French stressing the danger of surrendering to Hitler, Halifax refusing to sympathize with an argument in favor of a certain war now, against the possibility of war, perhaps in more unfavorable conditions, later. A final exchange displayed the elusive adroitness of each side. Bonnet asked, what answer would His Majesty's government give to a question from the French government, in the event of a German? 1 Phipps to Halifax, 10 September 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 2. Number 843, footnote. To Litvinov to Alexandrovsky, 2 September, Potiomkin, Memoranda, 5 and 11 September 1988. New Documents, number 26, 27 and 80. Asterisk Halifax to Phipps, 9 September 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 2. Number 814. 178. Attack on Czechoslovakia, we are going to march, will you march with us? Halifax answered, the question itself, though plain in form, cannot be dissociated from the circumstances in which it might be posed, which are necessarily at this stage completely hypothetical. Bonnet seemed genuinely pleased at the negative nature of the reply. This was not surprising. He was collecting negatives partly to protect himself, more to discourage his colleagues. Daladier, too, repeated his old pattern, first full of fight, then irresolute, and finally capitulating. On September 8 he told Phipps, if German troops cross the Czechoslovak frontier, the French will march to a man. Then came September 18, the Sudeten Germans on the point of revolt, and Hitler supposedly ready to assist them. The French Council of Ministers was torn asunder, 6 for standing by Czechoslovakia, 4, including Bonnet, for surrender. Daladier gave no lead one way or the other. Bonnet went straight from the meeting to Phipps, and said, peace must be preserved at any price. Registered Phipps wanted confirmation of the French collapse, he asked to see Daladier. In the early evening, Daladier was still wavering. Faced by Phipps with a point-blank question, he replied with evident lack of enthusiasm, if Germans used force, French would be obliged also. Phipps concluded his message to London, I fear French have been bluffing. At 10 o'clock in the evening Phipps telephoned to London with a very urgent message from Daladier to Chamberlain. Things are moving very rapidly and in such a grave manner that they risk getting quite out of control almost at once. Entry of German troops into Czechoslovakia must at all costs be prevented. Daladier urged that Runciman should publish his plan at once. If this were not enough, there should be a three-power meeting: Germany for the Sudetens, France for the Czechs, and Great Britain for Lord Runciman. Registered Daladier had at last made up his mind, he had decided to surrender. Here was Chamberlain's opportunity, the French decision. 1 Halifax to Phipps, 12 September 1938, and footnotes, British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 2. Number 8438. Asterisk Phipps to Halifax, 8 September 1938. Ibid. Number 807. Asterisk Phipps to Halifax, 18 September 1938. Ibid. Number 855. Phipps to Halifax, 18 September 1938. Ibid. Number 857. 5 Phipps to Halifax, 13 September 1938. Ibid. Number 861. 174. Between resistance and surrender, which he had been pressing for since April, decision in favor of the latter course, which Chamberlain had urged all along. He did not attempt to arrange a three-power meeting. He knew from experience that Daladier, when challenged, could fall back into a sullen, hopeless determination. Instead, Chamberlain flew to Munich on September 15, alone except for Sir Horace Wilson, and saw Hitler at Berchtesgaden even without a British interpreter. Daladier did not look very pleased when told that he was being ignored, but again he acquiesced. So far as we can tell from the records, Chamberlain took with him no brief, surveying the Czechoslovak question. He did not inquire whether a truncated Czechoslovakia could remain independent nor what the strategical consequences would be for the Western powers. He did not consider how the national composition of Czechoslovakia could be ascertained. He went armed only with the prejudice of most Englishmen against Versailles, and the firm conviction that Hitler would become pacific if German national grievances were met. Hitler, too, made no preparations for the meeting. As usual, he waited for gains to fall into his lap. His main concern was to keep the crisis going until Czechoslovakia disintegrated, and he pressed the claims of the Sudeten Germans in the belief that they would not be met, hence leaving him with the moral advantage. He had a further moral superiority. His military plans could not mature until October 1, even if he meant to operate them, therefore he could offer to hold his hand without really conceding anything. The meeting at Berchtesgaden was more friendly and successful than either man expected. Chamberlain was taken aback at the ranting with which Hitler always opened negotiations, but he remained faithful to his policy of appeasement. He said, "In principle I had nothing to say against the separation of the Sudeten Germans from the rest of Czechoslovakia, provided that the practical difficulties could be overcome." This was an offer which Hitler could not refuse, though it did not fulfill his real aim of destroying Czechoslovakia's independence in international affairs. Hitler, on his side, promised to make no military move while negotiations were proceeding, a promise which much impressed Chamberlain, though it meant nothing. Here was one Phipps to Halifax, 14 September 1988. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series, 2. Number 883. 175. Appeasement triumphant, a great dispute in sight of settlement without resort to war. Yet it had worked out all wrong. Chamberlain had intended to offer a concession on grounds of impartial justice. For this reason the most clear-sighted advocates of this policy, such as Neville Henderson, always insisted that the Western powers would win if it came to a war. But our moral case must be copper-bottomed, and over Czechoslovakia it was not. 1 Now, thanks to the French collapse, morality had been pushed aside, fear had taken its place. Hitler was not offered justice, he was asked how much he would take not to go to war. The Czechs had made things worse by successfully maintaining order despite the Sudeten call to revolt. Instead of being saved from disintegration, they were being asked to surrender territory which they firmly held so that France could escape war. Chamberlain returned to London in order to win the consent of his colleagues and of the French. The British cabinet agreed, though not, it is said, without some dispute. Runciman scrapped the report which he had been preparing and obediently wrote another which merely incorporated Hitler's demands, a report which was itself repeatedly amended in the next few days as Hitler's demands increased. On September 18, Daladier and Bonnet came to London for a meeting with the British ministers. Chamberlain gave an account of his discussions with Hitler and insisted that the question was whether to accept the partition of Czechoslovakia or, as he called it, the principle of self-determination. Daladier tried to shift the ground. He feared that Germany's real aim was the disintegration of Czechoslovakia and the realization of pan-German aims through a march to the east. Halifax came in with the practical argument he had often used: nothing was further from their thoughts than that the French government should fail to honor their obligations to the Czechoslovak government. On the other hand, we all knew, and he certainly decuffed their technical advisers would agree with them in this: that whatever action were taken by ourselves, by the French government, or by the Soviet government, at any given moment, it would be impossible to give any effective protection to the Czechoslovak. 176. State. We might fight a war against German aggression, but at the peace conference which followed such a war he did not think that the statesmen concerned would redraft the present boundaries of Czechoslovakia. Chamberlain had an ingenious idea. The Czechs objected to surrendering territory after a plebiscite, for fear of the example to their Poles and Hungarians, then let it take place without a plebiscite. It could be represented as the choice of the Czechoslovak government themselves. That would dispose of any idea that we were ourselves carving up Czechoslovak territory. Daladier gave way. But he posed an essential condition: Great Britain must join in guaranteeing the Czechoslovakia that remained. This was not for the sake of the Czechs. The British and French had already agreed that they could do nothing to help Czechoslovakia either now or thereafter. The British were being asked to underwrite Hitler's statement that he was seeking justice, not the domination of Europe. Daladier said, if he were certain that Herr Hitler were speaking the truth when he repeated the usual Nazi propaganda to the effect that nothing more was wanted than the Sudeten Germans and that German aims stopped there, then he would not insist upon a British guarantee. But he was convinced in his heart that Germany was aiming at something far greater. A British guarantee for Czechoslovakia would therefore help France in the sense that it would help to stop the German march to the Cast. The British were trapped. Chamberlain's policy rested on the dogma that Hitler was acting in good faith. He could not repudiate this dogma without accepting Daladier's arguments in favor of resistance. Therefore the guarantee had to be given. The British ministers withdrew for 2 hours. On their return, Chamberlain said, if the Czechoslovak government accepted the proposals now being put to them and provided no military coup had taken place meanwhile, His Majesty's government were prepared to join in the suggested guarantee. In this casual way, the British government, which had steadily refused to extend their commitments east of the Rhine and had professed themselves unable to help Czechoslovakia when she was strong. Christ's over Czechoslovakia 177 now underwrote Czechoslovakia when she was weak and, what was more, implicitly underwrote the existing territorial order throughout Eastern Europe. The guarantee was given in the sure and certain hope that it would never be called upon, given simply to silence the last scrap of French reluctance. But Daladier had built better than he knew. He had committed Great Britain to opposing Hitler's advance in the East, and 6 months later the commitment came home to roost. At about 7:80 p.m. on the night of September 18, 1988, Daladier gave Great Britain the decisive, though delayed, push which landed her in the Second World War. Chamberlain asked a final question: what would be the position if Dr. Beneš said no? Daladier answered, the question would have to be discussed at the Council of Ministers. Events turned out differently. On September 19 the French ministers endorsed the Anglo-French proposals, but without reaching any decision as to what would happen if they were refused by the Czechs. Theoretically, the Franco-Czech Treaty was still in full existence. Moreover, on September 19, Beneš asked 2 questions of the Soviet Union: will the USSR render immediate effective assistance if France remains true and also renders assistance? Will the USSR assist Czechoslovakia, as a member of the League of Nations, in accordance with Article 16 and 1772? On September 20 the Soviet government replied to the first question, yes, instantly and effectively, to the second, yes, in every respect. Beneš also tried to find out from Gottwald, the Czech communist leader, whether the Soviet Union would act even if France did not. Gottwald refused to be drawn. It was not his business to answer for the USSR, but nobody had any grounds to doubt that USSR would meet its obligations. If it was a question of something over and above the obligations, then Beneš should formulate exactly what and put an inquiry to the government of the U.S.S.R. This Beneš would not do. He had told Runciman at their farewell meeting. Czechoslovakia had no special agreements with Russia even for 1. Anglo-French Conversations, 18 September 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 2. Number 928. Alexandrovsky to Litvinov, 19 September 1938. New Documents, number 36. Fierlinger to Krofta, 20 September 1938. Ibid. Number 39. For Alexandrovsky to Litvinov, 20 September 1938. Ibid. Number 37. 178. The event of war, and she had not done, and would not do, anything without France. 1 Beneš remained a Westerner despite his disappointments, and even if he had been inclined to rely on Soviet Russia alone, the majority of the Czech cabinet led by Haja the prime minister were strong enough to stop him. Beneš did not yet despair. He was in constant touch with the more resolute groups in Paris, including some of the ministers, and he still believed that France could be swung back behind Czechoslovakia if his own acts were astute enough. All along Beneš exaggerated the chance of changing French policy, and perhaps underrated that of changing British. At any rate, his eyes were on Paris at this decisive moment. On September 20 the Czechoslovak government rejected the Anglo-French proposals, and appealed instead to the arbitration treaty with Germany. Half an hour later Haja, so it seems, told the British and French representatives that, if the proposals were delivered as a sort of ultimatum, Beneš and the government would feel able to bow to force majeure. Haja, according to his own account, was merely trying to find out whether or no the French really intended to desert their ally. According to the French minister, Haja positively implored an ultimatum, as cover for the Czech government which wished to surrender. This is a point on which the truth will never be known. Perhaps Haja and his colleagues wished to surrender, undoubtedly Bonnet wanted them to do so. If Beneš was associated with Haja's maneuver, it was probably still in the hope of sparking off resistance among the Hards in Paris. At any rate, Bonnet jumped at the chance, whether urged by Haja or not. The ultimatum was duly drafted in Paris, authorized at midnight by Daladier and President Lebrun only, and delivered to Beneš at 2 a.m. on September 21. It was clear enough, if the Czechs refused the Anglo-French proposals, they would be responsible for the ensuing war, Anglo-French solidarity would be broken, and under such circumstances, France would not march, as her assistance would not be effective. 2 When, on the following morning, some French ministers complained that the Czechs had been abandoned without any decision by the Council of Ministers, Bonnet was able to reply that it had been done at Haja's request, and once more the dissidents acquiesced. It was a shameful transaction, yet it only put in plain words what had been inevitable from the moment in April when the French decided that they could not go to war without British support, and when the British decided, for their part, not to be involved in the defense of Czechoslovakia. No doubt it would have been kinder and more honorable to make this clear to Beneš at the start. But countries that have long been great powers shrink from admitting that they are great no longer. Both Great Britain and France Indiana 19388 were for peace at any price. Both feared war rather than defeat, hence the irrelevance of the calculations about German and Allied strength, the debates whether Germany could have been defeated. Hitler could get his way by threatening war, without needing to count on victory. The Czechs hesitated no longer. At midday on September 21 they accepted the Anglo-French proposals unconditionally. Yet Beneš was still not defeated. He surmised that Hitler, presented with success, would put up his terms, and he hoped that British and French opinion would then at last revolt. He guessed correctly. On September 22 Chamberlain again met Hitler at Godesberg. Hitler declared that the Anglo-French proposals were no longer enough. Sudeten Germans were being massacred, a statement which was not true, and their territory must be occupied by German troops at once. Why did Hitler take this line, when he was to receive by negotiation all that he had demanded? Did he want war for its own sake? Most historians have accepted this explanation. But Hitler was still the successful conspirator, not yet the greatest war leader of all time. There is a more plausible explanation. Others, inspired by the German example, were advancing claims to Czechoslovak territory. The Poles were demanding Tcin, the Hungarians were, at last, demanding Slovakia. There was a good chance that Czechoslovakia would break to pieces, as in fact she did in March 1989. Germany would come in as a peacemaker, to create a new order, not to destroy an old one. Hitler himself could have laughed in Chamberlain's face. 1 Hence, at Godesberg, Hitler was playing 180. For time. Chamberlain's pleas and threats, even his hint that the new frontiers of Czechoslovakia could again be altered by negotiation, were irrelevant. Hitler was no longer interested in Czechoslovakia. He anticipated that, when the Polish and Hungarian mines exploded, she would cease to exist. The Godesberg meeting therefore ended in failure. Chamberlain returned to London, faced with an apparent choice between war and abdication as a great power. He seems himself to have inclined towards the latter, if he could receive any crumb of acknowledgement. After all, nothing in his view could prevent the partition of Czechoslovakia. Why then go to war merely over the question of the exact time when this should take place? In London, however, Halifax had revolted perhaps, as has been suggested, stirred by his conscience in the watches of the night, more likely, prompted by his permanent officials at the Foreign Office. On September 23 he had already told the Czechs, against Chamberlain's expressed opinion, that there could no longer be any objection against their mobilizing, and they duly mobilized. Halifax also inquired of Litvinov, who was attending the meeting of the League at Geneva, what action Soviet government would take in event of Czechoslovakia being involved in war with Germany. This was the first British approach to Soviet Russia throughout the crisis. Litvinov gave his stock answer: if French came to the assistance of the Czechs, Russia would take action. The Russians, it seems, saw their way more clearly, once Poland threatened to go against Czechoslovakia. There was now a road open for them into Europe, and, in case of war, they could recover the land lost to Poland in 1921, even if this did not much help the Czechs. On September 28 the Soviet government warned Poland that they would at once denounce the Soviet-Polish non-aggression treaty, if the Poles invaded Czechoslovakia. On September 24 Gamelin also asked the Russians what they could do. They replied, 30 infantry divisions were on the western frontier, aviation and tank forces were in full readiness. As well, they urged the opening of immediate staff talks between the French, Czechs, and themselves. Gamelin agreed, allegedly with British approval. 1 No staff talks were, in fact, held. The French still hesitated. On September 24 Phipps wired from Paris, all that is best in France is against war, almost at any price, and he warned against even appearing to encourage small, but noisy, and corrupt war group. In a later telegram he explained by this that he meant the communists who are paid by Moscow. The Foreign Office did not like this answer, and told Phipps to make wider inquiries. He did so, and replied 2 days later, people are resigned but resolute. The petit bourgeois may feel disinclined to risk his life for Czechoslovakia, while most of the workmen are said to be in favor of France complying with her obligations. 2 The French Council of Ministers showed little of this resolute spirit. On September 24 the ministers failed to reach agreement on what France should do if Hitler invaded Czechoslovakia. Daladier and Bonnet were sent off to find an answer in London. On September 25 they met the British ministers. Daladier started, as usual, in fighting mood. Hitler should be asked to return to the Anglo-French proposals of September 18. If he refused, each of us would have to do his duty. Chamberlain answered, one could not go into so great a conflict with one's eyes and ears closed. It was essential to know the conditions before making any decision. He would, therefore, like further information and would ask Sir John Simon to put certain points to M. Daladier. The great advocate then cross-examined the Prime Minister of France as though he were a hostile witness or a criminal. Would the French invade Germany? Would they use their air force? How could they aid Czechoslovakia? Daladier wriggled and dodged, evoked Soviet power, and kept returning to the question of principle. There was one concession he would never make, and that was, the destruction of a country and Herr Hitler's domination of the world. It was the old deadlock, fear of war on the one side, reluctance to surrender on the other. It was finally decided to ask Gamelin to come over and to meet again on the following day. Gamelin's opinion was not helpful. The German Air Force was superior. We shall suffer, particularly the civil population, but, if morale holds, this will not prevent a happy outcome for our arms. Gamelin also thought that the Czechs, with 80 divisions against 40 German, could hold out, if they retreated to Moravia. Later he told the British military experts that Soviet Russia was about to invade Poland, a prospect which did not please our allies. The assembled ministers did not, however, consult Gamelin nor weigh his opinions. When they met, Chamberlain told them that he was sending Horace Wilson to Hitler with a personal message, appealing for peace. The French ministers accepted the solution and went home. Halifax was still restless. Winston Churchill called at the Foreign Office and urged him to stand firm. In the presence of the two men, an official, Rex Leeper, drafted a communiqué: if German attack is made upon Czechoslovakia, France will be bound to come to her assistance, and Great Britain and Russia will certainly stand by France. Though Halifax authorized the communiqué, he did not sign it. In this roundabout way, he secured his position both present and future. He retained Chamberlain's confidence, yet was later the only man of Munich who continued to stand high in favor with Churchill. At the time, the communiqué had little effect. In Paris, Bonnet denounced it as a forgery, and Chamberlain virtually disavowed it later in the evening by a statement of his own, again promising to fulfill all Hitler's demands. Wilson saw Hitler on September 26 without effect. Quite the contrary. That evening Hitler delivered a speech, in which he announced, for the first time, his determination to occupy the Sudeten German territory by October 1. Wilson was therefore instructed to deliver a special message, more in sorrow than in anger: if Germany attacked Czechoslovakia, France would feel that she must fulfill her treaty obligations. If that meant that the forces of France became actively engaged in hostilities against Germany, the British government would feel obliged to support her. Hitler professed to be outraged by this alleged threat. It was not meant seriously. The British government were urging the French not to take the offensive even if Czechoslovakia were invaded. 1 Gamelin, Server, 2. 852. Conversation between Hitler and Wilson, 27 September 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd SEIES. 2. Number 1129. 188. Since this would automatically start a world war without unhappily having any effect on saving Czechoslovakia. 1 Bonnet was in entire agreement, and Phipps reported, France will not fight with any heart in a hopeless offensive war against Germany, for which she is not prepared. Appeals continued to flow into Hitler, new appeals from Chamberlain, assurances from France that Germany could have at any rate 3/4 of the Sudeten territory by October 1, finally, on September 28, an appeal from Mussolini. To this last appeal, Hitler responded favorably: he would hold his hand for 24 hours, to allow of a four-power conference at Munich. Why did Hitler pause at the last moment? Was he shaken by renewed warnings from his generals? Did he surmise that the German people were against war? Was he taken aback by Mussolini's hesitation? All these are possible explanations, on the assumption that he had intended to go to war. But the implications are all the other way. Hitler's judgments before the crisis, his skill in keeping the door open for compromise or rather for peaceful victory, suggest that he never lost control of himself. He had waited for Czechoslovakia to disintegrate. But this did not happen. The Polish demand for Tesin, though ruthlessly pressed, was not enough. Only Hungarian action could shake Czechoslovakia, and the Hungarians, perhaps fearful of the Little Entente, perhaps reluctant to commit themselves fully to Hitler's side, failed to act. September 28 was the last moment when Hitler could call the war off. He could appear conciliatory and still collect his gains. On September 28 Chamberlain spoke in the House of Commons. He had already appealed to Mussolini as mediator, and he had good grounds for believing that this mediation would be successful. British opinion had been hardening: the Czechs, not the Sudeten Germans, were now regarded by many as the oppressed people. Chamberlain wished to silence this opposition, and he therefore stressed the danger of war, not the justice of Germany's claims. The maneuver worked. When, towards the end of his speech, he announced in a calculatedly dramatic way that the four powers were to meet at Munich, the House broke into hysterical relief, at any rate on the conservative side. Thank God for the 1 Halifax to Phipps, 27 September 1988. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 2. Number 1143. 2 Phipps to Halifax, 28 September 1988. Ibid. Number 1160. 184. Prime Minister. This was a triumph with bitter fruits. Appeasement had begun as an impartial consideration of rival claims and the remedying of past faults. Then it had been justified by the French fear of war. Now its motive seemed to be fear on the part of the British themselves. Chamberlain went to Munich not to seek justice for the Sudeten Germans nor even to save the French from war. He went, or so it appeared, to save the British themselves from air attack. Appeasement had lost its moral strength. Before leaving, Chamberlain telegraphed to Prague, "Please assure Dr. Beneš that I shall have the interests of Czechoslovakia fully in mind." 1 In fact, the Czechs were excluded from the meeting for fear that they might raise difficulties. The Russians were excluded also. Halifax tried to keep the future open by assuring Mayski, the Soviet ambassador, that this exclusion in no way signified any weakening of a desire on our part, any more, no doubt, than on that of the French government, to preserve our understandings and relations with the Soviet government. Mayski's attitude seemed to Halifax, as, indeed, it was likely to be, one of some suspicion. Chamberlain and Daladier did not meet beforehand to coordinate their policy. There was no need to coordinate surrender, or perhaps Chamberlain feared that Daladier would once more try ineffectually to coordinate resistance. Hitler met Mussolini, and alarmed him with plans for a lightning war against France, in which Italy was expected to take part. Just before the conference met, Mussolini received from Adolico, his ambassador at Berlin, terms drafted by the German Foreign Ministry allegedly without Hitler's knowledge. Whether this were so or not, it was a convenient arrangement for Hitler. Mussolini produced the terms with the air of an impartial mediator, and Hitler was able to display conciliation by agreeing to them. The appearance of a diktat was avoided. Right to the end, Hitler did not make demands, he graciously accepted what was offered by others. The terms agreed on were a compromise only in the sense that the Sudeten territory was to be occupied in stages, completed by October 10, instead of at one bound on 1 October, a plan that was in any case technically impossible. No one queried the areas to be surrendered. Chamberlain cavilled over the financial details. Mussolini raised the ethnic claims of the Hungarians, and was brushed aside by Hitler, who had no interest in the Hungarians once they had failed to destroy Czechoslovakia. The discussion rambled until shortly after midnight, with a long break for dinner. Then the original terms, put forward by Mussolini, were adopted practically unchanged. When the four statesmen sat down to sign, they found that there was no ink in the ornate inkwell. Czechoslovak representatives had been waiting in the anteroom, hoping to raise practical difficulties. They were denied a hearing. At 2 a.m. they were summoned to Chamberlain and Daladier, and shown the agreement. Daladier made it clear that this was a sentence without right of appeal and without possibility of modification. Czechoslovakia must accept by 5 p.m., or take the consequences. Chamberlain yawned, and made no comment. He was tired, but pleasantly tired. The following morning in Prague, Beneš turned despairingly to the Soviet ambassador. Czechoslovakia is confronted with the choice either of beginning war with Germany, having against her Britain and France, or capitulating to the aggressor. What would be the attitude of the USSR to these two possibilities, that is, of further struggle or capitulation? Before the Soviet government could debate the question, another telegram informed them that no answer was necessary, the Czechoslovak government has already decided to accept all the conditions. It is difficult to believe that the inquiry was made seriously. Beneš remained true to his resolve that Czechoslovakia must not fight alone nor with Soviet Russia as sole ally. Years later, in 1944, he claimed that the Polish threat at Terezin had given him the final push into surrender. If so, it was only a push in the direction where he had determined to go. Beneš still believed rightly, as things turned out, that Hitler would overreach himself, but the process took longer than he had hoped. Meanwhile, the Czechs were spared the horrors of war, not only in 1938 but throughout the Second World War. Afterwards, surveying Prague from the President's palace, Beneš could say, "Is it not beautiful? The only Central European city not destroyed. And all my doing." 1 Alexandrovsky to Litvinov, 30 September 1938. New documents. Number 57 and 58. 186. On 80 September, Chamberlain and Hitler had another meeting. Chamberlain said, "I am very pleased at the results of yesterday's proceedings." Then, after a rambling discussion on disarmament and the Spanish question, he concluded, "It would be helpful to both countries and to the world in general if they could issue some statement which showed the agreement between them on the desirability of better Anglo-German relations, leading to a greater European stability," and he produced a draft which he had brought with him. This statement presented the agreement signed last night and the Anglo-German naval agreement as symbols of the desire of our two peoples never to go to war with one another again. It continued, "We are resolved that the method of consultation shall be the method adopted to deal with any other questions that may concern our two countries, and we are determined to continue our efforts to remove possible sources of difference and thus to contribute to assure the peace of Europe." The draft was translated to Hitler. He welcomed it enthusiastically. The two men signed. The statesmen departed for their respective countries. Daladier gloomily expected to be met by a hostile crowd. He was taken aback by the cheers that awaited him. Chamberlain had no such misgivings. As he stepped from the aeroplane, he waved the statement which he had signed with Hitler, and cried, "I've got it." On the way to London, Halifax urged him not to exploit the mood of the moment by holding a general election and to make a real national government of Liberal and Labour, along with Churchill and Eden. Chamberlain is reported to have shared Halifax's doubts, and to have said of the cheers, "All this will be over in 3 months." But that evening he appeared at the window of 10 Downing Street and told the crowd, "This is the second time that there has come back from Germany to Downing Street peace with honor. I believe it is peace for our time." One conversation between Chamberlain and Hitler, 80 September 1988. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 2. Number 1228. Chapter 9. Peace for 6 months. The conference at Munich was meant to mark the beginning of an epoch in European affairs. Versailles, the system of 1919, was not only dead, but buried. A new system, based on equality and mutual confidence between the 4 great European powers, was to take its place. Chamberlain said, "I believe that it is peace for our time." Hitler declared, "I have no more territorial demands to make in Europe." There were still great questions to be settled in international affairs. The Spanish Civil War was not over. Germany had not recovered her colonies. More remotely, agreements would have to be reached over economic policy and over armaments, before stability was restored in Europe. None of these questions threatened to provoke a general war. The demonstration had been given that Germany could attain by peaceful negotiation the position in Europe to which her resources entitled her. The great hurdle had been successfully surmounted. The system, directed against Germany, had been dismantled by agreement, without a war. Yet, within 6 months, a new system was being constructed against Germany. Within a year, Great Britain, France, and Germany were at war. Was Munich a fraud from the start for Germany, merely a stage in the march towards world conquest, or, on the side of Great Britain and France, merely a device to buy time until their rearmament was more advanced? So it appeared in retrospect. When the policy of Munich failed, everyone announced that he had expected it to fail, and the participants not only accused the others of cheating, but boasted that they had been cheating themselves. In fact, no one was as clear-sighted as he later claimed to have been, and the four men of Munich were all in their different ways sincere, though each had reserves which he concealed from the others. The French yielded most, and with least hope for the future. They surrendered the position of paramount European power. 187. 188. Which they had appeared to enjoy since 1919. But what they surrendered was artificial. They yielded to reality rather than to force. They had supposed all along that the advantages won in 1919 and subsequently the restrictions on Germany and the alliances with East European states were assets which they could supinely enjoy, not gains which they must fiercely defend. They did not lift a finger to assert the system of Versailles after the occupation of the Ruhr in 1928. They abandoned reparations, they acquiesced in the rearmament of Germany, they allowed the German reoccupation of the Rhineland, they did nothing to protect the independence of Austria. They kept up their alliances in Eastern Europe only from the belief that these would bring them aid if ever they were themselves attacked by Germany. They abandoned their ally, Czechoslovakia, the moment she threatened to bring them risk instead of security. Munich was the logical culmination of French policy, not its reversal. The French recognized that they had lost their predominance in Eastern Europe, and knew that it could not be restored. This is far from saying that they feared for themselves. On the contrary, they accepted the British thesis, preached ever since Locarno, that they were in less danger of war if they withdrew behind the Rhine. They had preferred safety to grandeur and ignoble policy perhaps, but not a dangerous one. Even in 1938, though they feared air bombardment, they did not fear defeat if war were thrust upon them. Gamelin was always emphatic that the democratic powers would win, and the politicians believed him. But what would be the point of war? This was the argument which had prevented French action since 1928, and which prevented it now. Germany, even if defeated, would still be there, great, powerful, determined on redress. War might stop the clock. It could not put it back, and afterwards events would move forward to the same end. The French were therefore willing to surrender everything except their own security, and they did not believe that they had surrendered this at Munich. They had a firm and, as it turned out a well-founded, faith that the Maginot Line was impregnable, so much so that they regarded the Siegfried Line, less correctly, as impregnable also. They assumed that a stalemate had been established in Western Europe. They could not impede the advance of German power in Eastern Europe, equally Germany could not invade France. The French were humiliated by Munich, not as they supposed endangered. The British position was more complicated. Morality did not enter French calculations, or entered only to be discarded. The French recognized that it was their duty to assist Czechoslovakia, they rejected this duty as either too dangerous or too difficult. Leon Blum expressed French feeling best when he welcomed the agreement of Munich with a mixture of shame and relief. With the British, on the other hand, morality counted for a great deal. The British statesmen used practical arguments, the danger from air attack, the backwardness of their rearmament, the impossibility, even if adequately armed, of helping Czechoslovakia. But these arguments were used to reinforce morality, not to silence it. British policy over Czechoslovakia originated in the belief that Germany had a moral right to the Sudeten German territory, on grounds of national principle, and it drew the further corollary that this victory for self-determination would provide a stabler, more permanent peace in Europe. The British government were not driven to acknowledge the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia solely from fear of war. They deliberately set out to impose the cession of territory on the Czechs before the threat of war raised its head. The settlement at Munich was a triumph for British policy, which had worked precisely to this end, not a triumph for Hitler, who had started with no such clear intention. Nor was it merely a triumph for selfish or cynical British statesmen, indifferent to the fate of far-off peoples or calculating that Hitler might be launched into war against Soviet Russia. It was a triumph for all that was best and most enlightened in British life, a triumph for those who had preached equal justice between peoples, a triumph for those who had courageously denounced the harshness and short-sightedness of Versailles. Brailsford, the leading socialist authority on foreign affairs, wrote in 1920 of the peace settlement, the worst offense was the subjection of over 3 million Germans to Czech rule. This was the offense redressed at Munich. Idealists could claim that British policy had been tardy and hesitant. In 1988 it atoned for these failings. With skill and persistence, Chamberlain brought first the French, and then the Czechs, to follow the moral line. There was a case against ceding Sudeten territory to Germany, the case that economic and geographic ties are more important. 190. Than those of nationality. This had been the case against breaking up the Habsburg monarchy. The Czechs who had taken the lead in breaking up the monarchy could not use this argument, nor could their advocates in Western Europe. The dispute had to be transferred from the field of morality to that of practical considerations to what is disapprovingly called realpolitik. The most outspoken opponents of Munich, such as Winston Churchill, asserted quite simply that Germany was becoming too powerful in Europe and that she must be stopped by the threat of a great coalition or, if necessary, by force of arms. Self-determination, the principle to which Czechoslovakia owed her existence, was dismissed as a sham. The only moral argument used was that the frontiers of existing states were sacred and that each state could behave as it liked within its own borders. This was the argument of legitimacy, the argument of Metternich and the Congress of Vienna. If accepted, it would have forbidden not only the breakup of the Habsburg monarchy, but even the winning of independence by the British colonies in America. It was a strange argument for the British left to use in 1938, and it sat uneasily upon them, hence the hesitations and ineffectiveness of their criticism. Duff Cooper, First Lord of the Admiralty, had no such doubts when he resigned in protest against the Munich settlement. As became an admiring biographer of Talleyrand, he was concerned with the balance of power and British honor, not with self-determination or the injustices of Versailles. For him, Czechoslovakia had no more been the real issue in 1938 than Belgium had been in 1914. This argument destroyed the moral validity of the British position in the First World War, but it had an appeal for the Conservative majority in the House of Commons. Chamberlain had to answer it in its own terms of power. He could not stress the unwillingness of the French to fight, which had been the really decisive weakness on the Western side. Therefore he had to make out that Great Britain herself was in no position to fight Germany. Chamberlain was caught by his own argument. If Great Britain had been too weak to fight, then the government must speed rearmament, and this involved doubt in Hitler's good faith, whether avowed or not. In this way, Chamberlain did more than anyone else to destroy the case for his own policy. Moreover, one suspicion breeds another. It is doubtful whether Hitler ever 191 took Chamberlain's sincerity seriously before Munich. It is certain that he did not do so a few days afterwards. What was meant as appeasement had turned into capitulation, on Chamberlain's own showing. Hitler drew the lesson that threats were his most potent weapon. The temptation to boast of Munich as a triumph of force was too great to be resisted. Hitler no longer expected to make gains by parading his grievances against Versailles, he expected to make them by playing on British and French fears. Thus he confirmed the suspicions of those who attacked Munich as a craven surrender. International morality was at a discount. Paradoxically, Beneš was the true victor of Munich in the long run. For, while Czechoslovakia lost territory and later her independence also, Hitler lost the moral advantage which had hitherto made him irresistible. Munich became an emotive word, a symbol of shame, about which men can still not speak dispassionately. What was done at Munich mattered less than the way in which it was done, and what was said about it afterwards on both sides counted for still more. There had been 2 empty chairs at Munich, or rather chairs were not provided for 2 great powers, though each had claims to an invitation. President Roosevelt, at the height of the crisis, urged a meeting in some neutral capital. He did not indicate whether an American representative would attend, and in any case the government of the United States will assume no obligations in the conduct of the present negotiations. Roosevelt applauded Chamberlain on the news of the Munich conference. Good man. Afterwards, when appeasement turned sour, the Americans rejoiced that they had not been at Munich. They could condemn the British and French for doing what they themselves would have done in their place. Lack of American support had helped towards making the democratic powers give way. Yet Americans drew from Munich the moral that they should support these feeble powers still less. Roosevelt, entangled in troubles over domestic policy, had no mind to add to his difficulties by provoking controversy over foreign affairs. Europe could go on its way without America. The Russians had been more precise in their plan for a conference. They had wanted a meeting of the peace-loving powers to coordinate resistance against the aggressor. They, too, could assume an attitude of moral superiority. Parading. 192. Their own loyalty to treaty obligations, they laid all the blame on French weakness. One Soviet diplomatist said on 8 September. We nearly put our foot on a rotten plank. Now we are going elsewhere. Potyomkin, the assistant commissar, made the meaning of this clear when he said to Kulundra, my poor friend, what have you done? For us I see no other way out than a fourth partition of Poland. The Russians professed to have no fears for their own security. Litvinov told Kulundra, Hitler will be able to attack Great Britain or the USSR. He will choose the first solution. And to carry this enterprise through successfully he will prefer to reach an understanding with the USSR. Inwardly the Russians were less confident. No approach came from Hitler, instead the claim that he had saved Europe from Bolshevism. Ingenious observers expected Hitler's next move to be into the Ukraine, a move expected by Western statesmen with some pleasure, by Soviet statesmen with dread. The Soviet rulers would have liked to isolate themselves from Europe, but they were by no means sure that Europe would isolate itself from them. Hence, after a short period of recrimination, they had to renew the call for a popular front and for collective security against aggression. It is hard to believe that they expected this policy to succeed. Everyone talked of Hitler's next move in one direction or another. The man who talked, and apparently thought, of it least was Hitler himself. The precise timetable attributed to him by many writers, Munich in September 1938, Prague in March 1989, Danzig in September, rests on no contemporary evidence. After his dazzling success at Munich, Hitler returned to the Burghof, where he spent his time drawing dream plans for the rebuilding of Linz, the Austrian town where he went to school. Occasionally he grumbled at being denied a war against Czechoslovakia. But men must be judged by what they do, not by what they say afterwards. Once more he waited for events to provide him with future success. The military leaders sought a directive for their next activities. Hitler replied on October 21, the Wehrmacht must at all times be prepared for the following: securing the frontiers of the German Reich and protection against surprise air attacks. Liquidation of the remainder of the Czech state. These were measures of precaution, not plans for aggression. The continuation of the directive makes this clear: it must be possible to smash the remainder of the Czech state, should it pursue an anti-German policy. 1 On December 17 the Wehrmacht was told, outwardly it must be quite clear that it is only a peaceful action and not a warlike undertaking. These directives have often been quoted as proof that Hitler was never sincere in accepting the Munich settlement. The truth is rather that Hitler doubted whether the settlement would work. Though often regarded as politically ignorant, he understood better than other European statesmen the problem of Bohemia, and believed, without sinister intention, that independent Czechoslovakia could not survive, when deprived of her natural frontiers and with Czech prestige broken. This was not a wish for Czechoslovakia's destruction. It was a belief held also by Masaryk and Beneš, when they created Czechoslovakia in 1918, it was the principle on which Czechoslovak independence had rested from first to last. If Czechoslovakia fell to pieces, What should take its place? At Godesberg, during the Czech crisis, Hitler had favored a lavish distribution of Czechoslovak territory to Hungary and Poland, as a reward for their taking the initiative. Afterwards he changed his mind. Both countries had held back until the crisis was almost over, both obviously still hoped to play with both sides. He told a Hungarian representative on October 14, "I am not annoyed with Hungary, but she has missed the bus registered a subservient Czechoslovakia now seemed preferable to him." Hitler was a rational, though no doubt a wicked, statesman. His object was the steady extension of German power, not theatrical displays of glory. For this purpose, satellites were more useful than the direct annexation of territory, and he accumulated satellites with great patience. They were a different version of his favorite method by which others did his work for him. Immediately after Munich, the German representatives on the International Commission applied the rules, fabricated by themselves, so ruthlessly in favor of the Sudetens that Czechoslovakia actually lost more territory than she would have done under the demands made at Godesberg. It was another story when Ribbentrop and Chano met at Vienna to settle the new frontier between Hungary and Czechoslovakia. Chano had the characteristically subtle and futile idea of building up Hungary as a barrier against Germany. Ribbentrop saw through this policy at once, and backed the Slovak case so strongly that Chano complained, "You are now using in favor of Czechoslovakia all the arguments you used against her in September." The Slovaks were a new element in Hitler's calculations, free both from the Czech devotion to democracy, and from the Hungarian illusions of greatness. He regretted that he had not known earlier of the Slovak struggle for independence. It is often held that Hitler favored Slovakia as a route for invading the Ukraine. Geography really made this as impracticable as the reverse idea that Soviet Russia could threaten Germany through Czechoslovakia. Hitler backed Slovakia for her own sake, a steady, reliable satellite, as she proved to be throughout the Second World War. If Hitler really aspired to reach the Ukraine, he must go through Poland. In the autumn of 1988, this seemed by no means a political fantasy. Poland, though still nominally allied to France, had stretched the non-aggression pact far in Germany's interest. Thanks largely to her, the Franco-Soviet pact had never become a reality. During the Czech crisis, her attitude ruled out any possibility of Soviet aid to Czechoslovakia, and, at the end of this crisis, the Polish ultimatum to Czechoslovakia demanding the return of Tcsin finally decided Beneš, according to his own account, to abandon any idea of resisting the Munich settlement. Poland had been so far a more useful jackal to Germany in the cast than Italy had been in the Mediterranean. There seemed no reason why either should give up this role. There was a stumbling block in each case. Italy had some 300,000 Germans in South Tyrol, Poland about 1.5 million Germans in Silesia and the corridor. But these obstacles could be overcome. Hitler was ready to forget Germans under alien rule, in exchange for political cooperation or subservience. He did this with Italy, indeed agreed to remove the Germans from South Tyrol even though, as an Austrian, he felt their cause deeply. 195. He felt less deeply about the Germans in Poland, and he probably felt more friendly towards the Poles than he ever did towards the Italians. The obstacle here was German feeling, not Hitler's. The losses of territory to Poland were, for most Germans, the indelible grievance against Versailles. Hitler undertook a daring operation over this grievance when he planned cooperation with Poland. But there was a way out. The actual Germans under Polish rule might be forgotten or withdrawn. What could not be forgiven was the Polish corridor which divided East Prussia from the Reich. Here, too, there was a possible compromise. Germany might be satisfied with a corridor across the corridor, a complicated idea for which there were however many precedents in German history. German feeling could be appeased by the recovery of Danzig. This seemed easy. Danzig was not part of Poland. It was a free city, with its own autonomous administration under a High Commissioner, appointed by the League of Nations. The Poles themselves, in their false pride as a great power, had taken the lead in challenging the League's authority. Surely, therefore, they would not object if Germany took the League's place. Moreover, the problem had changed since 1919. Then the port of Danzig had been essential to Poland. Now, with the creation of Gdynia by the Poles, Danzig needed Poland more than the Poles needed Danzig. It should then be easy to arrange for the safeguarding of Poland's economic interests, and yet to recover Danzig for the Reich. The stumbling block would be removed, Germany and Poland could act together in the Ukraine. On October 24 Ribbentrop first aired these proposals to Lipski, the Polish ambassador. If Danzig and the corridor were settled, there could then be a joint policy towards Russia on the basis of the Anti-Comintern Pact. 1 Hitler was even franker when Beck, the Polish foreign minister, visited him in January 1989. The divisions which Poland stationed on the Russian frontier saved Germany just so much military expenditure. Of course, he added, Danzig is German, will always remain German, and will sooner or later become part of Germany. If the question of Danzig were settled, he would be ready to guarantee the corridor won this according to Lipski's account. Ribbentrop merely recorded. Poland would accede to the Anti-Comintern Pact, but it came to the same thing. German Foreign Policy, Series DV. Number 81. 196. To Poland. 1 Hitler may have been cheating the Poles over Danzig all along, demanding its return as the preliminary to their destruction. But Polish ambitions in the Ukraine were of long standing, Danzig seemed a triviality in comparison. Beck made no secret of the fact that Poland had aspirations directed towards the Soviet Ukraine, when Ribbentrop visited Warsaw on 1 February. Nevertheless, the Poles did not respond to Hitler's offer. Blindly confident in their own strength and contemptuous of Czech softness, they were determined not to yield an inch. This, they believed, was the only safe method of doing business with Hitler. Moreover, a point which Hitler never understood: though they would not cooperate with Soviet Russia against Germany, they were almost equally resolved not to cooperate with Germany against Soviet Russia. They regarded themselves as an independent great power, and forgot that they had gained their independence in 1918 only because both Russia and Germany had been defeated. Now they had to choose between Germany and Russia. They chose neither. Only Danzig prevented cooperation between Germany and Poland. For this reason, Hitler wanted to get it out of the way. For precisely the same reason, Beck kept it in the way. It did not cross his mind that this might cause a fatal breach. The faint cloud of estrangement between Poland and Germany was not perceived in Western Europe. On the contrary, a joint campaign in the Ukraine was believed to be imminent. Chamberlain inquired anxiously in Paris whether the Franco-Soviet Pact would operate if Russia were to ask France for assistance on the grounds that a separatist movement in Ukraine was provoked by Germany. Chamberlain clearly wanted to have nothing to do with Eastern Europe. Halifax, coached by the Foreign Office, was less precise. He wrote to Phipps on November 1, "It is one thing to allow German expansion in Central Europe, which to my mind is a normal and natural thing, but we must be able to resist German expansion in Western Europe or else our whole position." One conversation between Hitler and Beck, January 5, 1939. German Foreign Policy, Series DV. Number 119. 8-minute by Ribbentrop, February 1, 1939. Ibid. Number 126. Anglo-French meeting, November 24, 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series, 3. Number 325. 197. Is undermined. A balance against Germany was still needed. Poland can presumably only fall more and more into the German orbit. Soviet Russia can scarcely become the ally of Germany so long as Hitler lives. Therefore, subject only to the consideration that I should hope France would protect herself and us from being entangled by Russia in war with Germany, I should hesitate to advise the French government to denounce the Franco-Soviet Pact, as the future is still far too uncertain. In plain English, Russia should fight for British interests, but Great Britain and France should not fight for hers. Nothing was done, however, to secure Soviet friendship. The British were more concerned to get out of such commitments in Central Europe as they already had. The guarantee, casually promised to Czechoslovakia, now weighed heavily upon them. It was an obvious absurdity to guarantee a helpless state which it had been impossible to defend when fully armed. The British implored the French to release them from their promise. On November 24, British and French ministers met at Paris. Chamberlain urged that the guarantee should be collective only. A guarantee given by His Majesty's government alone was not worth very much. He had never conceived of a situation in which Great Britain might have to carry out her obligations alone. Halifax thought a joint guarantee did not seem to be out of conformity with the letter of the Anglo-French declaration. Even Bonnet bridled, it was hardly in conformity with the spirit. Since the French would not yield, it was decided to ask the Czechs to get the British out of their difficulty. If Czechoslovakia were satisfied with a collective guarantee, the British conscience would be satisfied also. When the Czechs failed to respond, Halifax lost patience. His Majesty's government are not prepared to consider a guarantee which might oblige them, alone or with France, to come to the assistance of Czechoslovakia in circumstances in which effective help could not be rendered. This would be the case if either Germany or Italy were the aggressor and the other declined to fulfill the guarantee registered 1 Halifax to Phipps, November 1, 1988. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 3 Number 285. 2 Anglo-French Meeting, November 24, 1988. Ibid. Number 325. 3 Halifax to Newton, December 8, 1988. Ibid. Number 408. 198. There the matter rested. The British were stuck with a guarantee which they were determined not to honor. During the winter of 1938-89 the British were doubtful enough of the position in Western Europe, quite apart from their impossible commitments farther east. Chamberlain's special pride, the Anglo-German Declaration of Friendship, soon lost its glitter. Hitler aimed to split British opinion. He supposed that increased armaments would stir up opposition among the pro-Germans, and he denounced the British warmongers Churchill, Eaton, and Duff Cooper in the belief that this would lead to an explosion against them. It had the reverse effect. Conservative members of the House of Commons were impatient at Churchill's solemn warnings. They were angry when Duff Cooper resigned. But they resented Hitler's interference in their affairs. They believed in mutual non-interference. Hitler could do what he liked in Eastern Europe. He could demolish Czechoslovakia or invade the Ukraine. But he must leave British politicians alone. Conservatives had often argued that criticism of Hitler from outside merely strengthened his hold on Germany. Now Hitler was giving the warmongers in Great Britain a popularity which they could not win for themselves. British statesmen were bewildered at Hitler's behavior. They were rearming in order to increase their own security, and this would make it easier for them to accept the advance of German power in Eastern Europe. Yet Hitler, instead of applauding their policy, undermined its foundations and went out of his way to justify its critics. Still, his attacks did not shake the determination of British leaders that Germany must be appeased one way or another. Territorial and nationalist concessions had failed to mollify Hitler. Therefore the British swung back to a sort of crude Marxism. They began to argue once more that only prosperity would make Hitler pacific. A stream of trade delegations appeared in Germany with offers of economic cooperation, with the additional attraction on the British side that these schemes would enlist German assistance against American competition. Every visit from a well-meaning businessman or representative of the Board of Trade increased Hitler's belief in British weakness. He was not to know that they had merely been reading left-wing writers on the economic causes of war. The British had further worries. Before Munich they had been 199. The pacemakers in appeasement, the French dragging protestingly along behind. After Munich it was the other way round. Bonnet was jealous of Chamberlain's private pact with Hitler, and aspired to outdo it. Ribbentrop believed that a Franco-German declaration of friendship would further shake British resolution to interfere in Europe. On December 6 he visited Paris, and a declaration of this sort was signed. In itself it amounted to little. Mutual goodwill and recognition of frontiers, readiness to confer together if international difficulties should arise in the future. It was perhaps a score for the French that Hitler, in this roundabout way, renounced Alsace-Lorraine, and future Munichs might have their attraction. Rumor went further. According to this, Ribbentrop agreed not to press the German claim for colonies, and Bonnet, in return, renounced all French interest in Eastern Kuropie. Probably their discussion was less precise and less sinister. No doubt Bonnet failed to show a burning devotion to the Franco-Soviet pact. But what was said about France's alliance with Poland? Later, Ribbentrop claimed that Bonnet had virtually repudiated it. Bonnet denied the claim. The truth seems to be that Poland was not mentioned. In December 1938 she seemed to raise no difficulty for Franco-German relations. Both men assumed that Poland was a loyal German satellite and that Danzig would be quietly settled without a European crisis. This assumption was, after all, held by the Poles themselves. It is not surprising that Ribbentrop and Bonnet shared it. The Franco-German declaration made the British anxious. They had urged France to cut down her commitments in Eastern Europe, they did not want her to abdicate altogether as a great power. It was an awkward dilemma. If Germany were free to pursue her aims in Eastern Europe without French interference, she might become so strong that the security of France would be under imminent menace. If, on the other hand, the French government decided not to leave Germany with freedom of action in Eastern Europe, Great Britain might be drawn into war in order to support France. The British fell back on their old resource of trying to employ Mussolini as a moderating influence on Hitler. The Anglo-Italian agreement of April 16 was brought into force, although the Italians had not fulfilled its pre-1 Sergeant to Phipps, December 22, 1938. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 3. Number 885, footnote 200. Condition of withdrawing their forces from Spain. Halifax wrote, although we do not expect to detach Italy from the Axis, we believe the agreement will increase Mussolini's power of maneuver and so make him less dependent on Hitler and therefore freer to resume the classic Italian role of balancing between Germany and the Western powers. In other words, by paying blackmail to Mussolini we will encourage him to demand more. Mussolini duly obliged. He launched a campaign for French territory. Italy resounded with demands for Corsica, Savoy, and Nice. The French did not fear Italy, however much they might fear Hitler. They responded fiercely to Mussolini's challenge. The British had merely offended the French without conciliating Mussolini. In January 1989, Chamberlain and Halifax went to Rome. They came empty-handed. Mussolini expected concessions at the expense of France. Instead he got a high-minded plea from Chamberlain for some assurance that Hitler was not going to war. Mussolini thrust out his chin, and retaliated with an attack on the British press. The visit to Rome, which was designed as the culmination of Chamberlain's policy, marked instead the end of the Italian illusion. More, though the British did not know this, it pushed Mussolini further onto the German side. Immediately after the visit, he told the Germans that he was ready to conclude a formal alliance. Hitler, however, decided to teach him a lesson and kept him waiting. The British had now talked themselves into a condition of extreme anxiety, and had increased it by their efforts at precaution. Halifax and the Foreign Office believed that Hitler was considering an attack on the Western powers *. They anticipated an attack on Holland, and resolved to treat this as a casus belli. Switzerland, too, was supposed to be endangered, or there might be a surprise air attack on England. These were nightmares without substance. There is not the smallest fragment of evidence that Hitler ever considered such plans even in the most remote way. Neville Henderson was more accurate when he wrote on February 18, "My definite impression is that Herr Hitler does not contemplate any adventures at the moment registered." 1 Halifax to Phipps, November 1, 1988. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 3. Number 285. 2 Halifax to Lindsay, January 24, 1989. Ibid. Number 5. 3 Henderson to Halifax, February 18, 1989. Ibid. Number 118. 201. Why should he have done so? Eastern Europe was falling into his lap. Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia, were competing for his favor. France had abandoned Eastern Europe. Soviet Russia was estranged from the Western powers. Poland remained on friendly terms with Germany, despite the exasperating failure to find a solution of the Danzig question. The only cloud came from Czechoslovakia. Not that she could pursue a foreign policy independent of or hostile to Germany. But, as both Beneš and Hitler had foreseen, it was impossible to hold the state together, once Czech prestige and power were shaken. Few people appreciated this in the West, and the admirers of Czechoslovakia kept quiet about it. In Western eyes, Czechoslovakia was a happy, democratic state, wantonly dismembered by Hitler. In fact, it was a state of nationalities, created by Czech initiative and maintained by Czech authority. Once this was broken, disintegration followed, just as the collapse of the Habsburg monarchy followed defeat in the First World War. The Slovaks, in particular, had never been accepted as equal partners. Few of them were willing to disappear into the artificial Czechoslovak amalgam. The demand for Slovak autonomy provided a grumbling undercurrent throughout the 20 years of Czechoslovak history. After Munich, it came to the surface. Hitler patronized the Slovak autonomists in order to spite Hungary, to whom Slovakia had originally belonged. The movement was not created by him, he merely took advantage of it, as he had done of the German Austrians and the Sudeten Germans. He would have been satisfied with Slovak autonomy within a subservient Czechoslovak state. The Slovaks were not. Freed from their old awe of Prague, they grew turbulent. By the end of February 19,389, Czechoslovakia was crumbling. The Prague government might have little independence left, they still felt strong enough to discipline the Slovaks, indeed had to do so if Czechoslovakia were to survive. On March 9 the autonomous Slovak government were dismissed, Czech troops prepared to move in. Once again Hitler was taken by surprise. This new crisis came on him unawares. He could not allow the Czechs to restore their damaged prestige. On the other hand, if he insisted on Czech forces keeping out of Slovakia, the Hungarians might well move in, as they had planned to do in the previous September. Now Hitler had 202 turned against the Hungarians, and since the Czech army could no longer enter Slovakia to deter them, he had to do it himself. Germany hastily recognized Slovak independence, and therewith brought Czechoslovakia to an end. What was to happen to the Czech remnant? There was no one to guide it. Beneš had resigned and left the country immediately after Munich. Hácha, his successor, was an elderly lawyer of no political experience. Bewildered, helpless, he could only turn to the great German dictator. Like Schuschnigg before him, he asked to be received by Hitler, and his request was granted. In Berlin he was received with the honors due to a head of state, and then instructed to sign away the independence of his country. Any fragment of reluctance was silenced by the threat that, otherwise, Prague would immediately be bombed. This was the most casual of Hitler's many improvisations. As he confessed later, the German airfields were shrouded in fog, and no aeroplanes could have left the ground. Hácha hardly needed inducement. He signed as required, and harbored so little resentment that he served as a faithful German subordinate until the end of the war. On March 15 Bohemia became a German protectorate. German troops occupied the country. Hitler spent the night of March 15 in Prague, his only recorded visit. All the world saw in this the culmination of a long-planned campaign. In fact, it was the unforeseen byproduct of developments in Slovakia, and Hitler was acting against the Hungarians rather than against the Czechs. Nor was there anything sinister or premeditated in the protectorate over Bohemia. Hitler, the supposed revolutionary, was simply reverting in the most conservative way to the pattern of previous centuries. Bohemia had always been part of the Holy Roman Empire. It had been part of the German Confederation between 1815 and 1866, then it had been linked to German Austria until 1918. Independence, not subordination, was the novelty in Czech history. Of course Hitler's protectorate brought tyranny to Bohemia's secret police, the SS, the concentration camps, but no more than in Germany itself. It was this which roused public opinion in Great Britain. Hitler's domestic behavior, not his foreign policy, was the real crime which ultimately brought him and Germany to the ground. It did not seem so at the time. Hitler took the decisive step in his career. 1 Hitler's Table Talk, 204. 203. When he occupied Prague. He did it without design, it brought him slight advantage. He acted only when events had already destroyed the settlement of Munich. But everyone outside Germany, and especially the other makers of that settlement, believed that he had deliberately destroyed it himself. Even Mussolini was disgruntled. He complained to Chano on March 15, "Every time Hitler occupies a country he sends me a message." He dreamt of creating an anti-German front, based on Hungary and Yugoslavia. By the evening, he had recovered his temper. "We cannot change our policy now. After all, we are not political whores," and he once more paraded his loyalty to the Axis. The French took the new blow without complaint. They had surrendered the previous September, there was nothing they could do now. Bonnet said complacently, "The renewed rift between Czechs and Slovaks only shows that we nearly went to war last autumn to boost up a state that was not viable." There was a firmer response in Great Britain. Until March 15 English people still tried to believe that Munich was a triumph of morality, not a surrender to force. Despite the alarms of the Foreign Office, leading ministers held that all was well. On March 10 Sir Samuel Hoare told his constituents that a golden age was approaching, rearmament was over, now cooperation between the great European powers would raise living standards to heights we had never before been able to attempt. Nor did the occupation of Prague at first shake official optimism. Halifax told the French ambassador, "The one compensating advantage that I saw was that it had brought to a natural end the somewhat embarrassing commitment of a guarantee, in which we and the French had been involved." In the House of Commons, Chamberlain speculated that the end of Czechoslovakia may or may not have been inevitable, and Sir John Simon explained that it was impossible to fulfill a guarantee for a state which had ceased to exist. There followed an underground explosion of public opinion such as the historian cannot trace in precise terms. The occupation of Prague did not represent anything new in Hitler's policy or behavior. President Hácha had succumbed more easily and more willingly than either Schuschnigg or Beneš. Yet British opinion was stirred as it had not been by the absorption of Austria or the capitulation at Munich. Hitler was supposed to have overstepped the bounds. His word could never be trusted again. Perhaps the exaggerated expectations after Munich produced this reaction. Men had assumed, against all the evidence, that peace for our time meant that there would be no more changes in Europe. Perhaps there was a belief, again unfounded, that British armaments were now more adequate. Again, conservatives were troubled by the embarrassing matter of the guarantee, which they had supposed really meant something. In a way impossible to define, those who had given warnings against Hitler were now listened to, where they had been ignored before. The prophets of woe operated from the most varied premises. Some, like Churchill and the anti-German members of the Foreign Office, regarded Hitler as merely the latest spokesman for Prussian militarism. Others attributed to him new and more grandiose plans which they claimed to have discovered by reading Mein Kampf in the original. Others again, particularly on the left, described National Socialism in Marxist terms as the last stage of aggressive imperialism, and believed that Hitler must pursue an aggressive course in order to please the German capitalists. Dislike of anti-Semitism was the motive for many, friendship for the Czechs or Poles influenced a few. Some wanted to liberate Germany, others to defeat her. The remedies, 2. Were various: collective security, economic sanctions, increased British armaments. The differences were not important. All the prophets had said that Hitler would never rest content, he would march from one conquest to another, and could be stopped only by force or the threat of force. Like water dropping on a stone, their voices suddenly broke through the crust of incredulity. They seemed to have been proved right, and the appeasers wrong. The change was not final or decisive. There was still a hope of conciliating Hitler under the determination to resist him, just as previously there had been an inclination to resist under the top layer of appeasement. But henceforth the appeasers were on the defensive, easily distracted from their work and hardly surprised at their own failure. This change of opinion had its effect on Chamberlain, another process which the historian cannot pin down. Perhaps the 205 government whips reported disillusionment on the backbenches. Perhaps Halifax once more heard the call of conscience in the watches of the night. Perhaps there was nothing so clear-cut, merely a succession of doubts and resentments which shook Chamberlain's previous confidence. Somehow, somewhere, it was brought home to him that he must respond more forcefully to Hitler's occupation of Prague. On March 17 Neville Henderson was recalled from Berlin, ostensibly for consultation, really in protest. The same evening Chamberlain spoke in Birmingham, and asked, "Is this the last attack upon a small state, or is it to be followed by others? Is this, in fact, a step in the direction of an attempt to dominate the world by force?" He still justified the settlement of Munich. No one could possibly have saved Czechoslovakia from invasion and destruction, even after a victorious war. Never could we have reconstructed Czechoslovakia as SNE was framed by the Treaty of Versailles. He was still not prepared to engage this country by new unspecified commitments operating under conditions which cannot now be foreseen. But Chamberlain also responded to the call which had come from the whips, from Halifax's conscience, or from his own. He would not sacrifice for peace the liberties that we have enjoyed for hundreds of years, and any attempt to dominate the world by force was one which the democracies must resist. The warning remained hypothetical. The challenge to world domination still seemed to Chamberlain incredible. However, the warning was made. Here was the turning point in British policy. It was not meant as such. Chamberlain saw it as a change of emphasis, not a change of direction. Previously the British government often warned Hitler in private, while pursuing appeasement in public. Now they warned him publicly and went on with appeasement in private, sometimes publicly as well. The British acknowledged the German authorities in Bohemia. The Bank of England handed over to them £6 million in Czech gold. Hoare thus defined the attitude of the British government in retrospect. The lesson of Prague was not that further efforts for peace were futile, but rather that, without greater force behind them, negotiations and agreements with Hitler were of no permanent value. A general settlement with Hitler remained the British object, and they put 206 obstacles in his way so that he would incline more readily to agreement. The British ministers did not fear defeat in war, though they naturally dreaded war for its own sake. They supposed that the defensive position of Great Britain and France was absolutely secure. They further supposed that, if Great Britain and France went to war with Germany, they would win. They even supposed that Hitler also recognized this. What they feared, with some justification, was that Hitler would count on their standing aside. They therefore took steps to demonstrate that they might not do so. Compulsory military service of a limited kind was introduced at the end of April. Guarantees were distributed to supposedly threatened states. These steps were not practical, effective preparations for a general war. They were warnings, designed to avoid such a war. Many people complained that the steps were half-hearted. This was deliberate. The door remained open for negotiations. Hitler was always being pressed to enter. The British government strove to keep a balance. As warnings increased, so did inducements also. Hitler must be deterred, he must not be provoked. Such was the ideal pattern which British policy tried to follow. In practice, the British were more pushed along by events and less in control of them than they liked to think or than they made out later. Immediately after the German occupation of Prague, they expected, without any evidence, German moves elsewhere. The French thought Hitler might at once back Italian claims in North Africa, the British that he might launch a surprise attack on their fleet. Their ears were tuned for new alarms. One duly came. On March 16, Tilia, the Romanian minister in London, appeared at the Foreign Office with the news that his country was in imminent danger. On the following day he came again, more urgently, German troops might enter Romania at any moment. The alarm was false. It was firmly denied by the Romanian government and by the British minister at Bucharest. Romania was indeed being forced within Germany's economic orbit, but by the pressure of planned foreign trade, not by the threat of German divisions. Countering the bilateralism of Schacht's invention with political guarantees was like hunting big game with a pack of foxhounds, elegant, but ineffective. Perhaps Tilia was playing for a British loan when he raised the alarm. Perhaps he shared the British misunderstanding. At any rate. 207. British ministers swallowed the alarm, and dismissed its denial. Something must be done at once as a demonstration against further German advance. On March 19 Chamberlain himself drafted a declaration of collective security which the French, Soviet, and Polish governments were invited to sign. They would undertake immediately to consult together as to what steps should be taken to offer joint resistance to any action which constitutes a threat to the political independence of any European state. Despite the vague and confused phraseology, the proposal was in fact geared to the supposed threat to Romania, hence the choice of suggested signatories. The French agreed at once. They were already committed to consult Great Britain on almost everything. Further consultation would not harm them, on the contrary, it would alleviate the burden of their alliance with Romania, which was still in theoretical existence. The Russians agreed also. Here was the collective security which they had always advocated. But they were determined not to be maneuvered into resisting Germany by themselves. The peace front must be solid before they joined it. They therefore added a condition: France and Poland must sign first. France was no obstacle. Beck, however, was presented with a veto, and he used it. He still intended to balance between Russia and Germany. The proposed declaration would commit him to the Russian side. He was, however, prepared to sign a straight declaration with Great Britain. This, he thought, would strengthen his hand over Danzig without provoking German wrath. He took care not to tell the British that negotiations with Germany had reached deadlock. On the contrary, he implied that the question of Danzig would soon be settled. Once more, the British took alarm. They feared that Poland might draw closer to Germany, as had happened in 1988. The participation of Poland in a peace front seemed to them vital. She alone could make the threat of a second front a reality. As Bonnet put it, with Halifax's agreement, on March 21. It was absolutely essential to get Poland in. Russian help would only be effective if Poland were collaborating. If Poland collaborated, Russia could give very great assistance; if not, Russia could give much less. The British had a poor opinion of the Red Army. They exaggerated, without inquiry, the fighting strength of the Poles, that great virile nation, in the words of Chamberlain. No doubt they were also relieved not to be associated with Bolshevik Russia, and to have hit on a substitute. Chamberlain wrote on March 26, "I must confess to the most profound distrust of Russia. I have no belief whatever in her ability to maintain an effective offensive, even if she wanted to. And I distrust her motives, which seem to have little connection with our ideas of liberty, and to be concerned only with getting everyone else by the ears. 1 But simple geography was the determining factor. Poland was next door to Germany, Russia was not. The British hardly reflected that, by choosing Poland, they might lose Russia. Halifax, with his gift for seeing both sides, had some inkling of it. He said on March 22, it would be unfortunate if we were now so to act as to give the Soviet government the idea that we were pushing her to one side. 2. No steps were taken to remove this impression. None was thought necessary. The British were unshakably convinced that Soviet Russia and Nazi Germany were irreconcilable enemies. Hence there was no need to pay a price for Soviet friendship. Moscow would respond gratefully at a casual British nod. And if it did not, nothing was lost. Benevolent neutrality by Soviet Russia would be as useful as her participation in war, better indeed, since it would not alarm Poland and Romania. Registered the peace front would be stronger, more stable, more respectable, if Soviet Russia stayed outside. At any rate, she could be invited to join, only if the others and especially Poland agreed. Meanwhile, another alarm followed, which seemed to show that Germany was ceaselessly on the march. This alarm was at Memel. Memel lay at the extreme northeast corner of East Prussia. Though predominantly German in population like Danzig, it had been acquired, in a somewhat irregular way, by Lithuania after the First World War. The inhabitants wished to return to Germany. Hitherto Hitler had restrained them, perhaps designing to use Lithuania as an associate against one feeling, Chamberlain, 408. Anglo-French Conversation, March 22, 1989. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 4. Number 484. 3 Halifax to Kennard, March 27, 1989. Ibid. Number 588. 209. Poland, more probably casting her as an object of compensation for Poland in case of a German-Polish alliance. The German occupation of Prague flung the people of Memel into ungovernable excitement, there was no longer any holding them. On March 22 the Lithuanian foreign minister came to Berlin, where he agreed to the immediate surrender of Memel. On March 23 the annexation went through, and Hitler, just back from Prague, visited his new acquisition. He went by sea, one of his few recorded sea voyages. He is said to have been seasick, and this perhaps gave him a practical cause of resentment against the Polish corridor. The annexation of Memel seemed to involve a deliberate German plan, long matured. No such plan can be found in the records. The question of Memel appears to have exploded of itself. In any case, the purpose of the annexation, if it had one, was to prepare a deal with Poland. Memel might conceivably be a substitute for Danzig. There was also no doubt an element of warning, what had happened at Memel could happen at Danzig also. But these consequences were not seriously considered, and Memel played no part in subsequent German-Polish relations. At the time, the annexation gave an added urgency to British policy. The immediate creation of a peace front seemed vital to the British, and here everything turned on Poland. If she could be won, the peace front would be solid; if she stayed out, it would hardly exist. The British did not suppose that Poland herself was in imminent danger from Germany. On the contrary, they feared that she might choose the German side, particularly with Memel in the market. The Poles, too, felt in no danger. They still proposed to follow, in regard to Germany, an independent, but parallel, course, as they had done during the Munich crisis. They were however disgruntled that Hitler had established Slovakia without consulting them and without affording them any gains. They determined to assert their equality. On March 21 Lipski called on Ribbentrop and protested against the German behavior over Slovakia. It could only be regarded as a blow against Poland. Ribbentrop was in a weak position, and he knew it. To protect himself, he paraded grievances in his turn. Polish newspapers, he complained, were behaving badly. A gradual stiffening in German-Polish relations was becoming apparent. Danzig must return to the Reich. This 210 would rivet Poland to the German side. Then there could be a German guarantee for the corridor, a non-aggression treaty for 25 years, and a common policy in the Ukraine. Lipski was sent off to place this offer before Beck. Cooperation with Poland was still the German aim. Danzig merely the security for it. Hitler himself thought this. On March 25 he issued a directive: the Führer does not wish to solve the Danzig question by force. He does not wish to drive Poland into the arms of Britain by this. A possible military occupation of Danzig could be contemplated only if L gave an indication that the Polish government could not justify voluntary cession of Danzig to their own people, and that a fait accompli would make a solution easier to them. Hitler's objective was alliance with Poland, not her destruction. Danzig was a tiresome preliminary to be got out of the way. As before, Beck kept it in the way. So long as Danzig stood between Poland and Germany, he could evade the embarrassing offer of a German alliance, and so, as he thought, preserve Polish independence. Beck's calculations worked, though not precisely as he intended. On March 26 Lipski returned to Berlin. He brought with him a firm refusal to yield over Danzig, though not a refusal to negotiate. Until this moment everything had gone on in secret, with no public hint of German-Polish estrangement. Now it blazed into the open. Beck, to show his resolve, called up Polish reservists. Hitler, to ease things along as he supposed, allowed the German press to write, for the first time, about the German minority in Poland. There were rumors of German troop movements towards the Polish frontier, just as there had been similar rumors of German movements against Czechoslovakia on May 21, 1938. These new rumors were equally without foundation. They seemed to have been started by the Poles. They were however aided on their way by some German generals who claimed to be opponents of Hitler. These generals warned the British government. With what object? So that Great Britain would deter Hitler by threatening him with war? Or so that she would cheat him of his war by making the Poles yield over Danzig? Perhaps it was a combination of the two, with an inclination towards the second. At any rate, these generals briefed the correspondent of the News Chronicle, who was just being expelled from Germany, and on March 29 he, in turn, sounded the alarm at the Foreign Office. He found willing listeners. After the occupation of Prague and the supposed threat to Romania, the British were ready to believe anything. They did not give a thought to Danzig. They supposed that Poland herself was in imminent danger, and likely to succumb. No alarm, it is true, came from the British ambassador in Berlin. But the Foreign Office had been misled by him on previous occasions, or so it thought. Now it preferred the reports of journalists. Immediate action seemed necessary if Polish nerve were to be strengthened and the peace front saved. On March 30 Chamberlain drafted with his own hand an assurance to the Polish government: if any action were taken which clearly threatened their independence, and which the Polish government accordingly felt obliged to resist with their national forces, His Majesty's government and the French government would at once lend them all the support in their power. That afternoon Beck was discussing with the British ambassador how to implement his proposal of a week earlier for a general declaration, when a telegram from London was brought in. The ambassador read out Chamberlain's assurance. Beck accepted it between two flicks of the ash off his cigarette. 2 flicks, and British grenadiers would die for Danzig. 2 flicks, and the illusory Great Poland, created in 1919, signed her death warrant. The assurance was unconditional, the Poles alone were to judge whether it should be called upon. The British could no longer press for concessions over Danzig, equally they could no longer urge Poland to cooperate with Soviet Russia. Germany and Russia were regarded in the West as two dangerous powers, dictatorial in their governments, ruthless in their methods. Yet from this moment peace rested on the assumptiva that Hitler and Stalin would be more sensible and cautious than Chamberlain had been, that Hitler would continue to accept conditions at 212. Danzig, which most Englishmen had long regarded as intolerable, and that Stalin would be ready to cooperate on terms of manifest inequality. These assumptions were not likely to be fulfilled. There was another assumption in British policy, the assumption that France would trail along uncomplainingly wherever the British chose to lead her. The assurance of March 30 was actually communicated to Beck, in the name of France as well as of Great Britain, before the French had been consulted. They had no choice but to consent, though remarking sourly that, in their opinion, Poland was in no immediate danger. They had reason to be sulky. The British had no practical means with which to fulfill their assurance, it was a declaration of words only. Translated into practical terms, it could only be a British promise that the French would not go back on their alliance with Poland, as they had done on that with Czechoslovakia. Yet the French had solid information which made them doubt the fighting value of the Polish army, and they had little moral obligation to Poland, after the part which she had played against Czechoslovakia. The two flicks of Beck's ash decided this question also. In September 1989 France would fight for the shadow of her former greatness when she had sacrificed the substance at Munich the year before. The British were no sooner committed than they realized the flaws in what they had done, no condition that the Poles would be reasonable over Danzig, no Polish promise of support for Romania, no prospect that Poland would cooperate with Soviet Russia. They determined to remedy these flaws when Beck came to London in the first days of April. Their hopes were disappointed. Beck had stood up to Hitler without flinching, he was not likely to be moved by gentle promptings from Chamberlain and Halifax. With his usual great power arrogance, he was prepared to turn the one-sided British guarantee into a pact of mutual assistance, the only basis that any self-respecting country would accept. Otherwise he was steadily obstinate. He had not noticed any signs of dangerous military action on the part of Germany, no negotiations were proceeding over Danzig, the German government had never contested Polish rights in Danzig, and had recently confirmed them. If he were to go by what the Germans themselves said, he would say that the gravest question was the colonial question. Thus, he is good. 218. As implied that Poland was conferring a favor on Great Britain by agreeing to an alliance. But the alliance, he insisted, must be exclusive between the two, the peace front and collective security vanished from the scene. Extending the agreement to Romania would be very dangerous. This would drive Hungary into the arms of Germany, and in case of a conflict between Poland and Germany, the help that Poland could expect from Romania would be rather negligible. Beck was even firmer against any association with Soviet Russia. There were two things which it was impossible for Poland to do, namely, to make her policy dependent upon either Berlin or upon Moscow. Any pact of mutual assistance between Poland and Soviet Russia would bring an immediate hostile reaction from Berlin and would probably accelerate the outbreak of a conflict. The British could negotiate with Soviet Russia if they liked, they could even undertake obligations towards her. These obligations would in no way extend the obligations undertaken by Poland. Chamberlain and Halifax accepted this virtuoso performance with hardly a protest. Beck's statements received none of the sceptical criticism which had earlier been given to Daladiers. There was no attempt to question Polish strength or to urge the merits of conciliation. The false alarm of 80 March had hurried the British government into guaranteeing Poland. Now Beck could dictate his terms, and took full advantage of it. Poland did not join a peace front. There was no promise of Polish support for Romania, and there was virtually a Polish veto on closer relations with Soviet Russia. The British were given no opening to mediate over Danzig. The Anglo-Polish alliance was to be an isolated affair, with no associates except France and no general relevance. Beck did not believe that Poland was menaced by Germany, he simply wanted to strengthen his bargaining position over Danzig. The British cared nothing for Danzig, or, if they did, sympathized with the German case. They had intended only some vague and generous gesture to moderate the speed of Germany's advance. The one small loophole left to them was that the Anglo-Polish alliance remained provisional, the formal agreement still to be settled, the wish expressed that others, including Soviet Russia, should be brought in. But the loophole, 214, had no real existence. Beck could keep it closed at will. The British government were trapped not so much by their guarantee to Poland, as by their previous relations with Czechoslovakia. With her they had imposed concession, towards her they had failed to honor their guarantee. They could not go back on their word again, if they were to keep any respect in the world or with their own people. The chance of success in war was probably less, the German case stronger over Danzig than it had been over the Sudeten Germans. None of this mattered. The British government were committed to resistance. Beck reaped where Bennes had sown. Chapter 10. Tuesday Anglo-Polish alliance was a revolutionary event in international affairs. The British had entered into their first peacetime commitment to a continental power only 3 years before, when they made their alliance with France. Then they had stressed that it must be unique, and strictly limited to a defensive purpose in Western Europe. Now they plunged into alliance with a country far in Eastern Europe, and one which, until almost the day before, had been judged not worth the bones of a British grenadier. The policy of the other powers revolved round this startling new fact. The Germans planned to dissolve the Anglo-Polish alliance, the Russians to exploit it. The French and Italians both dreaded its implications for themselves and sought, in vain, a way of escape. Europe hummed with diplomatic activity, and London was its center. British policy had, without design, made Danzig the decisive question for 1989, just as, with more deliberation, it presented the Sudeten Germans as the decisive question in 1938. But with this difference. The Sudeten German question was asked of the Czechs and the French. It was they who were pressed to make concessions, or to face the risk of war. In 1989 the British were themselves at question, faced with the choice between resistance or conciliation. British ministers preferred the second course. They were still the men of peace who had rejoiced at the settlement of Munich. They still hated the prospect of war, still hoped to find a way out by means of negotiation. Moreover, with mounting Japanese pressure in the Far East, they had increasing desire to turn their backs on Europe. Besides, in taking a stand over Danzig they were on peculiarly weak ground. Danzig was the most justified of German grievances, a city of exclusively German population which manifestly wished to return to the Reich and which Hitler himself restrained only with difficulty. The solution, too, seemed 215. 216. Peculiarly easy. Halifax never wearied of suggesting that Danzig should return to German sovereignty, with safeguards for Polish trade. Hitler wanted this also. The destruction of Poland had been no part of his original project. On the contrary, he had wished to solve the question of Danzig so that Germany and Poland could remain on good terms. Was Polish obstinacy then the only thing which stood between Europe and a peaceful outcome? By no means. Previously Danzig might have been settled without implying any upheaval in international relations. Now it had become the symbol of Polish independence, and, with the Anglo-Polish alliance, of British independence as well. Hitler no longer wished merely to fulfill German national aspirations or to satisfy the inhabitants of Danzig. He aimed to show that he had imposed his will on the British and on the Poles. They, on their side, had to deny him this demonstration. All parties aimed at a settlement by negotiation, but only after victory in a war of nerves. There is, of course, an alternative explanation. Some, or all, of the parties may have been driving deliberately for war. There can hardly be any who believe this of Poland, few, even in Germany, who now believe that the British were planning the encirclement of Germany in order to impose again the slavery of Versailles. Many however believe that Hitler was a modern Attila, loving destruction for its own sake and therefore bent on war without thought of policy. There is no arguing with such dogmas. Hitler was an extraordinary man, and they may well be true. But his policy is capable of rational explanation, and it is on these that history is built. The escape into irrationality is no doubt easier. The blame for war can be put on Hitler's nihilism instead of on the faults and failures of European statesmen, faults and failures which their public shared. Human blunders, however, usually do more to shape history than human wickedness. At any rate, this is a rival dogma which is worth developing, if only as an academic exercise. Of course Hitler's nature and habits played their part. It was easy for him to threaten, and hard for him to conciliate. This is far from saying that he foresaw, or deliberately projected, the European dominance which he seemed to have achieved by 1942. All statesmen aim to win. The size of the winnings often surprises them. Rational causes have been found for a deliberate German drive. 7. To war in 1989. One is economic, another dogma, this time of crudely Marxist kind. Industrial recovery, it is suggested, was presenting Germany with a crisis of overproduction. Faced with the tariff walls of other powers, she had to conquer new markets or burst at the seams. There is little evidence for this dogma. Germany's problem was credit inflation, not overproduction, as Schacht had warned when he resigned in 1988. There was too much government paper and not enough productive power to absorb it. Production was being flogged on, not choking with its own excess. When war came, Germany's conquests, far from providing markets, were greedily exploited for the war machine. Every satellite country except Hungary had a large credit balance in Berlin at the end of the war. The Germans, that is, had taken much and exported little. Even so, German armament production was cut back in 1940 and again in 1941, the strain was too great. Hence the economic argument ran against war, not in its favor. Or, at best, the argument was self-consuming. Germany needed the prizes of war, solely in order to make war more successfully. German armaments in themselves provide a second possible reason why Germany should drive to war. Germany had established a lead in armaments over the other powers, and this lead would gradually waste away. Hitler himself used this argument, but only in the summer of 1939, when already committed to war, and it was not much more serious than his other argument that he wanted to get the war over in order to devote himself to artistic creation. Previously he had asserted, with more truth, that German preponderance would be at its greatest between 1948 and 1945, and, like all such figures, these really meant this year, next year, sometime. The German generals best qualified to judge, argued steadily against war in 1989 on technical grounds, and the better qualified, the firmer their opposition. Hitler did not deny their case, he rejected it as irrelevant. He was intending to succeed without war, or at any rate only with a war so nominal as hardly to be distinguished from diplomacy. He was not projecting a major war, hence it did not matter that Germany was not equipped for one. Hitler deliberately ruled out the rearmament in depth, which was pressed on him by his technical advisers. He was not interested in preparing for a long war against the great powers. He chose 218. Instead, rearmament in with the front-line army without reserves, adequate only for a quick strike. Under Hitler's direction, Germany was equipped to win the war of nerves, the only war he understood and liked. She was not equipped to conquer Europe. Great Britain and France were already secure from a strictly defensive point of view. As the years passed, they would become more so. But Germany's advantage for the immediate blow would remain. Nothing would be lost by the passage of time, and diplomatically much might be gained. In considering German armament, we escape from the mystic regions of Hitler's psychology and find an answer in the realm of fact. The answer is clear. The state of German armament in 1939 gives the decisive proof that Hitler was not contemplating general war, and probably not intending war at all. A deeper reason remains why Germany might have sought war in 1939. The world balance was moving against Germany, not so much on the immediate plane of armaments as in reserves of economic strength. Germany was a greater power economically than either Great Britain or France, slightly greater than both put together. Great Britain still ranked as a great power, France was almost over the edge into second-class status. This balance would tip steadily in Germany's favor. The picture was different when the rest of the world was considered. The United States had greater economic resources than the three European great powers combined, and her lead increased with the years. It would have made sense if Hitler had planned to unite Europe against the American danger. He did not do so. For some obscure reason, perhaps the willful ignorance of a land-bound Austrian, he never took the United States seriously, either in economics or politics. He supposed that, like the Western powers, they were rotted by democracy, and Roosevelt's moral exhortations increased his contempt. It seemed inconceivable to him that these exhortations could ever be translated into material force, and he had no idea that he was bringing a formidable enemy down upon Germany when he declared war against the United States in December 1941. The economic advance of Soviet Russia, on the other hand, obsessed Hitler. It was indeed startling. During the 10 years between 1929 and 1989, while the manufacturing production of Germany increased by 27% and that of Great Britain by 17%, Soviet Russia's increased by 400%, and the process was only beginning. By 1938, Soviet Russia was the second industrial power in the world, ranking only after the United States. She had still far to go, her population was still impoverished, her resources were hardly tapped. But Germany had not much time if she were to escape being overshadowed, and still less if she hoped to seize the Soviet Ukraine. Here again, it would have made sense for Hitler to plan a great war against Soviet Russia. But, though he often talked of such a war, he did not plan it. German armaments were not designed for such a war. Hitler's rearmament in width was only intended to reinforce a diplomatic war of nerves. Even the rearmament in depth which the German generals wanted would only have equipped Germany for a long drawn-out war of exhaustion on the Western Front, such as was fought during the First World War. The Germans had to improvise furiously when they went to war against Soviet Russia in June 1941, and they failed to achieve a quick decisive victory there largely because they had altogether neglected to prepare transport for a war of this nature. In the end, it is hard to tell whether Hitler took the project of war against Soviet Russia seriously, or whether it was an attractive illusion with which he hoped to mesmerize Western statesmen. If he took it seriously, this makes the actual war of 1939 not a war against Soviet Russia, but a war against the Western powers, with Germany and Soviet Russia halfway towards an alliance more inexplicable than ever. Or rather, the old, simple explanation reasserts itself. The war of 1939, far from being premeditated, was a mistake, the result on both sides of diplomatic blunders. Hitler contributed little to the course of diplomacy between April and August 1939. As on previous occasions, he was content to prepare and to wait, confident that the obstacles would somehow disintegrate before him. The example of the Czech crisis was always in his mind. There he had been faced with a strong Czech army and an apparently firm alliance between France and Czechoslovakia. In the end the French gave way, and the Czechs also. It would be the same over Poland. He said of the Western statesmen, "Our opponents are poor creatures. I saw them at Munich." He no longer troubled himself about the French. He knew that they would go wherever the British led them, though acting as a brake on the road to war. This time the 220 British would have to decide more directly, and he expected them to decide for concession. Did he also expect the Poles to give way without war? This is harder to answer. On April 8 the armed forces were told to be ready to attack Poland at any time after September 1, together with an assurance that this would happen only if Poland were isolated, an assurance which Hitler repeated in rather wilder form on May 28. But these preparations were necessary whether Hitler planned to get his way by war or by threats. They tell us nothing of his real intentions, and probably he had not settled them himself. The war of nerves was enough to be going on with. Here Hitler laid down his challenge clearly. On April 28 he repudiated both the Non-Aggression Pact with Poland of 1984 and the Anglo-German Naval Agreement of 1985. On the same day he addressed the Reichstag. He recited his offers to Poland, and denounced Polish provocation. The Germans wished to settle the question of Danzig by free negotiation, the Poles answered by relying on force. He was ready to make a new agreement, but only if the Poles changed their attitude, that is, if they gave way over Danzig and abandoned their alliance with Great Britain. He spoke of the British in very different terms, praised the British Empire as an inestimable factor of value for the whole of human economic and cultural life, rejected the idea of destroying it as nothing but the effluence of human wanton destructiveness, and looked forward warmly to a new agreement when the British had come to their senses. Here, too, the price was the same, concession over Danzig and abandonment of the alliance with Poland. Having thus stated his terms, Hitler withdrew into silence. He was beyond the reach of ambassadors, Ribbentrop almost as much so. There were no further diplomatic exchanges with Poland before the outbreak of war, and none directly with Great Britain until the middle of August. Decision therefore rested with the British, or rather it was dictated to them by the Anglo-Polish alliance. They could not escape from this even if they would. Not only were they the prisoners of their own public opinion. They recognized that, by retreating from it, they would merely return to the difficulties which they were in before. They were ready, even eager, to give way over Danzig, but only on condition that Hitler then settled down to peace. He would be satisfied only if he received Danzig without conditions. In any case, the Poles refused to yield an 221 inch. The British discovered belatedly that Beck had been rather less than frank in regard to Danzig. He had given them the impression that there was no immediate problem, when in fact Hitler was already pressing his demands. They used this as an excuse to ask that Beck should keep them better informed in future, and added a reminder that the guarantee would come into operation only if the Polish government decided to offer resistance in a case where Polish independence was clearly threatened. Here was a cautious hint that Great Britain was yet committed to maintaining the status quo at Danzig. Beck was unrepentant. No casus belli would arise in connection with the Danzig question unless the Germans took forcible measures there. Not a cheerful outlook from the British point of view. Neither party in fact dared discuss Danzig openly for fear of a quarrel. They therefore discussed nothing, each hoping to get his way at the decisive moment. The formal alliance, foreshadowed in April, was not concluded until August 25. In other less direct ways, the British did their best to hold the Poles back. In the staff talks held between the two countries, the British revealed nothing, but then they had nothing to reveal. Obviously the Poles did not count on direct military aid, all the more reason for them to seek financial assistance. Here the British were peculiarly obstinate. The Poles asked for a loan of £60 million in cash. The British first replied that they had no cash and could only offer credits, then they insisted that the credits must be spent in Great Britain. Finally, having reduced the figure to £8 million, they explained that, as British armament factories were fully employed, the credit could not be used in any case. No credit had passed by the time war broke out, no British bomb or rifle went to Poland. It is unlikely that the Poles were mollified by Halifax's explanation. In the event of war, one of the strongest weapons in the hand of Great Britain must be that of economic staying power, which accordingly it was essential not to impair. This strange behavior expressed the dual nature of British policy. The British were as much concerned to moderate the Poles as to restrain Hitler. Their hope was unavailing. Beck was not Beness. To his mind, a single step on the road of concession would inevitably lead to Munich, therefore no step was taken. Lord Runciman had no chance to pack his bags for another continental excursion in 1939. The British hankered after another expedient which had proved useful in the previous year. They still hoped that Mussolini might be called in at some time as a restraining influence on Hitler. This line, too, was as good as dead. The momentary annoyance when Hitler occupied Prague was Mussolini's last splutter of indignation. He now played his own act of aggression by transforming the Italian protectorate over Albania into open annexation. This led to great diplomatic activity, the British guaranteeing Greece and, for no particular reason, Romania, negotiating an alliance with Turkey which was fated never to operate. Such moves, though swelling the volume of Foreign Office papers, had little relevance to the great question of Germany. Italy, like France, was now on the sidelines, the fate of both countries determined by the actions of their greater partners. The French flung themselves into repudiating Italian claims in North Africa. Here was an opponent of their own size whom they were ready to defy. Mussolini, on his side, finally made the jump into formal alliance with Germany. The Pact of Steel was signed on May 22, committing the two countries to wage war in common. No doubt Mussolini hoped that the pact would give him some say in German councils. Once pledged to support Germany in war, he hoped to be able to determine when the war should take place, and he tried to insist that Italy could be ready for war only in 1942 or 1943. The Germans attached less weight to the pact. They took it up almost by accident, as a consolation prize for failing to secure a triple alliance with Japan. The Far East presents a factor which is still difficult to assess in the diplomacy of 1939. Clearly there were links between the situation in Europe and that in the Far East. But what were they? The Japanese were at war with China, they were also encroaching on foreign interests there, and especially on the British settlements. Obviously the British would have liked to finish with Europe in order to defend their position in China, but it is hard to discover how far this influenced the practical course of their policy. On the other side, the Germans wanted to increase. 228. British difficulties in the Far East, and the Japanese wished to increase them in Europe. There was a tug of war between the two aggressor powers which the Japanese won. The Germans tried to turn the Anti-Comintern Pact into an alliance against all comers. The Japanese would only agree to cooperate against Russia. No doubt they hoped to extract concessions from the British without a war, perhaps they were deterred by the thought of the American Navy. Most of all, they doubted whether a general alliance would be followed by war in Europe, rather there would be a new Munich at the expense of Poland, and the Japanese would be left alone against the British. The negotiations between Germany and Japan ran away to nothing. The Japanese squeezed concessions out of the British, who steadily gave way. Conflict in the Far East was postponed, and this made conflict in Europe more likely. There was a further obstacle to cooperation between Germany and Japan, though neither side brought it into the open. The Japanese wanted support against Soviet Russia. The Germans, once the standard-bearers of anti-communism, were now swinging in the opposite direction. From the moment that Poland became the immediate target of German hostility, Soviet Russia was automatically transformed for Germany into a possible neutral, or perhaps even an ally. Nor were the Russians important only for Germany, every European power had to reckon with them. This was an epoch-making event. The year 1939 saw the outbreak of the Second World War. In longer perspective it may appear even more significant that it saw the return of Soviet Russia as a great power, for the first time since 1917. Soviet Russia after the Bolshevik Revolution had often presented a problem. International communism had been a political danger, at any rate potentially. But Soviet Russia had not counted as a great power. When Litvinov made proposals at the League of Nations, it was with the air of a spokesman from another planet. The Western powers had never seriously contemplated cooperation with Soviet Russia, despite the Franco-Soviet Pact. Neither they nor the Germans expected Soviet intervention during the Czech crisis of 1938. Soviet Russia seemed infinitely remote. This was in large part due to the cleavage in political outlook and to the long tradition, on both sides, of virtual non-recognition. It had also a practical basis. Soviet 224. Russia was truly cut off from Europe so long as the cordon sanitaire existed. If she acted at all, it must be from outside, much like Japan or the United States. This changed once Poland was called in question. Europe had arrived on Russia's doorstep. Whether she liked it or not, she had become again a European power. What part would Russia play now that she had returned to Europe, or Europe had returned to her? All the powers asked this great question. The British asked it, so did the French, the Poles, and the Germans. The Russians asked it persistently of themselves. It was impossible at the outset to foresee the answer, or even to formulate alternatives. Most political questions have long antecedents. Statesmen can draw on their previous experience and can go further along lines already laid down. Here there were few precedents, and such as there were led in the wrong direction back to the time of Russian isolation and withdrawal. These misleading precedents had some influence. The British could not shake off the habit of treating Soviet Russia as a power of little importance. The Russians were still tempted to assume that they could turn their backs on Europe at will. The Germans had an advantage here. They had a precedent of a sort in the shape of Rapallo and the subsequent Soviet-German friendship. But times had changed. At Rapallo, two defeated and apprehensive powers agreed not to be played off against each other. This provided little guidance for relations between what were now the two greatest powers on the European continent. Once more Hitler was content to wait until events supplied a policy for him. Anti-communism was damped down in Germany, its place taken by anti-Semitism. Hints were dropped that the Germans would like to increase their trade with Soviet Russia or even to improve political relations. No attempt was made on the German side to work out what form this improvement might take, and the Russians were still more reticent. The initiative remained elsewhere. The French, at the other end of the scale, were clear what they wanted. There should be a straight military alliance between Soviet Russia and the Western powers. The French had no faith in appeasing Hitler, and therefore equally little fear that alliance with the Soviets might provoke him. They believed that Hitler would be deterred only by an overwhelming show of force, and 225. The Soviet alliance would help to provide it. If the show failed and it came to war, the Russian threat would again divide the German forces, as it had done in 1914, and if the German attack were on Russia, the French would remain secure behind the Maginot Line. The French had no thought for Polish objections, rather these made them the more eager. French obligation towards Poland was at its lowest ebb. The defection of Poland had destroyed any possibility of an Eastern Front during the Czech crisis, and the French were now ready to repay Polish ingratitude in kind. Gamelin had a poor opinion of the Polish army, and inclined, though with much hesitation, to rate the Soviet army higher. If therefore Poland used the excuse of a Franco-Soviet alliance to repudiate her own alliance with France, so much the better from the French point of view. They would have discarded a liability and acquired an asset. On April 10 Bonnet told the Soviet ambassador that they should settle the terms of military cooperation between themselves, and added, "We should then have to decide the attitude to take in case either Romania or Poland refused this aid." 1 This was a simple, but an impossible, solution. The French might disregard their alliance with Poland, they could not disregard that with Great Britain, on which their entire position in the world depended. The Anglo-Polish alliance was a catastrophe for France. Since the British had no force of their own for a continental war, the alliance was in effect a British guarantee that France would not fail the Poles as she had failed the Czechs. Yet this was exactly what the French wished to do. Once their road of escape was barred, the only hope for them was to drag the British into alliance with Soviet Russia also. The promptings did not come only from France. The need for a Soviet alliance was obvious to every competent British observer. Immediately the guarantee was given to Poland. Churchill made the point in the House of Commons on April 8. To stop here with a guarantee to Poland would be to halt in no man's land under fire of both trench lines and without the shelter of either. Having begun to create a grand alliance against aggression, we cannot afford to fail. We shall be in mortal danger if we fail. The worst folly, which no one Bonnet, Fin d'une Europe, 178. 226. Proposes we should commit, would be to chill and drive away any natural cooperation which Soviet Russia in her own deep interests feels it necessary to afford. Lloyd George spoke even more strongly, if we are going in without the help of Russia we are walking into a trap. It is the only country whose arms can get there. If Russia has not been brought into this matter because of certain feelings the Poles have that they do not want the Russians there, it is for us to declare the conditions, and unless the Poles are prepared to accept the only conditions with which we can successfully help them, the responsibility must be theirs. These arguments came repeatedly from the opposition benches. The conflicting groups in the Labour Party especially could reunite on the principle of alliance with Soviet Russia, some on practical military grounds, others from socialist principle. The practical argument was indeed almost irresistible. It lay on the map for all to see, and Chamberlain's critics now first caught the public ear effectively. Previously they had seemed to be preaching an ideological war against Hitler. Now Chamberlain seemed to be practicing ideological aloofness towards the Soviet Union. This criticism by the opposition undoubtedly pushed Chamberlain towards negotiation with Moscow, but at the same time it increased his reluctance. The British government would be discredited either way, whatever the outcome. If the negotiations failed, they would be blamed. If they succeeded, Churchill, Lloyd George, and the Labour Party would be vindicated. Chamberlain was a good hater, at any rate in domestic politics, and when he peered across the distance towards the Kremlin, he saw their faces which reminded him of the opposition front bench. There were other considerations which made the British government hesitate. With the narrow moralism of a reformed drunkard, men who had not scrupled to desert Beness now felt themselves bound to observe Beck's every whim. The British were guaranteeing the rights of small nations. How then could they override Polish objections to being involved with Soviet Russia? Halifax emphasized this in the House of Lords. Our policy is founded on the principle that the rights of smaller states shall not be set aside by the stronger, that force shall not be the deciding factor in the relations between peoples, and that negotiations should not be overshadowed or overborne by constraint. The British government were not thinking, as their critics were, in terms of an inevitable war. They were not even aspiring to deter Hitler by an overwhelming show of strength. They were seeking to make a moral demonstration, and the moral effect of alliance with Soviet Russia would be lost if it were accompanied by protests from the smaller states. The moral effect might even count to Hitler's credit. The accusation of encirclement would be justified. It would be said that abandoning any further attempt to remain impartial, we were deliberately aligning for war between rival groups of powers. Italy, Spain, Japan would be offended, nor must it be forgotten that the Vatican regard Moscow even to a greater extent than Berlin as Antichrist. The British government were striving to preserve the peace of Europe, not to win a war. Their policy was determined by morality, not by strategical calculations. Even their morality was blinkered. They recognized the force of German grievances against the settlement of Versailles. Yet it never occurred to them that Soviet Russia might feel little eagerness to maintain in Eastern Europe a status quo which stemmed essentially from the two humiliating treaties of Brest-Litovsk and Riga. Russian reluctance to support a peace front irritated them, but any Russian readiness to go to war against Germany alarmed them more. What they wanted was that Russian assistance should be turned on and off at will like a tap, and they, or maybe the Poles, should alone be entitled to turn it. Halifax explained their attitude to Gafencu, the Romanian foreign minister. It was desirable not to estrange Russia, but always to keep her in play. Registered Soviet statesmen at the time suspected the British of planning to involve Russia in war with Germany, while remaining neutral themselves, and the accusation has been repeated by Soviet historians. This is to misunderstand the British outlook. The British did not want war at all, neither on their own part against Germany, nor on hers against Russia. The outcome of general war in Europe must be disastrous from the British point of view. For either Germany or Russia would win, and whichever happened, Great Britain's position as a great power would be diminished, if not destroyed. There was a singular appropriateness in the Anglo-Polish alliance. Both countries were profiteers from the extraordinary circumstances in which the First World War ended, with both Germany and Russia defeated. Poland owed to these circumstances her illusory independence. Great Britain owed to them a greatness and authority which, if not quite as illusory, could be maintained with little effort. Both countries wanted the world to stand still as it had been created in 1919. Poland refused to go with either Germany or Soviet Russia. The British refused to contemplate a decisive victory for either. A Bolshevik conquest of Eastern Europe was repugnant to most Englishmen. So far Soviet suspicions were justified. But it also seemed remote. The British expected the Germans to win in the event of war against Russia alone, and this, though perhaps less repugnant to them, was even more alarming. A Germany which dominated Europe from the Rhine to the Urals would, in the British view, at once turn against the British and French empires. Hence, when the Soviet rulers accused the British of planning a Soviet-German war, they flattered themselves in two ways. First, the British were too little perturbed by the Red Peril to desire its destruction in war. Second, they were convinced that the Germans would win too easily and too dangerously. There was one fear about Soviet Russia which truly moved British statesmen when they considered possible developments, the fear that she might stay out while the other European powers tore each other to pieces. It was essential, if there must be a war, to try to involve the Soviet Union in it, otherwise at the end of the war the Soviet Union, with her army intact and England and Germany in ruins, would dominate Europe. Here, in another version, was the policy of the tap to be turned on or off at will. But suppose the Soviet rulers declined this accommodating role? The British were warned again and again. One Foreign Office Memorandum, May 22, 1989. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. V. Number 576. 229. That Soviet Russia and Germany might reach some agreement, or, at the very least, that Soviet Russia might sit back while the rest of Europe ran into trouble. They were warned by Seeds, their ambassador in Moscow, they were warned by Daladier, they were even warned indirectly by Goering, who disliked the prospective pro-Soviet line of German policy. Chamberlain, Halifax, and the Foreign Office remained incorrigible. The warnings were dismissed time and again as inherently improbable. Did the British not see that, with the Anglo-Polish alliance, they were already pledged to fight in defense of Soviet Russia's frontiers? How then could they suppose that Soviet aid was anything other than an uncovenanted benefit? It is impossible to discover a rational answer to these questions. If British diplomacy seriously aspired to alliance with Soviet Russia in 1939, then the negotiations towards this end were the most incompetent transactions since Lord North lost the American colonies. Perhaps incompetence is the simple explanation. The British were overwhelmed by the difficulties of their position devising policy for a world power, which wanted to turn its back on Europe and yet had to take the lead in European affairs. They distributed guarantees in Eastern Europe, and aspired to build up military alliances. Yet what they wanted in Europe was peace and peaceful revision at the expense of the states which they had guaranteed. They distrusted both Hitler and Stalin, yet strove for peace with the one and for alliance with the other. It is not surprising that they failed in both aims. The confusion was heightened by personal differences of outlook. Chamberlain never wanted association with Soviet Russia except on impossible terms. He was dragged along by Halifax, who himself skeptical was dragged along by the Foreign Office. Even the permanent officials distrusted Hitler more than they trusted Stalin, and, while quick to see the dangers in alliance with Soviet Russia, rarely saw its advantages. Little would have been attempted had it not been for the constant pressure in the House of Commons and from public opinion, and ministers yielded to this pressure not so much because they thought it was right as because they could devise no alternative. But public opinion was not all one way. The demand for a Soviet alliance was vocal, the hostility to Soviet Russia, though less vocal, was perhaps stronger particularly among conservative backbenchers. There was widespread relief at the final failure, indeed it removed a psychological obstacle to war. The logical consequence of British policy, if such a thing can be imagined, was Soviet neutrality, though the British were highly indignant when this consequence duly worked out. Had the Soviet rulers on their side a logical aim clearly envisaged from the outset? No one knows the answer except maybe the forgotten exile Molotov, and he is unlikely to reveal it. We have no scrap of evidence for the internal workings of Soviet policy. We do not know what Soviet ambassadors reported to Moscow or whether the Soviet government read their reports. We do not know what Soviet statesmen said to each other or what they were told by their technical advisors. Where evidence is lacking, historians can only make conjectures from outward appearance or from their own prejudices. Soviet historians assume the righteousness of their own government and the wickedness of others. In their version, Soviet Russia strove wholeheartedly for a peace front, Great Britain and France designed to lure her into isolated war against Germany, and Stalin escaped from this danger by a stroke of genius at the last moment. Western historians, loyally fighting the Cold War, see things the other way round. According to their more extreme version, the Soviet government was bent on a deal with Germany all along, and negotiated with Great Britain and France only in order to provoke a German offer. Alternatively, Soviet Russia was negotiating with both sides, watching the bids mount up until she closed with the more satisfactory. In one view, the Soviet rulers were deliberately seeking to provoke war in Europe, in another, they were determined, at any rate, to keep out of war themselves. Though there may be some truth in these views, they have a common defect. They attribute to the Soviet leaders a foreknowledge of later events, and, however wicked these statesmen might be, it is doubtful whether the devil shared his prerogative with them to this extent. For instance, the Soviet government are held to have known from the start that Hitler would go to war on September 1st, and to have timed their tactics with this in mind. Perhaps Hitler knew this, the Soviet statesman. 281. Did not. On this, as on other subjects, historians would do well to bear in mind the wise saying of Maitland's, "It is very hard to remember that events now long in the past were once in the future." Some of the designs, ascribed to Soviet leaders, break down on close examination. They are generally held, for example, to have spun out the negotiations with the Western powers so as to provoke a high offer from Hitler at the decisive moment. The diplomatic exchange shows that the delays came from the West and that the Soviet government answered with almost breathtaking speed. The British made their first tentative suggestion on April 15, the Soviet counter-proposal came 2 days later, on April 17. The British took 3 weeks before designing an answer on May 9, the Soviet delay was then 5 days. The British then took 13 days, the Soviet again took 5. Once more the British took 13 days, the Soviet government answered within 24 hours. Thereafter the pace quickened. The British tried again in 5 days' time, the Soviet answer came within 24 hours. The British next needed 9 days, the Soviet 2. 5 more days for the British, 1 day for the Russians. 8 days on the British side, Soviet answer on the same day. British delay of 6 days, Soviet answer the same day. With that the exchange virtually ended. If dates mean anything, the British were spinning things out, the Russians were anxious to conclude. There is other evidence that the British treated the negotiations in a casual way, more to placate public opinion than to achieve anything. Anthony Eden offered to go to Moscow on a special mission, Chamberlain turned down his offer. A member of the Foreign Office who was sent to Moscow for some obscure purpose wrote home lightheartedly on June 21, "I dare say we shall arrive at something in the end." When I say in the end, I recall a remark of Nadger's this afternoon that he will probably have reached the age limit and gone into retirement before I get away from Moscow. Would the official have written in this irresponsible way if he and his superiors had really regarded the Soviet alliance as making all the difference between peace and war? 282. There is another curious puzzle connected with these negotiations. They were conducted with a lack of secrecy remarkable even at a time when old-style secret diplomacy had everywhere broken down. All the more or less official negotiations before the Second World War were a matter of public knowledge. Strange and unlikely envoys had to be used when real secrecy was desired. Still the details did not usually leak out at once. In the Anglo-Soviet negotiations, however, they often reached the press before they reached the other party, and when they did not reach the press they reached the Germans. Leakages of this sort are almost impossible to trace accurately, and it is rash to deduce too much from them. It appears, for what this is worth, that the Soviet government was the source from which the press derived its information, much to the annoyance of the British side. Soviet offers were always published at once, British proposals only when they had been communicated in Moscow. On the other hand, the German Foreign Ministry received its information from a reliable source, sometimes before this reached the press and often before it was known in Moscow. This reliable source must therefore have been someone in the British Foreign Office, either acting on instructions or betraying secrets to the Germans on his own initiative. Some conclusions may be cautiously extracted from these facts. The Soviet government cannot have been concerned to inform or influence their own people. Soviet public opinion could be maneuvered at a nod. The revelations were aimed then at British public opinion, presumably with the intention of forcing the hand of the British government. This would imply that the Soviet government genuinely wanted the alliance. They may have been playing a more elaborate political game, hoping to provoke in Great Britain a political upheaval which would bring the left to power. But even this must have been desired in order to secure alliance. The reliable source in London, on the other hand, must have been seeking to alarm the Germans and so to provoke an Anglo-German compromise, if he had a political intention at all. Of course there may be cruder explanations. The Russians may merely have been anxious to demonstrate their own rectitude, as they have often done on later occasions, and the London informant may merely have been acting for motives of personal profit. The most we can safely say is that the faults were not all on one side. 288. Speculation is more rewarding if we forget about the outcome and try to reconstruct the Soviet picture of the world. Without doubt, the Soviet statesmen regarded all foreign powers with intense suspicion, and were ready to be unscrupulous in their turn. They appreciated, half-consciously, that they were engaged in serious diplomacy for the first time. Foreign policy had been left to second-rank communists, first Chicherin, then Litvinov, ever since Trotsky ceased to be foreign commissar early in 1918. On May 8, 1989, Molotov took over from Litvinov. This is sometimes treated as a decision in favor of Germany. It is more likely to have been merely a recognition that foreign affairs mattered. Molotov was second only to Stalin in the Soviet Union. He approached foreign affairs not only with suspicion, but with that pedantic care for verbal accuracy which distinguished the Bolsheviks in their internal wranglings. There can be no doubt, however, that he took them seriously. Nor can there be much doubt as to the prime motive of Soviet policy. It was a desire to be left alone. The Soviets were conscious of their own weakness, they feared a hostile coalition of the capitalist states, and they were anxious to press on with their economic expansion. They agreed with the British government in wanting peace. They differed as to how peace could be preserved. They did not believe that Hitler could be made pacific by concessions, they held that he could be deterred only by a firm show of united opposition. There were other grounds of divergence. Though, unlike Hitler, they had no burning desire to overthrow the status quo, they had neither affection nor enthusiasm for it, and the invitation to act in its favor first brought home to them how much they disliked it. They were reluctant to act at all, but, if they acted, particularly if they went to war, it would not be to preserve the treaty settlements of Brest-Litovsk and Riga. They would return to world affairs only as a great power, the equal of Great Britain and paramount in Eastern Europe. The two sides differed further in their estimate of the other's strength. The British supposed that Soviet Russia would be decisively beaten in the event of war with Germany. They were therefore almost as anxious to prevent a war between Germany and Soviet Russia as to avoid a war between Germany and themselves. The Russians assumed that Great Britain and France could maintain their 234 defensive positions and that a war in the West would therefore mutually exhaust all combatants. Hence, failing general peace, they could gamble on war, as the British could not. The British would have to resist Hitler if they failed to conciliate him, the Russians could choose between peace and war, or so they imagined. The Soviet freedom of choice existed also in a more formal way. The British were already committed to resistance by their alliance with Poland. The Russians had to be won over, and they were not likely to be won by the casual treatment which they received from London, to say nothing of the obstinacy with which the Poles refused to contemplate Soviet assistance. A recital of these differences makes the negotiations appear doomed in advance. Yet probably neither side appreciated this at the beginning, nor perhaps even till nearly the end. The Russians supposed that the Western powers were desperate for help, as indeed they should have been. The British counted confidently on ideological estrangement between fascism and communism, and imagined that the Soviet government would be flattered at any nod of recognition. The pattern of divergence was set at the start. The Soviet government had proposed a conference of the peaceful powers immediately after the German occupation of Prague. The British rejected this as premature, a favorite word of theirs. Instead, they distributed guarantees to the supposedly threatened states. They would have been content with this, if left to themselves. But they were not left to themselves. They were harassed in the House of Commons. They were even more alarmed at the news that the French government were seeking with Soviet Russia a pact of mutual assistance. This was the French counter to the way in which the British had behaved over the guarantee to Poland. The British were in danger of being rushed into alliance with Soviet Russia, just as the French had been hustled, much against their will, into underwriting Poland's independence. Hence the British had to take the lead if they were to ward off this danger, and their negotiations with Soviet Russia were, in large part, designed to prevent the straight alliance which the French wanted. On April 15 the British government grudgingly approached Moscow. They asked for a declaration that, if any of Russia's neighbors were attacked, the assistance of the Soviet government would be available, if desired, and would be 285. Afforded in such manner as would be found most convenient. Here, in slightly different words, was the same one-sided principle as had appeared in the Czechoslovak-Soviet Pact and which had stultified Soviet policy in 1988. Then the Soviets could act only if France acted first. Now they were to act only if Poland or Romania or some Baltic state condescended to invite them. In 1988 the Soviets had perhaps welcomed the excuse to do nothing. 6 months later their attitude was different. 1 As the cordon sanitaire crumbled, they felt themselves in the front line. They were not concerned to sustain Poland or to provide some moral display against Hitler. They wished to secure precise and rigid military backing from the Western powers in case Hitler attacked Russia either through Poland or more directly. On April 17 Litvinov produced his counter-proposal. There should be a pact of mutual assistance between England, France, and the Soviet Union for a period of 5 or 10 years, and, what was more, the pact should provide for all manner of assistance, including that of a military nature, to Eastern European states situated between Baltic and Black Seas and bordering on the USSR, in case of aggression against these states. It was bad enough, in British eyes, that the Soviet government was proposing to assist Poland without previous invitation. The proposal to assist the Baltic states was even worse. The British believed that the Russians were merely trying to smuggle in an imperialist ambition, and the accusation has often been repeated since. Yet the Soviet anxiety in regard to these states was genuine. The Russians feared a German attack on Leningrad, and, with Germany's naval superiority in the Baltic, this was a plausible venture. They therefore wished to strengthen their military position on land by controlling the Baltic states, and, knowing well that these states would probably prefer Germany to Russia if pressed to the wall, wished also to stipulate that Soviet assistance should be provided without invitation. This disregard for the independence of small states was no doubt unscrupulous, but given that Soviet Russia was taking a line hostile to Germany sprang from real fears. Great Britain had guaranteed Poland and Romania, therefore, if she kept her promise, she would have to go to war if Germany attacked Soviet Russia across either of these countries. There was no British commitment towards the Baltic states. Here was the loophole for a German attack on Soviet Russia, while the Western powers remained neutral. British rejection of the Soviet proposal convinced the Soviet rulers that their suspicions were well founded. They were right. The British had a genuine respect for the independence of small states. Indeed, they carried this respect so far in regard to Belgium that it led them and the French to strategic disaster in May 1940. Nevertheless, the main motive in their opposition was reluctance to leave the decision between peace and war in Soviet hands. The Poles could have this decision, the Baltic states could have it, the Soviet government never. His Majesty's government might be drawn into a war not for the preservation of a minor European state but for the support of the Soviet Union against Germany. On this issue, opinion in this country might be divided. This is exactly what the Russians feared. The more the British defended the independence of the Baltic states, the more the Russians pressed against it, and the more the Russians pressed, the stronger British suspicion became. No agreement was ever reached on this question, and it was the point on which the negotiations technically broke down. Not so much that it was important in itself, but it represented the fundamental difference between the two sides. The British wanted a pact which would defend others and so deter Hitler without war. The Russians wanted an alliance which would defend themselves. The British beat about for a fortnight after receiving Litvinov's reply. They inquired of Poland and Romania what agreement these two countries would allow them to make with Soviet Russia. They were told that they could make what agreement they liked so long as it did not involve Poland or Romania. The British also tried to invoke French diplomatic ingenuity. Bonnet, however, let them down. In the heat of conversation, he revealed to the Soviet ambassador that France favored a pact of mutual assistance. Still, the British held on, with persistence worthy of a better cause. On May 8 they proposed that, in view of the British guarantees to Poland and Romania, the Soviet government would undertake that in the event of Great Britain and France being involved in hostilities in fulfillment of these obligations, the assistance of the Soviet government would be immediately available, if desired, and would be afforded in such manner and on such terms as might be agreed. Here was still the conception of a tap to be turned on, if desired, by the British, but not under Soviet control. The reception of this proposal was Molotov's first appearance as Foreign Commissar, not an occasion to inspire mutual trust. The atmosphere was changed, though Molotov professed that Soviet policy was not. There was none of Litvinov's good-humored comment, no grins or light-hearted asides at the mention of Beck and other Poles. Instead there was relentless questioning. The British ambassador had a most trying time. On May 14 Molotov formally rejected the British proposal, and demanded reciprocity. There must be a pact of mutual assistance, a guarantee of all East European countries whether desired or not, and the conclusion of a concrete agreement as to forms and extent of assistance. This time the British government nearly gave up in despair or on principle. It is not clear why they decided to try again. They were of course still being criticized in the House of Commons. Lloyd George said on May 19, "For months we have been staring this powerful gift horse in the mouth. Why do we not make up our mind, and make it up without any loss of time, that we should come to the same terms with Russia as we do with France?" 1 Such arguments, though cogent, carried little weight with Chamberlain or the conservative backbenchers. Rather the reverse. The resentment against Germany, which had followed the occupation of Prague, was working off. The older hostility to Soviet Russia was recovering its force, particularly when the Soviet rulers failed to be impressed by a condescending British request for their help. Soviet obstinacy eclipsed Hitler's aggressiveness. On the other hand, the problems were still there. French grievances and complaints were probably the decisive factor in pushing the British forward. The French were saddled with responsibility towards Poland, yet prevented by British 1 Hansard, 5th Series, 347, 1815-19. 288. Scruples from enlisting Soviet might. To make matters worse from the French point of view, the Poles were persistently trying to extend and to modernize the obligations of the alliance. They aimed to get from the French the precise commitment over Danzig which the British had so far evaded, and they also asked, plausibly enough, that the long-standing alliance should at last be reinforced with a military convention. Daladier and Bonnet held out over the first point. Even more than the British, they thought it perfectly reasonable that Danzig should return to German sovereignty. They ostensibly gave way over the second. Daladier instructed Gamelin to negotiate a military convention which was duly completed on May 19. This convention was fraudulent. It was to become operative only when a political agreement was reached, and this hung fire. The hypothetical French promises were themselves defective. Gamelin agreed that the bulk of the French forces would take the offensive if Germany attacked Poland. The Poles took the bulk, to mean the entire French army, in other words the promise of a French offensive. Gamelin, or so he says, only meant to commit those forces which happened to be in the Maginot Line at the time, a mere frontier operation. It is strange that the Poles were so easily satisfied. But, being full of illusions about themselves, they were easily deluded by others, or maybe they never expected that a full-scale conflict would come. They remained confident, to the last, that they would win the war of nerves. Bonnet was delighted with his evasive action, Daladier, as usual, ashamed and irritated at what he had done. Just at this moment Halifax arrived in Paris on his way to Geneva. He found Daladier exasperated with the Poles and ready to bolt. Daladier wanted a straight pact of mutual assistance with Soviet Russia. When Halifax objected that Great Britain and France would then be committed to war even if Germany attacked Russia with Polish or Romanian connivance or acquiescence, Daladier replied, in such a case France would be involved by Franco-Soviet pact, and if this was so it would surely be impossible for us to stand aside. This was not a cheerful prospect from the British point of view. The last thing they wanted was to make a third in a revived Franco-Russian alliance. The only way out was to accept a pact of mutual assistance on principle, but then to impose limits on its application. The British cabinet agreed to this course on May 24. Negotiations with Moscow now changed their character. Previously the British had negotiated alone, the French waiting impatiently in the wings. Henceforth each step was agreed first with the French, at the price of interminable delay. Despite this, the French seconded Soviet objections whenever they were raised. The British were pushed from one concession to another. They swallowed almost every piece of Soviet phraseology, each time with manifest reluctance. On the essential point they would not be moved. They rejected any definition of indirect aggression which allowed Soviet Russia, and not the threatened state, to decide that it had taken place. The Baltic states were not to be assisted against their will. Ostensibly this was a defense of the independence of small states. The real difference lay deeper. The British would cooperate with Soviet Russia only if Poland were attacked and agreed to accept Soviet assistance, otherwise the Russians would have to fight alone. The clumsy, obstinate negotiations lasted 2 months from May 27 to July 23. The deadlock remained unbroken. Then Molotov turned its flank by suggesting that they should proceed to military talks and hope that the question of indirect aggression would settle itself. The French jumped at this. They had always been ready to accept the Soviets' political terms if they could get firm military cooperation in exchange. The British once more gave way under protest. But they did not yield over the essential question. Indeed, with military talks in progress, we feel that we can afford to take a somewhat stiffer line in regard to the one point to which we have always attached capital importance. This stiffer line proved unnecessary. The political negotiations were suspended and never seriously resumed. The draft treaty, so laboriously concocted, was fated never to be signed. The British and French military missions were leisurely collected, then, with equal leisure, proceeded to Leningrad by sea. It was held that they could not cross Germany by train, and a strange chance arranged that no aeroplanes were available. The British behaved as though they had all the time in the world. By the time the won Halifax to Seeds, July 28, 1939. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 6. Number 474. 240. Military missions reached Moscow. The final crisis was upon them. Was there ever any sense or reality in these interminable negotiations? It is tempting to think not. Certainly their course enormously increased mutual suspicion. By the end of July the Russians were undoubtedly convinced that the British and French were trying to lure them into war with Germany while remaining neutral themselves. Oddly enough, the British, on their side, did not anticipate a deal between Moscow and Berlin. They continued to assume that the ideological barrier was too great to be overcome, even if the Soviet rulers were no longer sincere communists. Hitler, it was thought, would never weaken in his anti-communism. Halifax telegraphed to Moscow on July 28, "There is no danger now of an imminent breakdown during the next critical weeks." Was this blindness excusable? Should the British have been as suspicious of Russian dealings with Germany, as the Russians were of theirs? For that matter, were the Russian suspicions justified? No questions are more overlaid by controversy or more confused by hindsight. When the German records were published, evidence appeared that both Great Britain and Soviet Russia had kept in touch with Germany, and jubilant shouts went up on both sides that the mutual charges of dishonesty were well founded. Yet the evidence hardly sustains the elaborate structures which have been built upon it. The initiatives, such as they were, came from the Germans. British and Soviet representatives did little more than listen critically to what was put before them. Admittedly, neither party warned the other that it was being invited to desert the common cause, and perhaps its own behavior removed any ground for complaint. All the same, their talks with Germany were reassurance, not the main theme of their diplomacy. This stands out clearly on the Soviet side. There seems always to have been a pro-German element in Soviet councils, men who had formerly organized the flourishing Russo-German trade, dogmatic Marxists who disliked association with the Entente criminals, Russians of the old school who thought only of Asia and who wished to turn their backs on Europe. These men were receptive of hints about better Russo-German relations, and ready to drop such hints themselves. It is unlikely that they waited for directives from the Kremlin, and their casual remarks tell little about Soviet policy. Events perhaps reveal more. The 241. Far East was a factor which must have weighed heavily with the Russians, though strangely enough it was never mentioned during the negotiations with Great Britain and France. This was not some hypothetical problem for the future, the Far East was ablaze even now. In the summer of 1989, Soviet and Japanese forces clashed on the frontier between Manchukuo and Outer Mongolia. This grew into a full-scale war, until the Japanese were defeated at Nomonhan in August, suffering some 18,000 casualties. It cannot have been agreeable to the Soviet government when the British, with their eyes turned on Europe, tamely swallowed humiliation from the Japanese at Tientsin, and it must have been welcome news to them, if they knew it, that negotiations between Germany and Japan were hanging fire. Soviet Russia sought security in Europe, not conquests, and it is surprising that she did not seek it earlier by a deal with Germany. The explanation lies on the surface: the Soviet statesmen feared German power and distrusted Hitler. Alliance with the Western powers seemed the safer course, so long as it brought increased security for Soviet Russia and not merely eased obligation to support an unwilling Poland. Lacking direct evidence to the contrary, indeed lacking any such evidence on Soviet policy, we may safely guess that the Soviet government turned to Germany only when this alliance proved impossible. This was the view even of those Germans who advocated better relations with Soviet Russia. They, too, were men of an old school, supposed heirs of Bismarck, generals and diplomatists who had worked the system of Rapallo. They recognized that they could only wait for a favorable opening. Besides, they had to walk warily on their own side. Hitler had virtually broken with Soviet Russia in 1934, and thereafter no one dared openly to question his anti-Comintern stand. Instead, the pro-Russians tried to display the attractions of Soviet trade. This had revived somewhat in the period of Soviet disillusionment with the West which followed Munich. It languished again after the occupation of Prague. Soviet and German trade experts still wanted to cooperate and still met occasionally. No doubt each attributed the initiative to the other so as not to arouse the wrath of their respective masters. The first serious move came only at the end of May, and beyond question from the German side. Schulenburg, the ambassador at Moscow, and Weizsäcker, the secretary of 242. State, both hankered after the old Rapallo line, both wanted to make a large political offer. On May 26 the German Foreign Ministry defined the terms: Germany would mediate between Russia and Japan, and she would pay the utmost regard to Russian interests in regard to Poland. But the draft was immediately cancelled, perhaps on instructions from Hitler himself. Any approach might be met with a peal of Tartar laughter. A long silence followed. On June 29 Schulenburg tried an approach on his own. He got nothing from Molotov except an assurance that Soviet Russia wanted good relations with all countries, including Germany, and was then told by Ribbentrop that enough had been said. Trade talks between the two countries were, however, resumed, and towards the end of July Ribbentrop used the excuse of these talks to raise political topics as well. On August 2 he told the Soviet charge d'affaires, there was no problem from the Baltic to the Black Sea which could not be solved between the two of us. The following day Schulenburg found Molotov unusually open, and ready for economic cooperation. Politically Molotov was as stubborn as ever. Germany, he complained, was encouraging Japan. A peaceful solution of the Polish question depended on Germany. Proofs of a changed attitude were still lacking. Schulenburg summed up, my general impression is that the Soviet government are at present determined to conclude an agreement with Britain and France if they fulfill all Soviet wishes. It will require considerable effort on our part to cause a reversal in the Soviet government's course. Registered no outsider was a better judge than Schulenburg of Soviet policy, and on August 4 he still thought it set on alliance with the Western powers. Of course Hitler may have arranged everything already on a private line with Stalin, which has escaped detection. But, if evidence means anything, the reconciliation between Soviet Russia and Germany, far from being planned over a long term, was very much an improvisation on the Soviet side, and almost as much so on the German. British appeasement, too, was mainly improvised, though with this difference: a peaceful settlement with Hitler, at the price of considerable concessions, was always the avowed aim of British policy. But the British statesmen waited to pursue this aim until they had improved their bargaining position either by securing alliance with Soviet Russia or by persuading the Poles to compromise over Danzig. Neither had been achieved by the end of July, therefore Chamberlain and Halifax made no move except to generalise about their policy in public speeches. Hitler also waited in the expectation that the British hopes in regard to Russia and Poland would not be fulfilled. Then he, too, would be able to bargain on more favorable terms. There were virtually no official Anglo-German diplomatic dealings between the end of March and the middle of August. Henderson never saw Ribbentrop, let alone Hitler, and his few conversations with Weizsäcker went no further. For Weizsäcker dared not pass them on. Ribbentrop provided an almost impassable obstacle. As ambassador in London before he became foreign minister, he had set out with high boasts of achieving Anglo-German reconciliation. He had failed, and was now determined that where he had failed no one else should succeed. Dirksen, his successor, received no instructions, and his reports were ignored, when not actually condemned. Ribbentrop never wearied of telling Hitler that the British would yield only to threats, not to conciliation, and it suited Hitler to believe him. These ideas were not universally favored in high Nazi circles. Goering, though a blustering bully, wanted to avoid war if this were at all possible. He had had enough glory in the First World War. He was now living the glamorous life of a late Roman emperor. He liked to act as the mouthpiece of the German generals, themselves fearful of war, and maybe, as the supposed director of German economics, he grasped that Germany was not prepared to face a general war. The German approaches to both Soviet Russia and Great Britain came from economic experts, striking proof that the Second World War did not have economic causes. Goering's first approaches to the British came through Swedish businessmen, whom he had got to know during his exile in Sweden, and English businessmen eagerly responded. These intermediaries were drawn into deep waters, exaggerating the readiness to compromise on each side, as often happens when 244. Amateurs try their hands at diplomacy. Still, the grudging responses from Halifax define the British position clearly enough. There would be little difficulty in meeting the German wishes once Hitler showed his readiness for peace thereafter. This was much what Halifax had said long before in November 1987, and it defined the basic conflict between the two sides. Both had a plausible case. The British could argue that there was no point in making concessions to Hitler, indeed much danger, when he merely stepped up his threats after each bargain. Hitler could reply, with equal justice, that he had received the reasonable concessions of which Halifax had spoken only when he began to threaten, and the cases of Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Danzig were there to prove it. Peaceful revision, to which both sides theoretically aspired, was a contradiction in terms. Revision was put forward as the way of avoiding war, yet it could be achieved only by methods which brought war nearer. The unofficial Swedish mediators had little to show for their efforts, though one of them, Dalarus, held on to play a big part in the final crisis. Wohltat, one of Göring's principal economic agents, got negotiations onto a more practical level. Wohltat was an important figure who had secured German economic control over the Balkan states. He was always ready to talk of Germany's need for raw materials and her shortage of capital, and this talk exactly suited the outlook of many Englishmen who accepted the current doctrine concerning the economic causes of war. Wohltat was in London between 18 and July 21, when he saw Sir Horace Wilson, and Hudson, Secretary of the Department of Overseas Trade. Both Englishmen stressed the rewards awaiting Germany if she would drop her aggressive attitude and strike a bargain with Great Britain. Hudson dangled before Wohltat the prospect of a vast British loan, £1,000 million according to one report, to tide Germany over the difficulties of disarmament. He added, Danzig in a Europe mobilized was one thing, and Danzig in a Europe disarmed and committed to economic collaboration was another. Wilson produced a memorandum on 10 Downing Street notepaper, which, not surprisingly, has disappeared from the British records. This proposed an Anglo-German treaty of non-aggression and non-interference, a dis-1 conversation between Hudson and Wohltat, July 20, 1989. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 6, number 870. 245. Armament Agreement, and Cooperation in Foreign Trade. A pact of this kind would enable Britain to rid herself of her commitments vis-à-vis Poland. Wilson is said to have been ignorant in regard to foreign affairs. No one has ever accused him of disloyalty to his political superiors, and it is inconceivable that these proposals were made without Chamberlain's knowledge or approval. Nor is this surprising. The proposals represented the program of Anglo-German collaboration which Chamberlain had always hoped for. But even Wilson made it clear that there was a condition which must be fulfilled first: the questions at issue between Germany and Poland must be settled by peaceful negotiation. The British government can be forgiven for continuing to emphasize the rewards which Germany would gain by following a conciliatory policy. Their real fault lay elsewhere, in their failure to make clear their own resolution if Hitler followed the opposite course. Speeches by Chamberlain and Halifax carried little weight. Hitler had heard similar remarks in the previous year, and knew what they then amounted to. Nor was he impressed by the prolonged negotiations with Soviet Russia. The immediate signing of an alliance might have shaken him. 3 months of haggling merely increased his self-confidence. Neville Henderson remained in Berlin, and it is difficult to believe that his hostility towards the Poles was expressed only in private letters home. Wiser counsels were not lacking. Early in July, Count von Schwerin, of the German War Ministry, was in England. He spoke frankly. Hitler took no account of words, only of deeds. The British should stage a naval demonstration in the Baltic, they should take Churchill into the cabinet, they should send the air-striking force to France. This advice was disregarded. Men cannot change their nature, however much they change their words. The British statesmen were trying to strike a balance between firmness and conciliation, and, being what they were, inevitably struck the wrong one. The conversations between Wohltat and Wilson gave a fair picture of Chamberlain's outlook, but they had no serious impact in Germany. Goering may have been impressed by them. Ribbentrop merely rebuked Dirksen for allowing them to take place, and it is unlikely that Hitler heard of them at all. The conversation between Hudson and Wohltat, though less important, created more stir. It was leaked to the press, apparently from the British side. 1 The purpose of the leak remains unknown. Perhaps it was mere talkativeness on Hudson's part, perhaps it was a deliberate attempt to wreck the negotiations with Soviet Russia, and there were many on the government side who wished to do so. The disclosure led to questions in the House of Commons, and Chamberlain, in answering them, made his own determination to resist Germany even less convincing than it was already. At the time the Soviet government ignored the story, later they blew it up as a convenient excuse for their own dealings with Hitler. The historian does not need to linger over these mutual accusations. The British and the Russians had both listened sympathetically to German approaches, and, up to the end of July, the British had listened the more sympathetically of the two. Yet their negotiations for alliance were not wrecked by German temptations. They were wrecked by failure to agree. Both sides wanted agreement, but not the same agreement. The British wanted a moral demonstration which would enable them to reach a settlement with Hitler on more favorable terms. The Russians wanted a precise military alliance for mutual assistance, which would either deter Hitler or secure his defeat. The British feared for Poland, the Russians feared for themselves. A German invasion of Russia, not any mere shifting of the European balance in Germany's favor, was their nightmare. They sought allies, and they were offered only the loss of such freedom of action as they still possessed. Would even the conclusion of some Anglo-Soviet agreement have made all that difference? Alliances are worthwhile when they put into words a real community of interests, otherwise they lead only to confusion and disaster, as the French alliances did. It was inconceivable, in the circumstances of 1989, that the British should commit themselves, irretrievably and decisively. Dirksen said that the leakage did not come from Wohltat or the German embassy. Minute by Sargent, July 24, 1939. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 6. No, 426. 247. In favor of Soviet Russia as against Germany, and equally inconceivable that the Russians should commit themselves to defense of the status quo. Ultimately Great Britain and Soviet Russia became allies, but not from policy or conviction. Hitler simply forced alliance upon them. By 1941 Hitler had lost his old gift of patience, he rushed at a second aim before achieving his first. In 1939 he was still master in the art of waiting. Lesser Germans might surrender to anxiety and put out feelers in Moscow or London. Hitler remained silent. The Anglo-Soviet negotiations were not thwarted by German offers, they were thwarted by the lack of offers. The negotiations had been started as an elaborate move in the war of nerves, they were meant to shake Hitler's determination. Instead, they strengthened it. Hitler gambled that the negotiations would fail, and once more he gambled right. He relied not on knowledge or rational information, but, as always, on his sixth sense, and it did not fail him. The war of nerves was his speciality, and, when August 1939 came, he seemed to have won another victory in this war. It is pointless to speculate whether an Anglo-Soviet alliance would have prevented the Second World War. But failure to achieve this alliance did much to cause it. Chapter 11. War for Danzig. The crisis of August 1989 which led to the Second World War was, ostensibly at any rate, a dispute over Danzig. This dispute was formulated in the last days of March, when Germany made demands concerning Danzig and the corridor, and the Poles rejected them. From that moment everyone expected Danzig to be the next great topic of international conflict. Yet, in strange contrast to earlier crises, there were no negotiations over Danzig, no attempts to discover a solution, not even attempts to screw up the tension. This paradoxical calm was partly caused by the local situation at Danzig. Here both Germany and Poland had an impregnable position so long as they did not move, a step by either would start the avalanche. Hence there could be none of the maneuvers and bargaining which had marked the Czechoslovak crisis. The Sudeten Nazis, like the Austrians before them, built up the tension gradually without guidance from Hitler. In Danzig the tension was already complete, and Hitler, so far as he did anything, held the local Nazis back. They had already won Danzig internally, the Senate of the Free City was firmly under control. But Hitler could not take advantage of this situation. If the Danzig Nazis openly defied the treaty settlement by voting for incorporation into Germany, the Poles would be free to intervene with the approval of their Western allies, and this intervention would be effective. For Danzig was cut off from East Prussia, the only neighboring German territory, by the unbridged Vistula, while the Poles controlled 3 railways and 7 roads leading into it. There could be no half-hearted German aid to Danzig, only a full-blown war, and Hitler would be ready for such a war only when his military preparations matured at the end of August. Until then Danzig lay at Poland's mercy. But the Poles, too, could not turn this position to their advantage. Though they had 248 alliances with Great Britain and France, they had failed to secure any firm promise of support over Danzig itself. Indeed, they knew that both their allies sympathized with the German case. They could retain the favor of their allies only by hanging back and waiting for the clear threat to Polish independence. It had to appear that action was forced on them, and in Danzig it never was. Under similar circumstances, Hitler's previous antagonists, Schuschnigg and Beneš, had sought desperately for a way of escape, endlessly devising compromises which might avert the threatened crisis. The Poles faced the approaching crisis imperturbably, confident that Hitler would be exposed as an aggressor and that the justified grievances of Danzig would then be forgotten. They would not respond to Nazi provocation, but equally they ignored the pleas for concession which came to them from the West. On the larger field of grand policy also, both Hitler and the Poles held rigid positions in the war of nerves. After March 26 Hitler did not again formulate demands concerning Danzig until the day before war broke out. This was not surprising, it was his usual method. So he had waited for offers from Schuschnigg over Austria, so he had waited for offers from Beneš, from Chamberlain, finally from the conference at Munich over Czechoslovakia. Then he did not wait in vain. Did he appreciate that this time no offer would come from the Poles? It seems so from the record. On April 8 he issued instructions that preparations for an attack on Poland must be made in such a way that the operation can be carried out at any time as from September 1, 1939. But a further directive a week later explained that these preparations were purely precautionary, should Poland change her policy and adopt a threatening attitude towards Germany. On May 28, however, he spoke with less reserve to a gathering of generals: "There will be war. Our task is to isolate Poland. It must not come to a simultaneous showdown with the West." Registered. This sounds clear enough. But Hitler's real plans are not so easily detected. He had talked just as bravely about war against Czechoslovakia in 1988, yet then, almost certainly, he was playing for victory in the war of nerves. Now, too, preparations had to be made for war whether he were planning to win by war or diplomacy. When Hitler talked to his generals, he talked for effect, not to reveal the workings of his mind. He knew that the generals disliked and distrusted him, he knew that some of them had planned to overthrow him in September 1988, probably he knew that they were constantly sounding the alarm at the British and French embassies. He wanted to impress the generals and, at the same time, to frighten them. Hence on May 23 he talked not only of war against Poland, which he may have seriously intended, but even of a great war against the Western powers, which was undoubtedly not part of his plan. Hitler's calculation worked. No sooner was the conference of May 23 ended than the generals, from Göring downwards, were imploring the Western powers to bring Poland to reason while there was still time. Hitler's later behavior suggests that he had not made up his mind as decisively as he indicated on May 28. To the very last minute he was battering away for the Polish offer which never came. Maybe he did not expect the Polish nerve to break of itself, but he expected the Western powers to do the breaking for him, as they had done predominantly with Beneš in 1988. He did not foresee exactly how the nerve of the Western powers would crumble or precisely what effect this would have on the Poles. Nor was it of much moment to him whether the Poles then gave way without war or were left to be destroyed in isolation, the result would be much the same either way. On the larger point, the crumbling of Western nerve, he never doubted. There are also indications that, as the summer wore on, he began to foresee how this would come about. A collapse of the Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations would, he thought, do the trick. Hitler's confidence that these negotiations would fail is an extraordinary feature even in this extraordinary story. How could he be so sure? Why did he make little effort to approach Russia and assert that the Russians would come over to his side of themselves? Had he secret means of information, never to be traced by historians, some agent in Whitehall or at the Kremlin, perhaps a direct line to Stalin himself? Was it profound social analysis, a realization that bourgeois statesmen and communists would not find terms of mutual understanding? Maybe, we have. War for Danzig 251. No means of knowing. Probably it was simply the gambler's invariable conviction that his hunch must be right, otherwise, after all, he would not play. A casual phrase reveals more of Hitler's policy than all the grandiloquent talk to generals. On August 29, Göring, anxious for a compromise, said, "It is time to stop this VA Bank." Hitler replied, "It is the only call I ever make." It was Hitler's misfortune to encounter in the Poles political gamblers of the same school. VA Bank was not merely the only call they made, it was the only call they could possibly make if they were to maintain their illusory position as an independent great power. Sober statesmen would have surrendered at discretion when they contemplated the dangers threatening Poland and the inadequacy of her means. Germany, powerful and aggressive, was on one side, Soviet Russia, potentially hostile on the other, and in the distance, two unwilling allies, eager to compromise with Hitler and geographically unable to give effective aid. The Poles had to depend on such resources as they possessed themselves, and had not even developed these efficiently. Less than half the men of military age had received military training, fewer still could hope for equipment. Czechoslovakia, the year before, with not much more than a third of Poland's population, had a larger trained manpower, and the Czechs were armed with modern weapons into the bargain. Of these the Poles had virtually none, some 250 first-line aeroplanes of antiquated type, one tank battalion also not up to date. Under such circumstances, what could the Poles do except dismiss Hitler's threats as bluff? It was obvious that any move by them must involve concession, therefore they made none. After all, standing still is the best policy for anyone who favors the status quo, perhaps the only one. Poland's Western allies were of course an additional reason for her diplomatic immobility. It was obvious that Great Britain and France would give way over Danzig, if the Poles once opened the door to negotiation. Therefore they kept it closed. Munich cast a long shadow. Hitler waited for it to happen again. Beck took warning from the fate of Beneš. Germany and Poland held rigid positions. The three Western powers leadily, as well as Great Britain and France, shrank from raising the question of Danzig for the opposite reason. Because their positions were so soft, all three were convinced that Danzig was not worth a war. All three were agreed that it should return to Germany, with safeguards for Polish trade. But all three recognized that Poland would not give way without a fight and that Hitler would not postpone Danzig until a more peaceful moment. Italy was committed to Germany by the Pact of Steel, Great Britain and France were committed to Poland. None of the three wanted to fight over Danzig. Neither of the two principles would yield. The only course therefore was to ignore the question of Danzig and to hope that the others would ignore it also. The three Western powers did their best to wish Danzig out of existence. As I was going up the stair, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I do so wish he'd go away. This was the spirit of European diplomacy in the summer of 1989. Danzig was not there, and if all the powers wished hard enough it would go away. When August arrived, it became clear that Danzig had not gone away. The local Nazis stepped up their provocations to the Poles responded with challenging firmness. Reports of German troop movements grew stronger, and this time the rumors were well founded. Hitler, it was expected, would act soon. But how? And, still more important, when? This was the vital question in both the Czech and Polish crises. On each occasion the Western powers assumed that Hitler would explode the crisis in public, at the Nazi Party rally in Nuremberg. On each occasion this assumption was mistaken, but in the Czech crisis the Western powers erred on the right side, in the Polish crisis on the wrong one. In 1988 the party rally was held on September 12. Hitler's military plans were set only for October 1, and therefore appeasement had an unexpected fortnight in which to operate. In 1989 the party rally was fixed for the first week in September. This time Hitler had decided to achieve success beforehand. At the rally of peace, he would announce victory, not prepare for it. No one could have guessed that the war for Danzig 258. German military plans were timed for September 1. The date, like October 1 in the previous year, was not chosen on any rational ground, meteorological or other, despite assertions to the contrary by most later writers. It was arrived at, as such dates usually are, by sticking a pin in the calendar. The margin for negotiation was narrow in any case. The diplomatic plans of the Western powers misfired partly because the margin was about a week narrower than they thought. At the beginning of August, the Western powers were still marking time, in the hope that their undefined relations with the Soviet Union would deter Hitler. Others were less confident. A procession of visitors to Berchtesgaden tried to gauge Hitler's intentions. Perhaps the probings first made him decide what these were. The Hungarians led the field. On July 24 Teleki, the Hungarian Prime Minister, wrote 2 letters to Hitler. In one he promised that in the event of a general conflict Hungary will make her policy conform to the policy of the Axis, but in the other, Hungary could not, on moral grounds, be in a position to take armed action against Poland. 1 On August 8 CSDKY, the Hungarian foreign minister, received at Berchtesgaden a ruthless answer. Hitler did not want Hungarian assistance. But Poland presents no military problem to us. It is to be hoped that Poland will still see reason at the last minute. Otherwise not only the Polish army but also the Polish state will be destroyed. France and Britain will not be able to prevent us from doing this. CSKY stammered, apologized, and withdrew Teleki's letters, as unfortunately, they had apparently been misunderstood. 3 days later it was the turn of Burkhard, the League High Commissioner at Danzig. Hitler was again bellicose. I shall strike like lightning with the full force of a mechanized army, of which the Poles have no conception. But he also showed signs of conciliation. If the Poles leave Danzig absolutely calm, then I can wait. He made it clear what he would wait for. He would still be content with the terms which he demanded on 26 March. Unfortunately that is definitely ruled out by the Poles. Then, more generally, I want nothing from the West. But I must have a free hand in the Hest. I want to live in peace with England and to conclude a definitive pact, to guarantee all the English possessions in the world and to collaborate. With both Ski and Burkhard, Hitler was clearly talking for effect, bellicose at one moment, conciliatory at the next. It was exactly the tactic of the previous year. Why not now? If his talk of peace was play acting, so also was his talk of war. Which would become real depended on events, not on any resolution taken by Hitler beforehand. On August 12 the more important visitor appeared, Ciano, the Italian foreign minister. The Italians had been full of fight so long as war seemed a long way off. They grew anxious when reports accumulated that war was approaching. Italy was exhausted by her prolonged intervention in Spain, perhaps the only significant effect of the Spanish Civil War. Her reserves of gold and raw materials were run down, her rearmament with modern weapons had hardly begun. She could be ready for war only in 1942, and even this was an imaginary date which merely meant in some distant future. On July 7 Mussolini said to the British ambassador, "Tell Chamberlain that if England fought on the Polish side over Danzig, Italy would fight on that of Germany." A fortnight later he swung round, and asked for a meeting with Hitler on the Brenner. He proposed to insist that war must be avoided, and that Hitler could get all he wanted at an international conference. The Germans first waved the meeting away, then said that one should be held solely to discuss the coming attack on Poland. Maybe Mussolini distrusted his ability to stand up to Hitler, at any rate he decided to send Chano instead. Mussolini's instructions were clear: we must avoid a conflict with Poland, since it will be impossible to localize it, and a general war would be disastrous for everybody. Chano spoke up firmly when he met Hitler on August 12, but his remarks were swept aside. Hitler announced that he proposed to attack Poland unless he got complete satisfaction by the end of August. He was absolutely certain that the Western democracies would shrink from a general war. The whole operation would be 1 minute by Makins, August 14, 1939. Swedish Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 6. Number 659. To Lorraine to Halifax, July 7, 1989. Ibid. Number 261. 3 Chano's Diary 1939-1943, p. 128. War for Danzig 255 over by October 15. This was more precise than any previous statement by Hitler, yet doubt remains. He knew that anything he said to the Italians would be passed on to the Western powers, and he was concerned to shake their nerve, not to reveal his real plans to Mussolini. An odd little episode showed what these plans were. While Chano was talking to Hitler, the Führer was handed a telegram from Moscow. Chano was told what was in it: the Russians agreed to a German political negotiator being sent to Moscow. According to Chano, the Russians asked for the sending to Moscow of a German plenipotentiary who would negotiate a pact of friendship. 1 No such telegram has been found in the German archives, and none can ever have existed. For the Russians agreed to the sending of a German negotiator only on August 19, not on August 12. Of course Stalin may have communicated his decision to Hitler, by some hidden means, a week before he made it. But this is a fantastic hypothesis, for which all evidence is lacking. It is far more probable that the telegram was a fabrication, designed to impress Chano and to quieten his doubts. Yet, though a fabrication, it was not without foundation. This foundation was Hitler's hunch, his conviction that what he wanted to happen would happen. His second sight had never failed him so far. This time he was staking everything on it, certain in advance that the Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations would break down and that then the Western powers would collapse also. On August 12 the Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations had not broken down. They were actually being resumed. The British and one conversation between Hitler and Chano, August 12, 1939. German Foreign Policy, Series D7. Number 43, I Documenti Diplomatici Italiani, 8th Series. 13. Number 4. 2 It is now universally admitted that there was no telegram from Moscow on August 12. But it is often suggested that agreement to the visit of a German negotiator was given by the agency of Astakov, the Soviet charge d'affaires in Berlin. This also is untrue. Astakov merely said that the Soviets were interested in a discussion of individual questions. He did not mention a pact of friendship, and left the matter open as to who was expected in Moscow to conduct the conversations, whether the ambassador or someone else. German Foreign Policy, Series D7. Number 50. Astakov was probably acting on his own initiative, as he had often done before. In any case, there is no evidence that the information was passed on to Hitler. 256. French military missions had at last arrived in Moscow. The French had been told by Daladier to get a military convention as quickly as possible. The British, on the other hand, were instructed to go very slowly until a political agreement was reached. Agreement on the many points raised may take months to achieve. The British government, in fact, were not interested in solid military cooperation with Soviet Russia. They merely wanted to chalk a red bogey on the wall, in the hope that this would keep Hitler quiet. But, when the talks started, the British spokesmen soon found themselves being bustled by the French and by Voroshilov, the Soviet leader, into serious discussion. British and French plans for war were described in detail, the resources of the two countries somewhat generously catalogued. On August 14 the Soviet turn came. Voroshilov then asked, "Can the Red Army move across North Poland and across Galicia in order to make contact with the enemy? Will Soviet troops be allowed to cross Romanian territory?" It was the decisive question. The British and French could not answer. The talks ran to a standstill. On August 17 they were adjourned, never to be seriously resumed. Why did the Russians ask this question so ruthlessly and so abruptly? Was it merely to have an excuse for negotiating with Hitler? Perhaps. But the question was a real one which had to be asked and answered. Poland and Romania had presented insuperable obstacles against any Soviet action in 1938. These obstacles had to be overcome if Soviet Russia were to act now as an equal partner, and only the Western powers could overcome them. The question raised the old dispute of principle in a new form. The Western powers wanted the Soviet Union as a convenient auxiliary, the Russians were determined to be recognized as principals. There was also a difference of strategical outlook which has been less noticed. Great Britain and France still thought in terms of the Western Front during the First World War. They therefore exaggerated the strength of defensive positions. The military mission had been told, if Germany won instructions to the British military mission, August 1939. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 6. Appendix V 2 minutes of meeting, 14 Aui. 1939. Ibid 7. Appendix 2. War for Danzig 257 attacked in the West, even through Holland and Belgium, sooner or later, this front would be stabilized. In the east, Poland and Romania would slow down a German advance, with Russian supplies they might stop it altogether. In any case the Red Army would have plenty of time to build up lines of defense after the war had started. Then everyone would remain securely entrenched until Germany collapsed under pressure of a blockade. Holding these views, the Western powers could see in the Russian demand to advance through Poland only a political maneuver. The Russians, they thought, wished to humiliate Poland or perhaps even to destroy her political independence. No one can tell whether the Russians had such designs. But it is clear that they had different strategical conceptions which were enough in themselves to explain their demands. The Russians started from their experiences in the civil wars and wars of intervention, not from the preceding World War. Here cavalry offensives had everywhere carried the day. Moreover, as communists, they automatically favored a strategical doctrine more dynamic and revolutionary than that held in the decadent capitalist West. The Russians held that cavalry offensives, now in mechanized form, were irresistible, or rather they could be resisted only by similar offensives at some other part of the front. It was their intention, in case of war, to fling armored columns into Germany, regardless of German attacks elsewhere. This remained their intention even in 1941, and they were prevented from putting it into operation only by the fact that Hitler attacked them before they were ready. Their doctrine was, in fact, mistaken, though not more so than that of the Western powers, and in 1941 Hitler's surprise attack saved them from a disaster which might have been beyond remedy. These later experiences are irrelevant to the diplomacy of 1989. Then the Russians asked to go through Poland because they believed, however mistakenly, that this was the only way to win a war. Political aims may have existed as well, but they were subordinate to genuine military needs. The British and French governments did not appreciate these Soviet calculations, but they realized that the unwelcome question would have to be answered, now that it had been asked. Both turned, though without much hope, to Warsaw. The British still used political arguments. Agreement with the Soviet Union would be calculated to deter Hitler from war. If negotiations broke down, Russia might either share the spoils with Germany, or constitute the chief menace when the war was over. Beck gave an equally political answer. Agreement to the passage of Russian troops across Poland, far from deterring Hitler, would lead to an immediate declaration of war on the part of Germany. Both political arguments made sense, both were irrelevant to the military situation. The French thought in more practical terms. They were only concerned to get the Red Army involved in conflict with Hitler, and did not mind if this were done at the expense of Poland. Left to themselves, they would gladly have jettisoned Poland if they could have won Soviet cooperation in exchange. London forbade any such threat, therefore the French had still to attempt persuasion. Bonnet thought he saw a way out. The Russians insisted on an agreement for military collaboration with the Poles before war started. The Poles would accept Soviet aid only when the war had begun. Hence Bonnet argued that a moment had arrived which still seemed like peace to the Russians but like war to the Poles. The maneuver failed. Beck was obdurate. It is a new partition of Poland that we are being asked to sign. On August 21 the French lost patience. They decided to ignore the Polish refusal and to go ahead, hoping to commit the Poles willy-nilly. Daumann, the head of the military mission in Moscow, was instructed to give an affirmative answer in principle to the Russian question, and he was to negotiate and sign whatever arrangement might best serve the common interest, subject to the final approval of the French government. The British refused to be associated with this move, though they did not protest against it. In any case, the chance of a Soviet alliance, if it ever existed, had now been lost. On August 14, a few hours after Voroshilov had raised his fateful question, Ribbentrop drafted a telegram to Schulenburg, his ambassador in Moscow: there exist no real conflicts of interests between Germany and Russia. There is no question between the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea which cannot be settled to the complete satisfaction of both parties. Ribbentrop was prepared to come to Moscow, there to lay the foundations for a final settlement of German-Russian relations. This message was the first real move in German-Soviet relations. Until then they had been stagnant. The discussions between subordinates, of which so much was to be made later by Western writers, were no more than soundings, inspired by regrets for the vanished intimacy of Rapallo. Now Hitler was at last taking the initiative. Why did he do so at this precise moment? Was it supreme political skill, a second sight which told him that the military talks would reach deadlock 2 days after they started? Was the coincidence of Voroshilov's question and Ribbentrop's approach arranged secretly between Stalin and Hitler in advance? Did some unknown agent in the Kremlin tell Hitler that the right moment had arrived? Or was the coincidence pure chance? Hitler had first blurted out his plan of breaking Anglo-French nerve by an agreement with Soviet Russia when he boasted untruly to Chano of an invitation from Moscow on August 12, and so stilled Italian fears. Perhaps Hitler only devised this strategy consciously at the moment of boasting. After all, he was always the man of daring improvisations. He made lightning decisions, and then presented them as the result of long-term policy. Ribbentrop remained at Berchtesgaden until August 13. He returned to Berlin on August 14. This was therefore the first day when the message to Moscow could have been sent. Probably chance is the correct answer, but this is one of the problems which we shall never be able to solve. Schulenburg delivered Ribbentrop's message on August 15. Molotov refused to be hurried. Though he received the message with greatest interest, he thought negotiations would take some time. He asked, how were the German government disposed towards the idea of a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union? The answer came back within less than 24 hours. Germany offered not only a non-aggression pact, but a joint guarantee of the Baltic states and mediation between one Ribbentrop to Schulenburg, August 14, 1939. German Foreign Policy, Series D7. Number 56. 4 Schulenburg to Ribbentrop, August 16, 1989. Ibid. Number 70. 260. Soviet Russia and Japan. The essential thing was the visit by Ribbentrop. The Russians still kept the way open on both sides. On August 17 Voroshilov told the British and French military missions that there was no point in a further meeting until they could answer his question about Poland. However, after some prodding, he agreed to meet again on August 21. At almost exactly the same time Molotov told Schulenburg that the improvement in Soviet-German relations would be a long business. First there must be a commercial agreement, next a pact of non-aggression. Then perhaps they could think about a visit from Ribbentrop, but the Soviet government preferred to do practical work without fuss. On August 18 Ribbentrop knocked harder than ever at the Soviet door. Relations must be clarified at once so as not to be taken by surprise by the outbreak of a German-Polish conflict registered. Once more Molotov hesitated. Ribbentrop's visit could not be fixed even approximately. Within half an hour, Schulenburg was called back to the Kremlin. Ribbentrop, he was told, could come a week later. There is no means of knowing what brought this sudden decision. Schulenburg thought that Stalin had intervened personally, but this was a guess, like all others made later. The Soviet invitation was not soon enough for Hitler. He wanted Ribbentrop to be received at once. This may have been simply the impatience which always followed his prolonged hesitations. Perhaps there is a deeper explanation. August 26 would be soon enough if Hitler merely aimed to clear the way for an attack on Poland on September 1. It was not soon enough to give him time for two operations, first breaking the nerve of the Western powers by an agreement with Soviet Russia, then breaking the nerve of the Poles with the assistance of the Western powers. Hence Hitler's urgency strongly suggests that he was aiming at another Munich, not at war. At any rate, Hitler now acted without a diplomatic intermediary. On August 20 he sent a personal message to Stalin, agreeing to all the Soviet demands and asking that Ribbentrop 1. Ribbentrop to Schulenburg, August 16, 1939. German Foreign Policy, Series D7. Number 75. 4. Schulenburg to Ribbentrop, August 18, 1939. Ibid. Number 105. 3. Ribbentrop to Schulenburg, August 18, 1939. Ibid. Number 118. Asterisk Schulenburg to Ribbentrop, August 19, 1939. Ibid. Number 132. War for Danzig 261 should be received at once. The message was a milestone in world history. It marked the moment when Soviet Russia returned to Europe as a great power. No European statesman had ever addressed Stalin directly before. Western leaders had treated Hearn as though he were a remote, and ineffectual, Bey of Bokhara. Now Hitler recognized him as the ruler of a great state. Stalin is supposed to have been immune to personal feelings. Hitler's approach must have flattered him all the same. The moment of decision had arrived. On August 20 the commercial treaty between Soviet Russia and Germany was settled. The first Soviet condition had been fulfilled. On the morning of August 21 Voroshilov met the two military missions. They had nothing to report, and the meeting adjourned sine die. At 5 p.m. Stalin agreed that Ribbentrop could come to Moscow at once on August 28. The news was announced that same night in Berlin, and on the following day in Moscow. The French still tried to save something. On August 22 Dauman saw Voroshilov on his own. On Daladier's instructions, he offered to agree to the Soviet demand without waiting for a reply from the Poles. Voroshilov rejected the offer. We do not want Poland to boast that she has refused our aid, which we have no intention of forcing her to accept. Point 2. The Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations were at an end. On the following day, August 28, the French finally wheedled out of the Poles a grudging formula. The French might say to the Russians, we have acquired the certainty that in the event of common action against a German aggression, collaboration between Poland and the USSR is not excluded. Registered. The formula was never placed before the Russians. In any case it was fraudulent. Beck agreed to it only when he knew that Ribbentrop was in Moscow and that there was no danger of Soviet aid to Poland. Nor did this dismay him. He still believed that an independent Poland had more chance of reaching agreement with Hitler. Soviet Russia, he thought, was withdrawing from Europe, and that was good news for the Poles. It is now Ribbentrop's turn, he said complacently, to experience Soviet bad faith. Ribbentrop did not think so. He came to Moscow to reach agreement, and he succeeded immediately. The public pact, signed on August 23, provided for mutual non-aggression. A secret protocol excluded Germany from the Baltic states and from the eastern parts of Poland the territory east of the Curzon Line, which was inhabited by Ukrainians and White Russians. This was, after all, what the Russians had sought to obtain from the Western powers. The Nazi-Soviet pact was only another way of doing it, not so good a way, but better than none. The settlement of Brest-Litovsk was at last undone, with the consent of Germany, instead of with the backing of the Western powers. It was no doubt disgraceful that Soviet Russia should make any agreement with the leading fascist state, but this reproach came ill from the statesmen who went to Munich and who were then sustained in their own countries by great majorities. The Russians, in fact, did only what the Western statesmen had hoped to do, and Western bitterness was the bitterness of disappointment, mixed with anger that professions of communism were no more sincere than their own professions of democracy. The pact contained none of the fulsome expressions of friendship which Chamberlain had put into the Anglo-German declaration on the day after the Munich conference. Indeed, Stalin rejected any such expressions. The Soviet government could not suddenly present to the public German Soviet assurances of friendship after they had been covered with buckets of filth by the Nazi government for 6 years. The pact was neither an alliance nor an agreement for the partition of Poland. Munich had been a true alliance for partition, the British and French dictated partition to the Czechs. The Soviet government undertook no such action against the Poles. They merely promised to remain neutral, which is what the Poles had always asked them to do and which Western policy implied also. More than this, the agreement was in the last resort anti-German. It limited the German advance eastwards in case of war, as Winston Churchill emphasized in a speech at Manchester immediately after the end of the Polish campaign. In August the Russians were not thinking in terms of war. They assumed, like Hitler, that the Western powers would not fight without a Soviet alliance. Poland would be compelled to yield, and, with the Polish obstacle out of the way, defensive alliance with the West might then be achieved on more equal terms. Alternatively, if the Poles remained defiant, they would fight alone, and in that case they would be driven to accept Soviet assistance after all. These calculations were falsified by the actual outcome, a war in which both Poland and the Western powers took part. Even this was a success for the Soviet leaders. It warded off what they had most dreaded, a united capitalist attack on Soviet Russia. But it was not the intention of Soviet policy. The events of September 1 and September 3 could not be foreseen on August 23. Both Hitler and Stalin imagined that they had prevented war, not brought it on. Hitler thought that he would score another Munich over Poland, Stalin that he had at any rate escaped an unequal war in the present, and perhaps even avoided it altogether. However one spins the crystal and tries to look into the future from the point of view of August 28, 1989, it is difficult to see what other course Soviet Russia could have followed. The Soviet apprehensions of a European alliance against Russia were exaggerated, though not groundless. But, quite apart from this, given the Polish refusal of Soviet aid, given too the British policy of drawing out negotiations in Moscow without seriously striving for a conclusion, neutrality, with or without a formal pact, was the most that Soviet diplomacy could attain, and limitation of German gains in Poland and the Baltic was the inducement which made a formal pact attractive. The policy was right according to the textbooks of diplomacy. It contained all the same a grave blunder. By concluding a written agreement, the Soviet statesmen, like Western statesmen before them, slipped into the delusion that Hitler would keep his word. Stalin obviously had doubts. At the moment of parting with Ribbentrop he said, "The Soviet government take the new pact very seriously. He could guarantee on his word of honor that the Soviet Union would not betray its partner. There was a clear implication, do thou likewise. All the same, Stalin obviously thought that the pact had value, not only as an immediate maneuver, but over a long period. This is curious, but not unusual. Men, themselves without scruple, often complain when they are cheated by others. At any rate, the bomb had exploded. Hitler was radiant, confident that he had pulled off the decisive stroke. On August 22, 264, he entertained his leading generals to the wildest of his speeches: close your hearts to pity. Act brutally. This rigmarole was not a serious directive for action. No formal record was kept. Hitler was glorying in his own skill. Tucked away in the speech was a hardcore: now the probability is great that the West will not intervene. As well, Hitler was talking for effect. A report of the speech reached the British Embassy almost at once. Whether intentionally or not, the so-called German resistance did Hitler's work for him. On August 28, Hitler took a further step. He fixed the attack on Poland for 4:40 am on August 26. This, too, was play acting to impress the generals and, through them, the Western powers. The German timetable could operate only from September 1. Before then, an attack on Poland was possible only if she had already surrendered. But technical considerations no longer seemed to matter. The Nazi-Soviet pact was assumed to have cleared the way for a diplomatic collapse on the part of the Western powers. The French almost came up to Hitler's expectations or down to them. Bonnet had always been eager to desert the Poles. He resented the way in which they had behaved during the Czech crisis. He accepted the German case over Danzig. He had no faith in the Polish army. The Russians, Bonnet argued, claimed that they could not fight against Germany without a common frontier. A German conquest of Poland would provide one, and the Franco-Soviet pact could then be revived to real effect. On August 28, when Ribbentrop's journey to Moscow became known, Bonnet asked Daladier to summon the Committee of National Defense. There he hinted at his policy: should we blindly apply our alliance with Poland? Would it be better, on the contrary, to push Warsaw into a compromise? We could thus gain time to complete our equipment, increase our military strength, and improve our diplomatic position, so as to be able to resist Germany more effectively if she turned against France later. But Bonnet was no fighter, even for peace. He left the decision to others. The generals would not confess France's military weakness, for which they were responsible. Perhaps they did not even appreciate it. Gamelin declared that the French army was ready. He further said that Poland would hold out until the spring and that by then the Western Front would be impregnable. No one raised the question whether it was possible actually to aid the Poles. Obviously those present all assumed that the French army would merely man the Maginot Line, despite Gamelin's promise to the Poles of an offensive. There was no discussion of policy, no proposal to warn the Poles of their danger. The Poles were left free to resist Hitler or to compromise with him, just as they chose. Even more remarkable, there was no approach to the British, no Anglo-French meeting of ministers such as had marked the Czech crisis. The British, too, were left free to resist Hitler or to compromise, without any information as to French wishes or French strength. Yet the British decision would commit France. The French would either abdicate finally in Eastern Europe or would carry, almost alone, the burden of a great European war, entirely according to which London preferred. There was silence towards the British, silence towards the Poles, almost silence towards the Germans. Daladier sent a letter of warning to Hitler. Otherwise French statesmen did nothing throughout the week which determined, for many years, the fate of France. This was a strange passivity, but no stranger than the French policy during previous years. The French did not know which way to turn. They would not deliberately abandon the settlement of 1919, and yet sensed that they were incapable of maintaining it. They had behaved like this over German rearmament. They refused to allow it, yet could find no way of preventing it. It was the same over Austria, no was repeated until the Anschluss happened. Czechoslovakia would have seen the same story again, had it not been for British prompting. Then the British urged surrender, and the French acquiesced. Now no word came from the British, and Daladier, the most representative of French politicians, relapsed into sullen resistance. The French cared no more for Danzig than they had done for the German-speaking territories of Czechoslovakia, but they would not themselves destroy what they once had made. They wanted to make an end one way or the other. Il faut en finir was the universal French mood in 1989. They had no idea what the end one bonnet, fin d'une Europe, 808-4. 266. Would be. Hardly any Frenchman foresaw military defeat, victory over Germany seemed equally remote. There is some slight evidence that the French Secret Service exaggerated the opposition inside Germany. But there was no rational calculation behind the decision of 238 August. The French were at a loss what to do, they therefore decided to let things happen. Decision thus rested exclusively with the British government. Their policy, too, seemed in ruins, the Anglo-Soviet alliance was gone beyond recall. This was a basic misunderstanding of the British position, indeed a misunderstanding which did as much as anything else to cause the Second World War. Alliance with Soviet Russia was the policy of the opposition, the policy of Labour, of Winston Churchill, and of Lloyd George. It was they who insisted that resistance to Hitler was possible only if Soviet Russia were on the Allied side. The government did not share this view. They never attached practical value to the Soviet alliance, and they drifted into negotiations unwillingly, driven on by agitation in Parliament and in the country. They were relieved when negotiations broke down, delighted to be able to say, "We told you so," to their critics, and freed from an embarrassment. The conservative backbenchers went further. Many of them had favored Hitler as a bulwark against Bolshevism. Now he became, in their eyes, a traitor to the cause of Western civilization. At the same time as the conservatives swung against Hitler, Labour turned, with almost equal bitterness, against Stalin, resolved to show that they, at any rate, were sincere in their anti-fascism, even if it meant supporting Chamberlain. On any rational calculation, the Nazi-Soviet pact ought to have discouraged the British people. Lloyd George was almost alone in making this calculation. Otherwise the pact produced a resolution such as the British had not shown for 20 years. On August 22, to universal applause, the cabinet determined to stand by their obligation to Poland. There was no discussion how this obligation could be fulfilled, indeed there was no way of fulfilling it. Military advisers were not called in except to consider the civil defences of London. The British government still thought in terms of policy, not of action. Their policy remained unchanged, on the one hand, firm warnings to Hitler that he would face general war if he attacked Poland, on the other, equally steady assurances that he would receive concessions if he acted peacefully. They were resolved on this policy. Hence they did not consult the French whether war were practicable, nor inquire of the Poles what concessions could be made. Indeed they were determined on concessions over the Poles' heads, if Hitler were reasonable. The British government still agreed with Hitler in regard to Danzig. But even now the question of Danzig was not formally raised. Hitler waited for offers which could be screwed up, the British waited for claims which could be scaled down. Whichever made the first move would lose, hence neither made it. The British government found a middle way, they would warn Hitler against war and, at the same time, hint at the rewards which peace would bring him. Their original intention had been to send a special emissary, not Chamberlain this time, but perhaps General Ironside. In the hurry consequent on the Nazi-Soviet pact, this was impossible. The message had to be delivered by the ambassador, Neville Henderson, who flew to Berchtesgaden on August 23. It was an unfortunate choice. Henderson no doubt tried to speak firmly, but his heart was not in it. With consistency worthy of a better cause, he remained convinced that the Poles were in the wrong. He wanted them to be forced to give way, as the Czechs had been forced to give way the year before. A few days previously he wrote to a friend in the Foreign Office, *History will judge the press generally to have been the principal cause of the war. Of all Germans, believe it or not, Hitler is the most moderate so far as Danzig and the corridor are concerned. We could not say boo to Beneš last year till we were on the abyss of war. And we can't say boo to Beck now? He certainly failed to say boo to Hitler. Though he loyally delivered the British message, he still paraded British conciliation. He told Hitler, quite truly, the proof of Chamberlain's friendship was to be found in the fact that he had refused to have Churchill in the cabinet, and he said further that the hostile attitude in Great Britain was the work of Jews and enemies of the Nazis, which was exactly what Hitler thought himself. Faced with such a half-hearted opponent, Hitler bullied and stormed. When Henderson 1 Henderson to Strang, August 16, 1939. British Foreign Policy, 3rd Series. 7. Number 37. 2 Memorandum by Loesch, August 24, 1939. German Foreign Policy, Series D7. Number 200. 268. Left the room, Hitler slapped his thigh and said, Chamberlain will not survive that conversation, his cabinet will fall tonight. Henderson responded as Hitler intended. Immediately on his return to Berlin, he wrote to Halifax, I have held from the beginning that the Poles were utterly foolish and unwise, and again, I personally no longer see any hope of avoiding war unless the Polish ambassador is instructed to apply today or at the latest tomorrow for personal interview with Hitler. In England, however, events did not come up to Hitler's expectation. Quite the reverse. Parliament met on August 24, and unanimously applauded what it supposed to be the government's firm stand. Hitler began to have doubts. Evidently more was needed to extract from the British government the concessions on which he still counted. On August 24 Hitler flew to Berlin. On his instructions, Göring called in the Swede Dalarus, and sent him off to London with an unofficial appeal for British mediation. This was an ingenious trap. If the British refused, Hitler could claim that he had never made a move. If they yielded, they would be compelled to put pressure on Poland. The same evening Hitler held a meeting with Göring, Ribbentrop, and the principal generals. Should they go on with the attack on Poland, now due to begin within 36 hours? Hitler declared that he would make a further attempt to detach the Western powers from their Polish allies. The attempt took the form of a last offer, communicated to Henderson shortly after noon on August 25. Germany, Hitler declared, was determined to abolish the Macedonian conditions on her eastern frontier. The problems of Danzig and the corridor must be solved, though he still did not say how. Once these problems were out of the way, Germany would make a large, comprehensive offer. She would guarantee the British Empire, accept an agreed limitation of armaments, and renew the assurance that her frontier in the west was final. Henderson was impressed. As usual, Hitler, he reported, spoke with great earnestness and apparent sincerity. Sent later writers have all dismissed Hitler's offer as fraudulent, and so in a sense it was. The immediate object was to isolate Poland. Yet the offer also represented Hitler's permanent policy, though he wanted a free hand to destroy conditions in the East which enlightened Western opinion had also pronounced intolerable. He had no ambitions directed against Great Britain and France. But what could Hitler hope to achieve by this offer in the circumstances of the moment? Henderson promised to fly to London on the morning of August 26, and by then the attack on Poland presumably would have begun. Was Hitler merely talking for the record to clear himself in the eyes of posterity or even of his own conscience? Or had he forgotten his timetable, unable to realize that orders, once given, will be ultimately carried out? The latter seems the more likely explanation. Throughout the afternoon of August 25, Hitler raged round the Chancellery, uncertain what to do. At 8 p.m. he ordered that the attack on Poland should be carried out. 3 hours later Attolico, the Italian ambassador, arrived with a message from Mussolini. Though Italy stood by Germany unconditionally, she could not intervene militarily, unless Germany at once supplied all her needs in war material, and these, when the list came, were in Chano's words enough to kill a bull if a bull could read. Mussolini had acted the strong man till the last moment. Now, with war apparently imminent, he ran away. Immediately after this blow came another. Ribbentrop reported that the formal alliance between Great Britain and Poland had just been signed in London. Hitler summoned Keitel, his chief of staff. "Stop everything at once, fetch Brauchitsch immediately. I need time for negotiations." The new orders went out shortly after 7 p.m. The premature offensive was as precipitately cancelled. Here was another mysterious episode. Why did Hitler pull back at the last moment? Did he lose his nerve? Did the two events of Mussolini's neutrality and the Anglo-Polish alliance really take him by surprise? He himself, with the normal propensity of statesmen to put the blame on others, at once complained that it was all the fault of Mussolini. News of the Italian decision not to fight had stiffened the British just when they were on the point of surrender. This was nonsense. The British did not know of Mussolini's decision when they signed the 270 alliance with Poland, though they could make a good guess at it. Nor was the alliance timed for its effect at that particular moment. Its conclusion had been held up during the negotiations with Soviet Russia. Once these failed, there was no reason for further postponement, and the British signed it as soon as formalities could be completed. They were unaware that Hitler had fixed on August 25 as the day of crisis. They were thinking in terms of the first week in September, just as Hitler had long thought in terms of September 1. Probably this is the explanation of his apparent hesitation on August 25. Advancing the offensive to that date was a try-on, an extra call rather like his exaggerated obstinacy at Godesberg the previous year. Quite apart from the diplomatic events of August 25, there were good military reasons for reverting to the original date. On August 25 the western frontier of Germany was still virtually undefended. Perhaps thereafter Hitler faced the fact that some sort of war with the Western powers was in the offing. But it is more likely that he spoke the truth to Keitel. He needed time for negotiation. The British, too, were intent on negotiation. The signing of the Anglo-Polish alliance was a preliminary to this, not a firm decision for war. There is clear evidence that the British did not take the alliance all that seriously. Their draft had been designed to fit in with an Anglo-Soviet alliance, now vanished. In the hugger-mugger which followed the Nazi-Soviet pact, clauses from a Polish draft were included as well, and one of these contained the pledge which the British had hitherto evaded a full extension of the alliance to cover Danzig. Yet almost at the moment of signing the alliance, a member of the Foreign Office drafted possible counter-proposals to Herr Hitler, which postulated that Danzig should have the right to determine its political allegiance, subject to the recognition of Poland's economic rights, and Halifax himself told the Polish ambassador that the Polish government would make a great mistake if they sought to adopt a position in which discussion of peaceful modifications of the status of Danzig was ruled out. Thus the British government and Hitler were close to agreement on how the crisis should end, and the Poles were out of step. The problem, however, was not how negotiations should end, but how they should begin, and for this no solution was found. Preliminaries for a negotiation proceeded furiously between August 26 and August 29, the British hinting at what they would offer, Hitler at what he would demand. Both sides hesitated to go over the brink into actual negotiations. There was further confusion in that these soundings were conducted on two levels. Neville Henderson acted as official intermediary, Dalleris shuttled between Berlin and London even more assiduously. He flew to London on August 25 and back to Berlin on August 26, to London and back on August 27, and the same again on 8 August. In Berlin he saw Göring and sometimes Hitler, in London he was received with every precaution of secrecy, and saw Chamberlain and Halifax. The British might insist that their remarks to Dalleris were off the record. Hitler was bound to feel all the same that a second Munich was being prepared for him. He may have been genuinely taken aback by the signature of the Anglo-Polish alliance. This effect was lost as Henderson and Dallerus multiplied their exertions. Yet at the same time the British, listening to Dallerus, imagined that their position was improving. A member of the Foreign Office commented on the activities of Dallerus, "This shows that the German government are wobbling. Whilst we may and should be conciliatory in form, we should be absolutely firm in substance. The latest indications are that we have an unexpectedly strong hand." This minute bears the further comment, seen by S of S, who says he quite agrees with it. 1 With extreme ingenuity Halifax even believed that a second Munich would discredit Hitler, not the British government. He wrote, "When we speak of Munich we must remember the change that has supervened since then in the attitude and strength of this country, and in many other directions, Italy and let us hope Japan etc. And if Hitler is led to accept a moderate solution now, it is perhaps not altogether wishful thinking to believe that his position will suffer a certain diminution within Germany." Registered. Thus the two sides circled round each other like wrestlers seeking advantage before the clinch. The British offered to arrange direct negotiations between Germany and Poland if Hitler would promise to behave peacefully. Hitler replied that there would be no war if he got his way over Danzig. Later writers have argued that Hitler's reply was dishonest, that he was concerned to isolate Poland, not to avoid war. This may well be true. But the offer by the British government was dishonest also. There was no chance of extracting concessions from the Poles once the danger of war was removed, and the British knew it. In the previous year Beneš had appealed for British support. They had implied that he might secure it if he were conciliatory enough, and he had swallowed the bait. Now the British were already committed, their hands tied not so much by their formal alliance with Poland, as by the resolution of British public opinion. They could not dictate concessions to the Poles, they could not allow Hitler to dictate them. Yet there would be no concessions unless someone did the dictating. On August 28 Sir Horace Wilson, acting on Chamberlain's behalf, saw Kennedy, the American ambassador. After the conversation, Kennedy telephoned the State Department. "The British wanted one thing of us and one thing only, namely that we put pressure on the Poles. They felt that they could not, given their obligations, do anything of the sort, but that we could." President Roosevelt rejected this idea out of hand. Chamberlain again, according to Kennedy, then lost all hope. He says the futility of it all is the thing that is frightful. After all, they cannot save the Poles. They can merely carry on a war of revenge that will mean the destruction of all Europe. The deadlock lasted until August 29. Then it was broken by Hitler. He was in the weaker position, though the British did not know it. There was not much time left before September 1 for him to pull off diplomatic success. At 7:15 p.m. he made to Henderson a formal offer and a formal demand. He would negotiate directly with Poland if a Polish plenipotentiary arrived in Berlin the following day. This was a retreat from the 1 Moffat Papers 1919-43, 258. Cordell Hull supplies Wilson's name. Memoirs, I-662. Registered Kennedy to Hull, August 28, 1989. Foreign Relations of the United States, 1989. Volume I General. War for Danzig 273. Position. Hitler had rigorously asserted since 26 March that he would never again deal directly with the Poles. Though Henderson complained that the demand was perilously near an ultimatum, he was eager to accept it. It constituted in his opinion the sole chance of preventing war. Henderson pressed the demand on his own government. He urged the French government to advise an immediate visit by Beck. He was most insistent of all with the Polish ambassador Lipski. Lipski took no notice. Apparently he did not even report Hitler's demand to Warsaw. The French government responded as clearly in the opposite direction. They told Beck to go to Berlin at once. But the decision rested with the British government. Here was the proposal which they had always wanted and which they had repeatedly hinted at to Hitler: direct negotiations between Poland and Germany. Hitler had now done his part, but they could not do theirs. They had the gravest doubt whether the Poles would thus present themselves in Berlin at Hitler's behest. Kennedy reported Chamberlain's feeling to Washington: "Frankly, he is more worried about getting the Poles to be reasonable than the Germans." The British gnawed over the problem throughout 80 August. Finally they hit on a sort of solution. They passed Hitler's demand on to Warsaw at 12:25 am on 81 August, that is to say, 25 minutes after the German ultimatum, if such it were, had expired. The British had been correct in their apprehension of Polish obstinacy. Beck, when informed of Hitler's demand, at once replied, if invited to Berlin he would of course not go, as he had no intention of being treated like President Hasha*. Thus the British, by acting too late, could still claim that they had offered something which they knew they could not deliver, a Polish plenipotentiary in Berlin. Hitler had not anticipated this. He had expected that negotiations would start, and he then intended them to break down on Polish obstinacy. On his instructions detailed demands were at last prepared. These were principally the immediate return of Danzig, and a plebiscite in the corridor, the very terms which the British and French governments had themselves long favoured. But, failing a Polish plenipotentiary, the Germans had difficulty in making their terms known. At midnight on 80 August Henderson brought to Ribbentrop the news that a Polish plenipotentiary was not coming that day. Ribbentrop had only the rough draft of the proposed German terms, scribbled over with Hitler's emendations. It was not in a condition to be shown to Henderson, and Ribbentrop had instructions from Hitler not to do so. He therefore read the terms over slowly. Later a myth grew up that he had gabbled them, deliberately cheating Henderson with terms that were only for show. In fact, Henderson got the gist clearly, and was impressed. Taken at their face value, he thought, they were not unreasonable. On his return to the British Embassy, he summoned Lipski at 2 am, and urged him to seek an interview with Ribbentrop at once. Lipski took no notice, and went back to bed. The Germans were now anxious that their terms had not gone properly on record with Henderson. They once more employed Dallerus as an allegedly unofficial emissary. Goering, claiming to be acting in defiance of Hitler, showed the terms to Dallerus, who in turn telephoned them to the British Embassy about 4 am. Since Goering knew that all telephone conversations were monitored by at least 3 government agencies, his defiance of Hitler was of course a fiction. The next morning Goering abandoned it. Dallerus was given a copy of the German terms, and took it round to the British Embassy. Henderson again summoned Lipski, who refused to come. Dallerus and Ogilvy Forbes, the British Councillor of Embassy, were dispatched to see Lipski. He remained unmoved. He refused to look at the German terms. When Dallerus was out of the room, Lipski protested against introducing this intermediary, and said, he would stake his reputation that German morale was breaking and that the present regime would soon crack. This German offer was a trap. It was also a sign of weakness on the part of the Germans. In a further effort to break through the crust of obstinacy, Dallerus telephoned to Horace Wilson in London. The German terms, he said, were extremely liberal. It was obvious to us that the Poles were obstructing the possibilities of a negotiation. Wilson realized that the Germans were listening in. He told Dallerus to shut up and put down the receiver. The precaution came too late. Every move of the last few hours had been as public as if it had been announced in the newspapers. The telephone calls between Henderson and Lipski, and between Dallerus and Henderson, the combings and goings between the British and Polish embassies, all these were known to the Germans. They were undoubtedly known to Hitler. What conclusion could he possibly draw? Only the conclusion that he had succeeded in driving a wedge between Poland and her Western allies. This was true in regard to the French government. It was true in regard to Henderson. He wrote late on August 31, on German offer war would be completely unjustifiable. Polish government should announce tomorrow, in the light of German proposals which have now been made public, their intention to send a plenipotentiary to discuss in general terms these proposals. Hitler was not to know that Henderson no longer carried the weight in London which he had carried the year before. But even the British government were losing patience with the Poles. Late on the night of August 31, Halifax telegraphed to Warsaw, "I do not see why the Polish government should feel difficulty about authorizing Polish ambassador to accept a document from the German government. Given another 24 hours, and the breach would be wide open." But Hitler had not got the 24 hours. He was the prisoner of his own timetable. With his generals watching skeptically, he could not again call off the attack of Poland unless he had something solid to show, and this was still denied him by the Poles. The breach between Poland and her allies gave him a chance. He had to gamble on it. At 12:40 p.m. on 81 August, Hitler decided that the attack should proceed. At 1 p.m. Lipski telephoned, asking for an interview with Ribbentrop. The Germans, who had intercepted his instructions, knew that he had been told not to enter into any concrete negotiations. At 8 p.m. Weizsäcker telephoned Lipski to ask whether he was coming as a plenipotentiary. Lipski replied, no, in his capacity as an ambassador. This was enough for Hitler. The Poles, it seemed, were remaining obstinate. He could go forward to the gamble of isolating them in war. At 4 p.m. the orders for war were confirmed. At 6:80 p.m. Lipski at last saw Ribbentrop. Lipski said that his government were favorably considering the British proposal for direct Polish-German negotiations. Ribbentrop asked whether he was a plenipotentiary. Lipski again answered no. Ribbentrop did not communicate the German terms. If he had tried to do so, Lipski would have refused to receive them. Thus ended the only direct contact between Germany and Poland since March 26. The Poles had kept their nerve unbroken to the last moment. At 4:45 a.m. on the following morning the German attack on Poland began. At 6 a.m. German aeroplanes bombed Warsaw. Here was a clear casus foederis for both Great Britain and France. Their ally had been wantonly attacked, it only remained for them to declare war on the aggressor. Nothing of the kind happened. Both governments addressed a pained remonstrance to Hitler, warning him that they would have to go to war unless he desisted. Meanwhile they waited for something to turn up, and something did. On August 31 Mussolini, carefully following the precedent of the previous year, proposed a European conference. It should meet on September 5 and should survey all causes of European conflict, with the precondition that Danzig should return to Germany in advance. The two Western governments were favorable to the proposal when it first reached them. But Mussolini had got his timing wrong. In 19,388 he had 3 days in which to avert war, in 1989 less than 24 hours, and this was not enough. By September 1, when the Western governments replied to Mussolini, they had to postulate that fighting must first stop in Poland. Nor was this all. While Bonnet was enthusiastic for Mussolini's proposal, in Great Britain public opinion took charge. The House of Commons was restive when Chamberlain explained that Germany had merely been warned, it expected something more solid next day. Halifax, swinging as usual with the national mood, insisted that the conference could be held only if Germany withdrew from all Polish territory. The Italians knew that it was hopeless to place such a demand before Hitler. They dropped the conference without further effort. Yet both the British and French governments, the French especially, went on believing in a conference which had vanished before it was born. Hitler had initially replied to Mussolini that, if invited to a conference, he would give his answer at midday on September 8. Therefore Bonnet, and Chamberlain with him, strove desperately to postpone a declaration of war until after that time, even though the Italians no longer intended to invite Hitler or anyone else. Bonnet conjured up the excuse that the French military wanted the delay in order to carry through mobilization, undisturbed by German air attack. Chamberlain conjured up no excuse except that the French wanted delay and that it was always difficult to work with allies. In the evening of September 2 he was still entertaining the House of Commons with hypothetical negotiations. If the German government should agree to withdraw their forces, then His Majesty's government would be willing to regard the position as being the same as it was before the German forces crossed the Polish frontier. That is to say, the way would be open to discussion between the German and Polish governments on the matters at issue. This was too much even for loyal conservatives. Leo Amery called to Arthur Greenwood, acting leader of the opposition, speak for England, a task of which Chamberlain was incapable. Ministers, led by Simon, warned Chamberlain that the government would fall unless it sent an ultimatum to Hitler before the House met again. Chamberlain gave way. The objections of the French were overruled. The British ultimatum was delivered to the Germans at 9 a.m. on September 8. It expired at 11 a.m., and a state of war followed. When Bonnet learnt that the British were going to war in any case, his overriding anxiety was to catch up with them. The time of the French ultimatum was advanced. Despite the supposed objections of the General Staff, it was delivered at noon on September 8 and expired at 5 p.m. In this curious way, the French, who had preached resistance to Germany for 20 years, appeared to be dragged into war by the British, who had for 20 years preached conciliation. Both countries went to war for that part of the peace settlement which they had long regarded as least defensible. Hitler may have projected a great war all along, yet it seems from the record that he became involved in war through launching on August 29 a diplomatic maneuver which he ought to have launched on August 28. Such were the origins of the Second World War, or rather of the war between the three Western powers over the settlement of Versailles, a war which had been implicit since the moment when the First War ended. Men will long debate whether this renewed war could have been averted by greater firmness or by greater conciliation, and no answer will be found to these hypothetical speculations. Maybe either would have succeeded, if consistently followed. The mixture of the two, practiced by the British government, was the most likely to fail. These questions now seem infinitely remote. Though Hitler blundered in supposing that the two Western powers would not go to war at all, his expectation that they would not go to war seriously turned out to be correct. Great Britain and France did nothing to help the Poles, and little to help themselves. The European struggle, which began in 1918 when the German armistice delegates presented themselves before Foch in the railway carriage at Rethons, ended in 1940 when the French armistice delegates presented themselves before Hitler in the same carriage. There was a new order in Europe. It was dominated by Germany. The British people resolved to defy Hitler, though they lacked the strength to undo his work. He himself came to their aid. His success depended on the isolation of Europe from the rest of the world. He gratuitously destroyed the source of this success. In 1941 he attacked Soviet Russia and declared war on the United States, two world powers who asked only to be left alone. In this way aerial world war began. We still live in its shadow. The war which broke out in 1989 has become a matter of historical curiosity.